Chapter 1. I first met him in Piraeus. I wanted to take the boat for Crete, and had gone down to the port. It was almost daybreak and raining. A strong sirocco was blowing the spray from the waves as far as the little café, whose glass doors were shut. The café reeked of brewing sage and human beings whose breath steamed the windows because of the cold outside. 5 or 6 seamen who had spent the night there, muffled in their brown goatskin reefer jackets, were drinking coffee or sage and gazing out of the misty windows at the sea. The fish, dazed by the blows of the raging waters, had taken refuge in the depths, where they were waiting till calm was restored above. The fishermen, crowding in the cafés, were also waiting for the end of the storm, when the fish, reassured, would rise to the surface after the bait. Soles, hogfish, and skate were returning from their nocturnal expeditions. Day was now breaking. The glass door opened, and there entered a thick-set, mud-bespattered, weather-beaten dock labourer with bare head and bare feet. "Hi, Costandi," called out an old sailor in a sky-blue cloak. "How are things with you?" Costandi spat. "What do you think?" he replied testily. "Good morning, the bar. Good night, my lodgings. That's the sort of life I'm leading. No work at all." Some started laughing, others shook their heads and swore. "This world's a life sentence," said a man with a moustache, who had picked up his philosophy from the Karagiozis theatre. "Yes, a life sentence, be damned to it." A pale, bluish-green light penetrated the dirty window-panes of the café and caught hands, noses, and foreheads. It leaped on to the counter and lit the bottles. The electric light faded, and the proprietor, half asleep after his night up, stretched out his hand and switched it off. There was a moment's silence. All eyes were turned on the dirty-looking sky outside. The roar of the waves could be heard, and, in the café, the gurgling of a few hookahs. The old sailor sighed. "I wonder what has happened to Captain Lemoni. May God help him." He looked angrily at the sea, and growled, "God damn you for a destroyer of homes." He bit his grey moustache. I was sitting in a corner. I was cold, and I ordered a second glass of sage. I wanted to go to sleep, but I struggled against the desire to sleep, and against my fatigue and the desolation of the early hours of dawn. I looked through the steamy windows at the awakening port, resounding with the ship's sirens and the cries of carters and boatmen. And as I looked, an invisible net, woven from sea, air, and my departure, wound its tight meshes round my heart. My eyes were glued to the black bows of a large vessel. The whole of the hull was still engulfed in darkness. It was raining, and I could see the shafts of rain link sky and mud. I looked at the black ship, the shadows and the rain, and my sadness took shape. Memories arose. The rain and my spleen took on, in the humid atmosphere, the features of my great friend. Was it last year? In another life, yesterday? When was it I came down to this same port to say good-bye to him? I remembered how it rained that morning, too, and the cold and the early light. At that time also my heart was heavy. How bitter it is to be slowly separated from great friends. Far better make a clean break and remain in solitude, the natural climate for man. And yet, in that rainy dawn, I could not leave my friend. I understood why later, but, alas, too late. I had gone on board with him and was seated in his cabin amid scattered suitcases. I gazed at him intently for a long time. When his attention was fixed elsewhere, as if I wished to make mental note of his features, one by one, his bluish-green luminous eyes, his rounded youthful face, his intelligent and disdainful expression, and, above all, his aristocratic hands, with their long, slender fingers. Once he caught me gazing lingeringly and eagerly at him. He turned round with that mocking air he assumed when he wanted to hide his feelings. He looked at me, and he understood. And to avoid the sadness of separation, he asked with an ironical smile, "How long?" "What do you mean, how long?" "How long are you going on chewing paper and covering yourself with ink? Why don't you come with me? Away there in the Caucasus there are thousands of our people in danger. Let's go and save them." He began to laugh, as if in mockery of his noble plan. "Maybe we shan't save them. Don't you preach the only way to save yourself is to endeavor to save others? Well, forward, master. You're good at preaching. Why don't you come with me?" I didn't answer. I thought of this sacred land of the East, the old mother of the gods, the loud clamoring of Prometheus nailed to the rock. Nailed to these same rocks our own race was crying out. Again it was in peril. It was calling to its sons for help, and I was listening passively, as if pain was a dream, and life some absorbing tragedy in which nobody but a boor or a simpleton would rush onto the stage and take part in the action. Without waiting for an answer, my friend rose. The boat sounded its siren for the third time. He gave me his hand and again hid his emotion and raillery. "Au revoir, bookworm." His voice trembled. He knew it was shameful not to be able to control one's feelings. Tears, tender words, unruly gestures, common familiarities, all seemed to him weaknesses unworthy of man. We, who were so fond of each other, never exchanged an affectionate word. We played and scratched at each other like wild beasts. He, the intelligent, ironical, civilized man, I, the barbarian. He exercised self-control and suavely expressed all his feelings in a smile. I would suddenly utter a misplaced and barbarous laugh. I also tried to camouflage my emotions with a hard word, but I felt ashamed. No, not exactly ashamed, but I didn't manage it. I grasped his hand. I held it and wouldn't let it go. He looked at me, astonished. "Are you so moved?" he said, trying to smile. "Yes," I replied with calm. "Why?" "Now, what did we say? Hadn't we agreed on this point years ago? What do your beloved Japs say? Furoshin, ataraxia, Olympian calm, the face a smiling, unmoving mask. As for what happens behind the mask, that is our business." "Yes," I replied again, trying not to compromise myself by embarking on a long sentence. I was not sure of being able to control my voice. The ship's gong sounded, driving the visitors from the cabins. It was raining gently. The air was filled with pathetic words of farewell, promises, prolonged kisses, and hurried, breathless injunctions. Mothers rushed to sons, wives to husbands, friends to friends, as if they were leaving them forever. As if this little separation recalled the other, the great separation. And suddenly, in the humid air, the sound of the gong echoed softly from stem to stern, like a funeral bell. I shuddered. My friend leaned over. "Listen," he said in a low voice. "Have you some foreboding?" "Yes," I replied once more. "Do you believe in such humbug?" "No," I answered with assurance. "Well, then?" There was no well. I did not believe in it, but I was afraid. My friend lightly touched my knee with his left hand, as he was wont to do in moments of abandon. I would urge him to take a decision. He would oppose this, stopping his ears, and refuse. Finally he would accept, and then he would touch my knee, as if to say, "All right, I'll do what you say, for friendship's sake." He blinked 2 or 3 times, then stared at me again. He understood I was distressed, and hesitated to use our usual weapons, laughter, smiles, and chaff. "Very well," he said, "give me your hand. If ever one of us finds himself in danger of death—" He stopped, as if ashamed. We who had for so many years made fun of metaphysical flights and lumped together vegetarians, spiritualists, theosophists, and ectoplasm. "Well?" I asked, trying to guess. "Let's think of it as a game," he said suddenly, to get out of the perilous sentence he had embarked upon. "If ever one of us finds himself in danger of death, let him think of the other so intensely that he warns him wherever he may be. Right?" He tried to laugh, but his lips remained motionless, as if frozen. "Right," I said. Fearing that he had displayed his feelings too clearly, my friend hastened to add, "Mind you, I haven't the slightest belief in telepathy and all that." "Never mind," I murmured. "Let it be so." "Very well, then. Let's leave it at that. Agreed?" "Agreed," I answered. They were our last words. We clasped each other's hands in silence, our fingers joined fervently, and suddenly unclasped. I walked away, rapidly, without looking back, as if I were being followed. I felt a sudden impulse to give one last look at my friend, but I repressed it. "Don't look back," I bade myself. "Forward." The human soul is heavy, clumsy, held in the mud of the flesh. Its perceptions are still coarse and brutish. It can divine nothing clearly, nothing with certainty. If it could have guessed, how different this separation would have been. It was growing lighter and lighter. The 2 mornings mingled. The loved countenance of my friend, which I could see more clearly now, remained immobile and desolate in the rain and the atmosphere of the port. The door of the cafe opened. The sea roared. A thick-set sailor entered with legs apart and drooping moustaches. Voices rang out in pleasure, "Welcome, Captain Lemoni." I retreated into the corner, trying to concentrate my thoughts afresh. But my friend's face was already dissolving in the rain. It was becoming still lighter. Captain Lemoni, austere and taciturn, took out his amber rosary and began to tell his beads. I struggled not to see, not to hear, and to hold on a little longer to the vision which was melting away. If only I could live again the moment of that anger which surged up in me when my friend called me a bookworm. I recalled then that all my disgust at the life I had been leading was personified in those words. How could I, who loved life so intensely, have let myself be entangled for so long in that balderdash of books and paper blackened with ink? In that day of separation, my friend had helped me to see clearly. I was relieved. As I now knew the name of my affliction, I could perhaps conquer it more easily. It was no longer elusive and incorporeal. It had assumed a name and a shape, and it would be easier for me to combat it. His expression must have made silent progress in me. I sought a pretext for abandoning my papers and flinging myself into a life of action. I resented bearing this miserable creature upon my escutcheon. A month earlier, the desired opportunity had presented itself. I had rented on the coast of Crete, facing Libya, a disused lignite mine. And I was going now to live with simple men, workmen and peasants, far from the race of bookworms. I prepared excitedly for my departure, as if this journey had a mysterious significance. I had decided to change my mode of life. Till now, I told myself, you have only seen the shadow and been well content with it. Now I am going to lead you to the substance. At last I was ready. On the eve of departure, while rummaging in my papers, I came across an unfinished manuscript. I took it and looked at it, hesitating. For 2 years, in the innermost depths of my being, a great desire, a seed, had been quickening. I could feel it all the time in my bowels, feeding on me and ripening. It was growing, moving, and beginning to kick against the wall of my body to come forth. I no longer had the courage to destroy it. I could not. It was too late to commit such spiritual abortion. Suddenly, as I hesitatingly held the manuscript, I became conscious of my friend's smile in the air, a smile composed of irony and tenderness. "I shall take it," I said, stung to the quick. "I shall take it. You needn't smile." I wrapped it up with care, as if swaddling a baby, and took it with me. Captain Lemoni's deep, raucous voice could be heard. I pricked up my ears. He was talking about the water spirits who, during the storm, had climbed up the masts of his caïque and licked them. "They are soft and sticky," he said. "When you take lots of them, your hands catch fire. I stroked my moustache, and so in the dark I gleamed like a devil. Well, the seas washed into my caïque and soaked my cargo of coal. It was waterlogged. The caïque began to heel over, but at that moment God took a hand in things. He sent a thunderbolt. The hatch covers were burst open, and the sea filled with coal. The caïque was lightened, righted itself, and we were saved. No more of that." Out of my pocket I drew a little edition of Dante, my travelling companion. I lit a pipe, leaned against the wall, and made myself comfortable. I hesitated for a moment. Into which verses should I dip? Into the burning pitch of the inferno, or the cleansing flames of purgatory? Or should I make straight for the most elevated plane of human hope? I had the choice. Holding my pocket Dante in my hand, I rejoiced in my freedom. The verses I was going to choose so early in the morning would impart their rhythm to the whole of the day. I bowed over this intense vision in order to decide, but I didn't have the time. Suddenly, disturbed, I raised my head. Somehow I felt as if 2 eyes were boring into the top of my skull. I quickly looked behind me in the direction of the glass door. A mad hope flashed through my brain. I'm going to see my friend again. I was prepared for the miracle, but the miracle did not happen. A stranger of about 60, very tall and lean, with staring eyes, had pressed his nose against the pane and was looking at me. He was holding a little flattened bundle under his arm. The thing which impressed me most was his eager gaze, his eyes ironical and full of fire. At any rate, that is how they appeared to me. As soon as our eyes had met, he seemed to be making sure I was really the person he was looking for. The stranger opened the door with a determined thrust of his arm. He passed between the tables with a rapid, springy step and stopped in front of me. "Travelling?" he asked. "Where to? Trusting to Providence?" "I'm making for Crete. Why do you ask?" "Taking me with you?" I looked at him carefully. He had hollow cheeks, a strong jaw, prominent cheekbones, curly grey hair, bright, piercing eyes. Why? What could I do with you? He shrugged his shoulders. Why? Why? He exclaimed with disdain. Can't a man do anything without a why, just like that because he wants to? Well, take me, shall we say, as cook. I can make soups you've never heard or thought of. I started to laugh. His bluff ways and trenchant words pleased me. Soups pleased me too. It would not be a bad thing, I thought, to take this loose-knit fellow with me to that distant lonely coast. Soups and stories. He looked as if he had knocked about the world quite a lot, a sort of Sinbad the Sailor. I liked him. "What are you thinking about?" he asked me familiarly, shaking his great head. "You keep a pair of scales, too, do you? You weigh everything to the nearest gram, don't you? Come on, friend, make up your mind. Take the plunge." This great lanky lubber was standing over me, and it tired me to have to look up to speak to him. I closed my Dante. "Sit down," I said to him. "Have a glass of sage?" "Sage!" he exclaimed with contempt. "Here, waiter, a rum!" He drank his rum in little sips, keeping it a long time in his mouth to get the taste, then letting it slip slowly down and warm his insides. A sensualist, I thought. A connoisseur. "What kind of work do you do?" I asked. "All kinds. With feet, hands, or head, all of them. It'd be the limit if we chose what we did." "Where were you working last?" "In a mine. I'm a good miner. I know a thing or two about metals. I know how to find the veins and open up galleries. I go down pits. I'm not afraid. I was working well. I was foreman, and had nothing to complain about. But then the devil took a hand in things. Last Saturday night, simply because I felt like it, I went off all of a sudden. Got hold of the boss who had come that day to inspect the place, and just beat him up." "But what for? What had he done to you?" "To me? Nothing at all, I tell you. It was the first time I saw him. The poor devil had even handed out cigarettes." "Well?" You just sit there and ask questions. It just came over me, that's all. You know the tale of the miller's wife, don't you? Well, you don't expect to learn spelling from her backside, do you? The backside of the miller's wife. That's human reason." I had read many definitions of human reason. This one seemed to me the most astounding of all, and I liked it. I looked at my new companion with keen interest. His face was furrowed, weather-beaten, like worm-eaten wood. A few years later another face gave me the same impression of worn and tortured wood, that of Panayit Estrate. "And what have you got in your bundle? Food, clothes, or tools?" My companion shrugged his shoulders and laughed. "You seem a very sensible sort," he said, "begging your pardon." He stroked his bundle with his long, hard fingers. "No," he added, "it's a santuri." "A santuri? Do you play the santuri?" "When I'm hard up, I go round the inns playing the santuri. I sing old cleftic tunes from Macedonia. Then I take my hat round, this beret here, and it fills up with money." "What's your name?" "Alexis Zorba. Sometimes they call me baker's shovel because I'm so lanky and my head is flattened, like a griddle cake. Or else I'm called Passatempo because there was a time when I hawked roast pumpkin seeds. They call me Mildew, too, because wherever I go, they say, I get up to my tricks. Everything goes to the dogs. I have other nicknames as well, but we'll leave them for another time." "And how did you learn to play the santuri?" "I was 20. I heard the santuri for the first time at one of my village fetes, over there at the foot of Olympus. It took my breath away. I couldn't eat anything for 3 days. "What's wrong with you?" my father asked. May his soul rest in peace. "I want to learn the santuri." "Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Are you a gypsy? Do you mean to say you'd turn into a strammer?" I want to learn the Santuri. I had a little money put aside for my marriage. It was a kid's idea, but I was still half-baked then. My blood was hot. I wanted to get married, the poor idiot. Anyway, I spent everything I had and more besides, and bought a Santuri, the one you're looking at. I vanished with it to Salonika, and got hold of a Turk, Recep Effendi, who taught everybody the Santuri. I threw myself at his feet. "What do you want, little infidel?" he said. "I want to learn the Santuri." "All right, but why throw yourself at my feet?" "Because I've no money to pay you." "And you're really crazy about the Santuri, are you?" "Yes." "Well, you can stay, my boy. I don't need paying." I stayed a year, and studied with him. May God sanctify his remains. He must be dead now. If God lets dogs enter his paradise, let him open his gate to Recep Effendi. Since I learned to play the Santuri, I've been a different man. When I'm feeling down or when I'm broke, I play the Santuri and it cheers me up. When I'm playing, you can talk to me, I hear nothing. And even if I hear, I can't speak. It's no good my trying, I can't. But why, Zorba? Oh, don't you see? A passion. That's what it is. The door opened. The sound of the sea once more penetrated the cafe. Our hands and feet were frozen. I snuggled further into my corner and wrapped myself in my overcoat. I savored the bliss of the moment. Where shall I go? I thought. I'm all right here. May this minute last for years. I looked at the strange man in front of me. His eyes were riveted on mine. They were little round eyes with very dark pupils, and red veinlets on the whites. I felt them penetrating, searching me insatiably. "Well," I said, "go on." Zorba shrugged his bony shoulders again. "Let's drop it," he said. "Will you give me a cigarette?" I gave him one. He took a lighter flint out of his pocket, and a wick which he lit. He half closed his eyes with contentment. "Married? Aren't I a man?" he said angrily. "Aren't I a man? I mean, blind like everyone else before me. I fell headlong into the ditch. I'm married. I took the road downhill. I became head of a family. I built a house. I had children. Trouble. But thank God for the Santuri." "You played to forget your cares, did you?" "Look, I can see you don't play any instruments. Whatever are you talking about? In the house there are all your worries, the wife, the children. What are we going to eat? How shall we manage for clothes? What will become of us? Hell. No, for the Santuri you must be in good form, you must be pure. If my wife says one word too many, how could I possibly be in the mood to play the Santuri? If your children are hungry and screaming at you, you just try to play. To play the Santuri you have to give everything up to it. Do you understand?" Yes, I understood. Zorba was the man I had sought so long in vain. A living heart, a large, voracious mouth, a great brute soul, not yet severed from Mother Earth. The meaning of the words art, love, beauty, purity, passion, all this was made clear to me by the simplest of human words uttered by this workman. I looked at his hands, which could handle the pick and the Santuri. They were horny, cracked, deformed, and sinewy. With great care and tenderness, as if undressing a woman, they opened the sack and drew out an old Santuri, polished by the years. It had many strings. It was adorned with brass and ivory and a red silk tassel. Those big fingers caressed it, slowly, passionately, all over, as if caressing a woman. Then they wrapped it up again, as if clothing the body of the beloved, lest it should catch cold. "That's my Santuri," he murmured, as he laid it carefully on a chair. The seamen were now clinking their glasses and bursting with laughter. The old salt gave Captain Limone some friendly slaps on the back. "You had a hell of a scare now, didn't you, Captain? God knows how many candles you've promised to St. Nicholas." The captain knit his bushy eyebrows. "No, I can swear to you, when I saw the Archangel of Death before me, I didn't think of the Holy Virgin, nor of St. Nicholas. I just turned toward Salamis. I thought of my wife, and I cried out, 'Ah, Caterina, if only I were in bed with you this minute.'" Once more the seaman burst out laughing, and Captain Limone joined in with him. "What an animal man is," he said. "The Archangel is right over his head with a sword, but his mind is fixed there, just there and nowhere else. The devil take the old goat." He clapped his hands. "Around for the company!" he cried. Zorba was listening intently with his big ears. He turned round, looked at the seamen, then at me. "Where's there?" he asked. "What's that fellow talking about?" But he suddenly understood, and started. "Bravo, my friend!" he cried in admiration. "Those seamen know the secret, most likely because day and night they're at grips with death." He waved his big fist in the air. "Right," he said. "That's another matter. Let's come back to our business. Do I stay or do I go? Decide." "Zorba," I said, and I had to restrain myself forcibly from throwing myself into his arms. "It's agreed. You come with me. I have some lignite in Crete. You can superintend the workmen. In the evening we'll stretch out on the sand. In this world I have neither wife, children, nor dogs. We'll eat and drink together, then you'll play the Santuri. If I'm in the mood, you hear? If I'm in the mood. I'll work for you as much as you like. I'm your man there, but the Santuri, that's different. It's a wild animal. It needs freedom. If I'm in the mood, I'll play. I'll even sing. And I'll dance the Zembekiko, the Hasapiko, the Pendozali. But I tell you plainly from the start, I must be in the mood. Let's have that quite clear. If you force me to, it'll be finished. As regards those things, you must realize, I'm a man." "A man? What do you mean?" "Well, free." I called for another rum. "Make it two," Zorba cried. "You're going to have one so that we can drink to it. Sage and rum don't go very well together. You're going to drink a rum too, so that our agreement holds good." We clinked our little glasses. Now it was really daylight. The ship was blowing its siren. The lighterman, who had taken my cases on board, signaled to me. "May God be with us," I said as I rose. "Let's go." "God and the devil," Zorba added calmly. He leaned over, put the Santuri under his arm, opened the door, and went out first. Chapter 2. The sea, autumn mildness, islands bathed in light, fine rain spreading a diaphanous veil over the immortal nakedness of Greece. Happy is the man, I thought, who before dying has the good fortune to sail the Aegean Sea. Many are the joys of this world, women, fruit, ideas. But to cleave that sea in the gentle autumnal season, murmuring the name of each islet, is to my mind the joy most apt to transport the heart of man into paradise. Nowhere else can one pass so easily and serenely from reality to dream. The frontiers dwindle, and from the masts of the most ancient ships spring branches and fruits. It is as if here in Greece necessity is the mother of miracles. Towards noon the rain stopped. The sun parted the clouds and appeared gentle, tender, washed and fresh, and it caressed with its rays the beloved waters and lands. I stood at the prow and let myself be intoxicated with the miracle which was revealed as far as eye could see. On the ship were Greeks, cunning devils with rapacious eyes, brains like the trumpery goods of bazaar dealers, wire-pulling and quarrelling. An untuned piano, honest and venomous shrews. One's first impulse was to seize the ship by both ends, plunge it into the sea, shake it thoroughly to make all the livestock which polluted it drop off, men, rats, bugs, and then refloat it, freshly washed and empty. But at times I was seized with compassion, a Buddhist compassion, as cold as the conclusion of a metaphysical syllogism. A compassion not only for men, but for all life which struggles, cries, weeps, hopes, and does not perceive that everything is a phantasmagoria of nothingness. Compassion for the Greeks and for the lignite mine, and for my unfinished manuscript of Buddha, for all those vain compositions of light and shade which suddenly disturb and contaminate the pure air. I looked at Zobra's drawn and waxen face. He was sitting on a coil of ropes in the bows. He was sniffing at a lemon, and listening with his great ears to some passengers quarrelling about the king and others about Venizelos. He was shaking his head and spitting. "Old junk," he murmured disdainfully. "Aren't they ashamed of themselves?" "What do you mean by old junk, Zobra?" "Why, all these kings, democracies, plebiscites, deputies, fiddle-faddle." Zobra had got so far beyond contemporary events that they had already ceased to be anything but out-of-date rubbish. Certainly, to him telegraphy, steamships and engines, current morality and religion must have appeared like rusty old rifles. His mind progressed much faster than the world. The ropes were creaking on the masts, the coastlines were dancing, and the women on board had become yellower than a lemon. They had laid down their weapons, paint, bodices, hairpins, combs. Their lips had paled, their nails were turning blue. The old magpie scolds were losing their borrowed plumes, ribbons, false eyebrows and beauty spots, brassieres, and to see them on the point of vomiting, you felt disgust and a great compassion. Zobra was also turning yellow and green. His sparkling eyes were dulled. It was only towards the evening that his eyes brightened again. He pointed out 2 dolphins, leaping through the water alongside the ship. "Dolphins!" he exclaimed joyously. I noticed for the first time that almost half of the index finger on his left hand was missing. I started and felt sick. "What happened to your finger, Zobra?" I cried. "Nothing," he replied, offended that I had not shown more delight in the dolphins. "Did you get it caught in a machine?" I insisted. "Whatever are you going on about machines for? I cut it off myself." "Yourself? Why?" "You can't understand, boss," he said, shrugging his shoulders. "I told you I had been in every trade. Once I was a potter. I was mad about that craft. Do you realize what it means to take a lump of mud and make what you will out of it? You turn the wheel and the mud whirls round as if it were possessed while you stand over it and say, 'I'm going to make a jug. I'm going to make a plate. I'm going to make a lamp, and the devil knows what more.' That's what you might call being a man. Freedom." He had forgotten the sea. He was no longer biting the lemon. His eyes had become clear again. "Well," I asked, "what about your finger?" "Oh, it got in my way in the wheel. It always got plumb in the middle of things and upset my plans, so one day I seized a hatchet." "Didn't it hurt you?" "What do you mean? I'm not a tree trunk. I'm a man. Of course it hurt me. But it got in my way at the wheel, so I cut it off." The sun went down, and the sea became calmer. The clouds dispersed. The evening star shone. I looked at the sea. I looked at the sky and began to reflect. To love like that, to take the hatchet and chop, and feel the pain. But I hid my emotion. "A bad system, that, Zobra," I said, smiling. It reminds me of the ascetic who, according to the golden legend, once saw a woman who disturbed him physically, so he took an axe. The devil he didn't, Zorba interposed, guessing what I was going to say. Cut that off. To hell with the fool. The poor benighted innocent. That's never an obstacle. But, I insisted, it can be a very great obstacle. To what? To your entry into the kingdom of heaven. Zorba glanced sideways at me with a mocking air and said, But you fool, that is the key to paradise. He raised his head, looked at me closely as if he wanted to see what was going on in my mind. Future lives, the kingdom of heaven, women, priests. But he did not seem to be able to gather much. He shook his great grey head guardedly. The maimed don't get into paradise, he said, and then fell silent. I went to lie down in my cabin and took a book. Buddha was still engaging my thoughts. I read the dialogue of Buddha and the shepherd, which had filled my mind for some years with peace and security. The shepherd. My meal is ready. I have milked my ewes. The door of my hut is bolted, my fire is alight, and you, sky, can reign as much as you please. Buddha. I no longer need food or milk. The winds are my shelter, my fire is out, and you, sky, can reign as much as you please. The shepherd. I have oxen, I have cows, I have my father's meadows, and a bull who covers my cows, and you, sky, can reign as much as you please. Buddha. I have neither oxen nor cows, I have no meadows, I have nothing, I fear nothing. And you, sky, can reign as much as you please. The shepherd. I have a docile and faithful shepherdess. For years she has been my wife. I am happy when I play with her at night. And you, sky, you can reign as much as you please. Buddha. I have a free and docile soul. For years I have trained it, and I have taught it to play with me. And you, sky, can reign as much as you please. These two voices were still speaking when sleep overcame me. The wind had risen again, and the waves were breaking over the thick glass of the porthole. I was floating like a wisp of smoke between sleeping and waking. A violent storm broke. The meadows disappeared under the waters. The bullocks, the cows, and the bull were swallowed up. The wind carried away the roof of the hut. The fire was quenched. The woman uttered a cry and fell dead in the mud, and the shepherd began his lamentations. I could not hear what he said, but he was crying aloud, and I was sinking deeper into a slumber, slipping like a fish down through the watery depths. At daybreak I awoke, and there to our right lay the proud, wild, and lordly island. The pale pink mountains were smiling through the mists beneath the autumnal sun. Round our ship the indigo-blue sea was still seething restlessly. Zorba, wrapped in a brown rug, was gazing eagerly at Crete. His eyes turned rapidly from mountain to plain, followed the shore, exploring it as if all the coast and land were familiar to him, and that he were delighted to wander there again in his mind. I went to him, touched him on the shoulder, and said, "Zorba, it's certainly not the first time you've come to Crete. You're gazing at it like an old friend." Zorba yawned as if bored. I felt he was not at all inclined to start a conversation. I smiled. "Talking bores you, doesn't it, Zorba?" "It's not exactly that, boss," he replied. "Only talking's difficult." "Difficult? Why?" He did not reply at once. His eyes roamed again slowly over the shore. He had slept on deck, and his curly grey hair was dripping with dew. The rising sun shone right into the deep furrows lining his cheeks, his chin, and his neck. Finally he moved his lips. They were thick and drooping like those of a goat. "In the morning I find it difficult to open my mouth. Very difficult. I'm sorry." He lapsed again into silence, and once more his small round eyes were fixed on Crete. A bell rang for breakfast. Greenish-yellow, screwed-up faces began to emerge from the cabins. Women, with their coils of hair coming loose, reeled as they dragged themselves from table to table. They smelled of vomit and eau de cologne, and their eyes were cloudy, terrified and stupid. Zorba, sitting in front of me, sniffed his coffee in a sensual way which was quite oriental. He spread butter and honey on his bread and ate it. His face gradually became brighter and calmer, the lines of his mouth softer. I secretly watched him as he slowly emerged from his wrapping of sleep, and saw how his eyes shone more and more brightly. He lit a cigarette, inhaled with pleasure, and blew the blue smoke out of his hairy nostrils. He folded his right leg under him and made himself comfortable in Eastern fashion. It was now possible for him to speak. "This is the first time I've been to Crete," he began. He half closed his eyes and looked through the porthole at Mount Ida, which was disappearing in the distance behind us. "No, it's not the first time. In 1896 I was already a fully grown man. My moustache and my hair were their real color, black as a raven. I had all my 32 teeth, and when I got drunk I swallowed the hors d'oeuvres first and then the dish. Yes, I enjoyed myself no end. But suddenly the devil took a hand in things. A new revolution broke out in Crete. In those days I was a peddler. I peddled haberdashery from village to village in Macedonia, and instead of money I used to take cheese, wool, butter, rabbits, and corn. Then I sold all that and made a double profit. In every village I came to at dark, I knew where to spend the night. In every village there's always a tender-hearted widow, God bless her. I'd give her a reel of thread or a comb or a scarf, a black one, of course, on account of the late lamented. And I slept with her. It didn't cost me much. No, it didn't cost me much, boss, the good time I had. But, as I said before, the devil got mixed up in things and Crete took up arms again. Ah, to hell with her destiny, I'd say. Can't that damned Crete ever leave us in peace? I put aside my cottons and combs, took my gun, and set off to join the rebels in Crete. Zorba became silent. We were now following the curve of a quiet, sandy bay. The waves spread out here gently, without breaking, and only leaving a thin line of foam along the shore. The clouds had broken up, the sun was shining, and the rugged contours of Crete became serene. Zorba turned round and gave me a mocking look. "And now, I suppose, boss, you think I'm going to start and tell you how many Turks' heads I've lopped off, and how many of their ears I've pickled in spirits. That's the custom in Crete. Well, I shan't. I don't like to. I'm ashamed. What sort of madness comes over us? Today I'm a bit more level-headed, and I ask myself, what sort of madness comes over us to make us throw ourselves on another man when he's done nothing to us, and bite him and cut his nose off, tear his ear out, run him through the guts, and all the time calling on the Almighty to help us? Does it mean we want the Almighty to go and cut off noses and ears and rip people up? But at the time, you see, my blood was hot in my veins. How could I stop to examine the whys and wherefores? To think things out properly and fairly, a fellow's got to be calm and old and toothless. When you're an old gaffer with no teeth, it's easy to say, "Damn it, boys, you mustn't bite." But when you've got all 32 teeth... A man's a savage beast when he's young. Yes, boss, a savage, man-eating beast. He shook his head. Oh, he eats sheep, too, and hens and pigs. But if he doesn't eat men, his belly's not satisfied. He added as he crushed out his cigarette in the coffee saucer, "No, his belly's not satisfied. Now, what does the old owl have to say to that, eh?" He did not wait for an answer. "What can you say, I wonder?" he continued, weighing me up. "As far as I can see, your lordship's never been hungry, never killed, never stolen, never committed adultery. Whatever can you know of the world? You've got an innocent's brain, and your skin's never even felt the sun." He muttered with obvious scorn. I became ashamed of my delicate hands, my pale face, and my life which had not been bespattered with mud and blood. "All right," said Zorba, sweeping his heavy hand across the table as if wiping a sponge across it. "All right, there's one thing, though, I'd like to ask you. You must have gone through hundreds of books. Perhaps you know the answer." "Go ahead, Zorba. What is it?" "There's a sort of miracle happening here, boss. A funny sort of miracle which puzzles me. All that business, those lousy tricks, thefts, and that slaughter of ours, I mean of us rebels, all that brought Prince George to Crete. Liberty." He looked at me with his eyes wide open in amazement. "It's a mystery," he murmured, "a great mystery. So if we want liberty in this bad world, we've got to have all those murders, all those lousy tricks, have we? I tell you, if I began to go over all the bloody villainy and all the murders we did, you'd have your hair stand on end. And yet the result of all that, what's it been? Liberty. Instead of wiping us out with a thunderbolt, God gives us liberty. I just don't understand." He looked at me as if calling for help. I could see that this problem had tormented him a lot and that he could not get to the bottom of it. "Do you understand?" he asked me with anguish. "Understand what? Tell him what?" "Either that what we call God does not exist, or else that what we call murders and villainy is necessary for the struggle and for the liberation of the world." I tried hard to find for Zorba another, simpler way of explaining it. How does a plant sprout and grow into a flower on manure and muck? Say to yourself, Zorba, that the manure and muck is man, and the flower liberty. "But the seed!" cried Zorba, striking his fist on the table. "For a plant to sprout there must be a seed. Who's put such a seed in our entrails? And why doesn't this seed produce flowers from kindness and honesty? Why must it have blood and filth?" I shook my head. "I don't know," I said. "Who does?" "No one." "But then," Zorba cried in despair and casting wild glances about him, "what do you expect me to do with all your boats and your machines and neckties?" 2 or 3 passengers whom the sea had upset and who were now drinking coffee at a nearby table revived. They sensed a quarrel and pricked up their ears. This disgusted Zorba. He lowered his voice. "Change the subject," he said. "When I think of that, I feel like breaking anything within reach, a chair, a lamp, or my head against the wall. But what good would that do me? I'd have to pay the breakages and go to a doctor and have my head bandaged. And if God exists, well, it's far worse. We're bloody well done for. He must be peering at me from up there in the sky and bursting his sides with laughter." He suddenly made a movement with his hand, as if getting rid of an importunate fly. "Never mind," he said regretfully. All I wanted to tell you was this. When the royal ship arrived, all decked up with flags, and they began to fire off rounds from the guns, and the prince set foot on Cretan soil, have you ever seen a whole people gone mad because they've seen their liberty? No? Ah, boss, then blind you were born and blind you'll die. If I live 1,000 years, even if all that remains of me is a morsel of living flesh, what I saw that day I'll never forget. And if each of us could choose his paradise in the sky according to his taste, and that's how it should be, that's what I call paradise, I'd say to the Almighty, Lord, let my paradise be a Crete decked with myrtle and flags, and let the minute when Prince George set foot on Cretan soil last for centuries. That'll do me. Zorba became silent once more. He raised his moustache, filled a glass to the brim with iced water, and swallowed it in one gulp. What happened in Crete, Zorba? Tell me. Do we have to start making big sentences? Said Zorba, annoyed. Look here, I tell you, I do. This world is a mystery, and man is just a great brute. A great brute and a god. A blackguard of a rebel who'd come from Macedonia with me. Yorga, they called him, a gallows bird, a real swine, you know. Well, he wept. Why are you crying, Yorga, you hound? I said, and my eyes were streaming too. Why are you crying, you old swine? But he just threw his arms round my neck and blubbered like a kid. And then that miserly bastard pulls out his purse, empties onto his lap the gold coins he'd looted from the Turks, and throws them into the air by handfuls. Do you see, boss? That's what liberty is. I rose and went up on deck to be buffeted by the keen sea breeze. That's what liberty is, I thought. To have a passion. To amass pieces of gold and suddenly to conquer one's passion and throw the treasure to the four winds. Free yourself from one passion to be dominated by another and nobler one. But is not that too a form of slavery, to sacrifice oneself to an idea, to a race, to God? Or does it mean that the higher the model, the longer the tether of our slavery? Then we can enjoy ourselves and frolic in a more spacious arena, and die without having come to the end of the tether. Is that, then, what we call liberty? Towards the end of the afternoon we berthed by the sandy shore and saw finely sifted white sand, oleanders still in flower, fig and carob trees, and further to the right a low grey hill without a tree, resembling the face of a woman resting. And beneath her chin, along her neck, ran the dark brown veins of lignite. An autumnal wind was blowing. Frayed clouds were passing slowly over the earth and softening its contours with shadow. Other clouds were rising menacingly in the sky. The sun appeared and disappeared, and the earth's surface was brightened and darkened like a living and perturbed face. I stopped for a moment on the sand and looked. A sacred solitude lay before me, deadly and yet fascinating, like the desert. The Buddhist song rose out of the very soil and found its way to the depths of my being. When shall I at last retire into solitude, alone, without companions, without joy and without sorrow, with only the sacred certainty that all is a dream? When, in my rags, without desires, shall I retire contented into the mountains? When, seeing that my body is merely sickness and crime, age and death, shall I, free, fearless and blissful, retire into the forest? When, oh, when? Zorba, with his santuri beneath his arm, his steps still unsteady, came towards me. "There's the lignite," I said, to hide my emotions. And I stretched my arm towards the hill with the woman-like face. Zorba frowned without looking round. "Later. This isn't the time, boss," he said. "Must wait for the earth to stop. She's still pitching, the devil-taker, like the deck of a ship. Let's go to the village." With these words he set off with long, determined strides, trying to save his face. Two barefooted urchins, as brown as Arabs, ran up and took charge of the luggage. A huge customs officer was smoking a hookah in the customs shed. He scrutinized us from out of the corner of his blue eyes, took a nonchalant glance at the bags, and shifted momentarily on his seat as if he were going to get up. But it was too much of an effort. He slowly raised the hookah tube and said in a sleepy voice, "Welcome." One of the urchins came up to me. He winked with his olive-black eyes and said in a mocking tone, "He's no Cretan, he's a lazy devil." "Aren't Cretans lazy devils too?" "They are, yes, they are," the young Cretan replied, "but in a different way." "Is the village far?" "Only a gunshot from here. Look, behind the gardens in the ravine. A fine village, sir. Plenty of everything. Carob trees, beans, grain, oil, wine. And down there in the sand, the earliest cucumbers, tomatoes, aubergines, and watermelons in Crete. It's the winds from Africa makes them swell. At night in the orchard you can hear them crackling and getting bigger." Zorba was going on in front. His head was still swimming. He spat. "Chin up, Zorba," I called to him. "We've scraped through all right. There's nothing more to fear." We walked quickly. The earth was mixed with sand and shells, and here and there grew a tamarisk, a wild fig tree, a tuft of reeds, some bitter mullein. The weather was sultry, the clouds were gathering lower and lower, the wind was dropping. We were passing by a great fig tree with a twisted double trunk which was beginning to grow hollow with age. One of the urchins stopped, and with a jerk of the chin pointed to the old tree. "The fig tree of our young lady," he said. I started. On this Cretan soil every stone, every tree, has its tragic history. Of our young lady? Why that name? In my grandfather's time the daughter of one of our landowners fell in love with a shepherd boy, but her father wouldn't hear of it. The young lady wept, screamed, and pleaded. The old man never changed his tune. One night the young couple disappeared. The countryside was searched, but for 1, 2, 3 days, a whole week, they weren't to be found. Then they began to stink, so the stench was followed, and they were found, rotting beneath this fig tree, locked in each other's arms. You see, they found them through the stench." The child burst out laughing. The sounds of the village could be heard. Dogs began to bark, women to talk shrilly, cocks to announce the change in the weather. In the air floated the odor of grapes, which came from the vats where raki was being distilled. "There's the village!" shouted the two boys, and rushed off. As soon as we had rounded the sandy hill, the little village came into sight. It seemed to be clambering up the side of the ravine. Whitewashed, terraced houses huddled together. Their open windows made dark patches, and they resembled whitened skulls jammed between the rocks. I caught up with Zorba. "Mind you behave now we're entering the village," I told him. "They mustn't get wind of us, Zorba. We'll act like serious businessmen. I'm the manager and you're the foreman. Cretans don't take things lightly. As soon as they've set eyes on you, they pick on anything queer and give you a nickname. After that you can't get rid of it. You run about like a dog with a saucepan tied to its tail." Zorba seized his moustache in his fist and plunged into meditation. Finally he said, "Listen, boss. If there's a widow in the place, you've no need to fear. If there isn't—" Just then, as we entered the village, a beggar woman clothed in rags rushed towards us with outstretched hand. She was swarthy, filthy, and had a stiff little black moustache. "Hi, brother," she called familiarly to Zorba. "Hi, brother, got a soul, have you?" Zorba stopped. "I have," he replied gravely. "Then give me 5 drachmas. Zorba pulled out of his pocket a dilapidated leather purse. "There," he said, and his lips, which still had a bitter expression, softened into a smile. He looked round and said, "Looks as if souls are cheap in these parts, boss. 5 drachmas a soul." The village dogs bounded towards us. The women leaned over the terraces to gaze at us. The children followed us, yelling. Some of them yelped, others made sounds like klaxons. Still others ran in front of us and looked at us with their big eyes full of amazement. We arrived at the village square, where we found 2 huge white poplars surrounded by crudely carved trunks which served as seats. Opposite was the café, over which hung an enormous faded sign, "The Modesty Café and Butcher's Shop." "Why are you laughing?" Zorba asked. But I did not have time to reply. From the door of the café and butcher's shop ran out 5 or 6 giants wearing dark blue breeches with red waistbands. They shouted, "Welcome, friends! Come in and have a raki. It's still warm from the vat." Zorba clicked his tongue and said, "What about it, boss?" He turned round and winked at me. "Shall we have one?" We drank a glass, and it burned our insides. The proprietor of the café butchery, who was a brisk, tough, well-preserved old man, brought out chairs for us. I asked where we might lodge. "Go to Madame Hortense's," someone shouted. "A Frenchwoman here?" I exclaimed in surprise. "From the devil knows where. She's been all over the place. She's managed to avoid going on all the rocks you can think of, and now she's clung on to the last one here and has opened an inn." "She sells sweets, too," cried a child. "She powders and paints herself up," someone else said. "She puts a ribbon round her neck, and she's got a parrot." "A widow?" Zorba asked. "Is she a widow?" The café proprietor seized his thick grey beard. "How many whiskers can you count here, friend? How many? Well, she's widow of as many husbands. Get the idea?" "Got it," Zorba replied, licking his lips. "She might make you a widower, too." "Mind your step, friend," shouted an old man, and all burst out laughing. We were treated to a new round, and the café proprietor brought it to us on a tray, together with barley loaf, goat cheese, and pears. "Now, leave these people alone. They mustn't dream of going to Madame's. They're going to spend the night right here." "I'm going to have them, Conde Manolio," said the old man. "I've got no children. My house is big and there's plenty of room." "Sorry, Uncle Anagnosti," the café proprietor shouted in the old man's ear. "I spoke first." "You take one," said old Anagnosti. "I'll take t'other, the old one." "Which old one?" said Zorba, stung to the quick. "We'll stick together," I said, and made a sign to Zorba not to get annoyed. "We'll stick together, and we'll go to Madame Hortense's." "Welcome, welcome to you." A dumpy, plump little woman, with bleached, flax-coloured hair, appeared beneath the poplars, waddling along on her bandy legs. A beauty spot, from which sprang sow bristles, adorned her chin. She was wearing a red velvet ribbon round her neck, and her withered cheeks were plastered with mauve powder. A gay little lock of hair danced on her brow, and made her look somewhat like Sarah Bernhardt in her old age, playing Les Glands. "Delighted to meet you, Madame Hortense," I replied, preparing to kiss her hand, carried away as I was by a sudden good humour. Life appeared all at once like a fairy tale, or the opening scene of The Tempest. We had just set foot on the island, soaked to the skin after an imaginary shipwreck. We were exploring the marvellous coasts, and ceremoniously greeting the inhabitants of the place. This woman, Hortense, seemed to me to be the queen of the island, a sort of blonde and glistening walrus who had been cast up half-rotting on this sandy shore. Behind her appeared the numerous dirty, hairy faces radiating the general good humour of the people, or of Caliban, who gazed at the queen with pride and scorn. Zorba, the prince in disguise, also stared at her, as if she were an old comrade, an old frigate who had fought on distant seas, who had known victory and defeat, her hatches battered in, her masts broken, her sails torn, and who now, scored with furrows which she had caulked with powder and cream, had retired to this coast and was waiting. Surely she was waiting for Zorba, the captain of the 1,000 Scars. and I was delighted to see these two actors meet at last in a Cretan setting which had been very simply produced and painted in a few broad strokes of the brush. "Two beds, Madame Hortense," I said, bowing before this old specialist in the art of acting love scenes. "Two beds, and no bugs." "No bugs? I should think not," she cried, throwing me a provocative glance. "Oh, no!" shouted the mocking mouths of Caliban. "There aren't," she retorted, stamping on the stones with her plump foot. She was wearing thick sky-blue stockings and a pair of battered court shoes with dainty silk bows. "Off with you, prima donna! The devil take you!" Caliban roared once more. But with great dignity, Dame Hortense was already going and opening up the way for us. She smelt of powder and cheap soap. Zorba followed her, devouring her with his eyes. "Take an eyeful of that, boss," he confided. "The way the trollop swings her hips, pluff, pluff, like a ewe with a tail full of fat." 2 or 3 big drops of rain fell. The sky clouded over. Blue lightning flickered over the mountain. Young girls, wrapped in their little white goatskin capes, were hurriedly bringing back from pasture the family goats and sheep. The women, squatting in front of their hearths, were kindling the evening fire. Zorba bit his moustache impatiently, without taking his eyes off the rolling buttocks of the woman. He suddenly muttered with a sigh. "To hell with life. The jade's never done playing us tricks." Chapter 3. Dame Hortense's hotel consisted of a row of old bathing huts joined together. The first was the shop, where you could buy sweets, cigarettes, peanuts, lamp wicks, alphabets, candles, and Benjamin. 4 adjoining huts formed the dormitory. Behind, in the yard, were the kitchen, the wash-house, the hen-house, and the rabbit hutches. Thick bamboos and prickly pears were planted in the fine sand all round. The whole place smelled of the sea, excrement, and urine. But from time to time Dame Hortense passed by, and the air changed its odour, as if someone had emptied a hairdresser's bowl under your nose. As soon as the beds were ready, we retired and slept without a break till the morning. I do not remember the dream I had, but I rose lightly, and as fit as if I had come fresh from a dip in the sea. It was Sunday. The workmen were to come on Monday from neighbouring villages and begin work at the mine, so I had time this day to take a turn round the shores on which fate had cast me. Dawn was hardly peeping through when I started out. I went past the gardens, followed the edge of the sea, hurriedly made my acquaintance with the water, earth, and air of the spot, picked wild plants, and the palms of my hands became redolent with savoury, sage, and mint. I climbed a hill and looked around. An austere countryside of granite and very hard limestone. Dark carob and silvery olive trees, figs and vines. In the sheltered hollows, orange groves, lemon and medlar trees. Near the shore, kitchen gardens. To the south, an expanse of sea, still angry and roaring as it came rushing from Africa to bite into the coast of Crete. Nearby, a low, sandy islet, flushing rosy pink under the first rays of the sun. To my mind, this Cretan countryside resembled good prose, carefully ordered, sober, free from superfluous ornament, powerful and restrained. It expressed all that was necessary with the greatest economy. It had no flippancy nor artifice about it. It said what it had to say with a manly austerity. But between the severe lines one could discern an unexpected sensitiveness and tenderness. In the sheltered hollows the lemon and orange trees perfumed the air, and from the vastness of the sea emanated an inexhaustible poetry. "Crete," I murmured. "Crete," and my heart beat fast. I came down from the little hill to the edge of the water. chattering girls appeared with fichus as white as snow, long yellow boots, and skirts tucked up. They were going to mass in the convent over there, gleaming a dazzling white by the sea. I stopped. As soon as they noticed me, the girls' laughter ceased. At the sight of a strange man, their expression became one of wild distrust. Their whole bearing, from head to foot, was suddenly on the defensive. Their fingers clutched nervously at their tightly buttoned blouses. Fear surged in their blood. For centuries, the corsairs had made sudden incursions onto the whole of the Cretan coast facing Africa, ravishing youths, women, and children. They bound them with their red belts, threw them into the bottoms of their ships, and set sail to sell them in Algiers, Alexandria, Beirut. For centuries the waters round these shores, festooned with black tresses, have resounded with lamentations. I watched these frightened girls advance, clinging together as if to form an impassable barrier. It was an instinctive reaction, indispensable in earlier times, and today repeated without reason. A bygone necessity dictated the rhythm of their movements. As the girls passed in front of me, I quietly stepped aside, smiling. And immediately, as if they suddenly felt that the danger they feared had passed centuries ago, and that they had awakened in our age of security, their faces lit up, the serried line of battle spread out, and, altogether, they bade me good day in clear and light-hearted tones. At the same time, the merry, sportive bells of the distant convent filled the air with sounds of rejoicing. The sun had risen. The sky was clear. I crouched among the rocks, perched like a seagull on a ledge, and contemplated the sea. My body felt powerful, fresh and obedient, and my mind, following the waves, became itself a wave, unresisting, submissive to the rhythm of the sea. Then my heart began to swell. Obscure, pleading, and imperious voices rose within me. I knew who was calling to me. Whenever I was alone for a moment, this being cried out in an anguish of horrible presentiments, transports, and mad fears, waiting to be delivered by me. I hurriedly opened Dante, my travelling companion, in order not to hear and to exorcise the fearful demon. I turned over the pages, reading a line here and there, or a tercet, and committing to memory the entire canto. Out of those fiery pages, the damned rose howling. Halfway up the rocks, wounded souls sought to scale a precipitous mountainside. Higher still, the souls of the blessed moved among the emerald fields like brilliant fireflies. I wandered from the highest to the lowest regions of the terrible house of destiny. I went freely about hell, purgatory, and paradise, as if in my own dwelling. I suffered, I awaited or tasted beatitude, carried away as I was by those superb verses. Suddenly I closed my Dante and looked out over the sea. A gull, its breast resting on the water, rose and fell with the waves, abandoning itself to them and enjoying the pleasures of abandonment. A youth, sunburnt and barefoot, appeared at the water's edge, singing love songs. Maybe he understood the pain they expressed, for his voice had begun to grow hoarse, like that of a cockerel. For hundreds of years, Dante's verses have been sung in the poet's country. And just as love songs prepare boys and girls for love, so the ardent Florentine verses prepared Italian youths for the day of deliverance. From generation to generation, all communed with the soul of the poet, and so transformed their slavery into freedom. I heard a laugh behind me, and at once fell from the Dantesque heights. I looked round and saw Zobra behind me. His whole face creased with laughter. "Well, boss, this is a fine way of going on," he cried. "Here I've been looking for you for hours, but how could I know where to get hold of you?" Seeing I remained silent, he continued. "It's gone midday. The hen is cooked. The poor thing'll be dropping to bits, you know." "Yes, I know, but I'm not hungry." "Not hungry!" Zobra exclaimed, slapping his thighs. But you've not had a bite since morning. The body's got a soul, too. Have pity on it. Give it something to eat, boss. Give it something. It's our beast of burden, you know. If you don't feed it, it'll leave you stranded in the middle of the road. I had despised the pleasures of the flesh for years, and, if possible, I would have eaten secretly, as if committing a shameful act. But, so that Zorba would not grumble, I said, "All right, I'm coming." We started off in the direction of the village. The hours amongst the rocks had passed as time passes between lovers, like lightning. "Were you thinking of the lignite?" Zorba asked with some hesitation. "And what else do you expect me to be thinking about?" I replied, laughing. "Tomorrow we'll start work. I had to make some calculations." "What's the result of the calculations?" he asked as he made his way carefully. "After 3 months we must extract 10 tons of lignite a day to cover expenses." Zorba looked at me again, this time anxiously. A little later he said, "And why the devil do you have to go down to the sea to make calculations? Pardon me, boss, for asking this question, but I don't understand. When I have to wrestle with figures, I feel I'd like to stuff myself into a hole in the ground so I can't see anything. If I raise my eyes and see the sea, or a tree, or a woman, even if she's an old one, damn me if all the sums and figures don't go to blazes. They grow wings and I have to chase 'em." "But that's your fault, Zorba," I said to tease him. "You don't concentrate." "Maybe you're right, boss. It all depends on the way you look at it. There are cases even wise old Solomon. Look, one day I had gone to a little village. An old grandfather of 90 was busy planting an almond tree. 'What, Grandad?' I exclaimed. 'Planting an almond tree?' And he, bent as he was, turned round and said, 'My son, I carry on as if I should never die.' I replied, 'And I carry on as if I was going to die any minute.' Which of us was right, boss?" He looked at me triumphantly and said, "That's where I've got you." I kept silent. 2 equally steep and bold paths may lead to the same peak. To act as if death did not exist, or to act thinking every minute of death, is perhaps the same thing. But when Zorba asked me the question, I did not know. "Well," Zorba said mockingly, "don't worry, boss. You can't argue that out. Let's talk of something else. Just now I'm thinking of the chicken and the pilaf sprinkled with cinnamon. My brain's steaming like the pilaf. Let's eat first. Ballast up first, then we'll see. Everything in good time. In front of us now is the pilaf. Let our minds become pilaf. Tomorrow the lignite will be in front of us. Our minds must become lignite. No half measures, you know." We entered the village. The women were sitting in their doorways gossiping. The old men, leaning on their sticks, were silent. Under a pomegranate tree, laden with fruit, a little shriveled old woman was delousing her grandson. In front of the café, an old man with a grave, concentrated expression and an aquiline nose was standing erect. He had a distinguished air. He was Mavrandoni, the village elder who had rented the lignite mine to us. He had called the previous evening at Dame Hortense's to take us to his house. He said, "It's a scandal for you to be staying at her hotel as if there were no men in the village." He was grave. He weighed his words carefully as one of the leading villagers. We had refused. This had offended him, but he had not insisted. "I have done my duty," he said as he departed. "You are free." A little later he sent us 2 cheeses, a basket of pomegranates, a jar of raisins and figs, and a demijohn of raki. His servant said, as he unloaded his tiny ass, "With the compliments of Captain Mavrandoni. It's nothing much. He asked me to tell you, but it's meant well." We now greeted the head of the village volubly and cordially. "Long life to you," he said, placing his hand on his breast. Then he fell silent. "He doesn't like to talk much," Zorba murmured. "He's an old stick." "He's proud," I said. "I like him." We were arriving. Zorba's nostrils were quivering joyously. As soon as Dame Hortense saw us from the threshold, she uttered a cry and ran into the kitchen. Zorba put the table in the yard under the leafless vine arbor. He cut the thick slices of bread, brought the wine, and set the table. He looked round at me wickedly and pointed to the table he had set for 3 people. "Do you see, boss?" he whispered. "Yes, I see, you old rip," I replied. "It's the old birds who make the best stew," he said, licking his lips. "You take it from me." He moved nimbly, his eyes sparkling. He hummed old love songs. "That's the way to live, boss. Have a good time and the bird into the bargain. You see, I'm doing things now as if I was going to die next minute. And I'm making it snappy, so I don't kick the bucket before I've had the bird." "To table!" Dame Hortense ordered. She lifted the pot and set it down in front of us, but she stood gaping. She had seen the 3 plates. Crimson with pleasure, she looked at Zorba and blinked her sharp little periwinkle blue eyes. "She's got hot pants, all," Zorba whispered. Then, with extreme politeness, he turned to the lady and said, "Beautiful nymph of the waves, we are shipwrecked, and the sea has cast us in your realm. Do us the honor, my siren, of sharing our meal." The old cabaret singer opened her arms wide and closed them again as if she would have liked to embrace the 2 of us. She swayed gracefully, brushed against Zorba, then me, and ran, chuckling, to her room. Soon after she reappeared, twittering, flaunting her charms, and dressed in her very best, an old shiny velvet dress decorated with worn yellow braid. Her bodice remained hospitably open, and on it she had pinned a full-blown artificial rose. In her hand she held the parrot's cage, which she hung in the vine arbor. We made her sit between us, with Zorba to her right and me to her left. We all 3 set to ravenously. For a long time we did not utter a word. We were feeding the beast, and slaking its thirst with wine. The food was soon changed into blood. The world became more beautiful. The woman at our sides became younger every minute. The lines in her face were disappearing. The parrot, hanging in front of us in his green jacket and yellow waistcoat, leaned forward to watch us. He looked like some odd little fellow under a spell, or else the spirit of the old cabaret singer wearing a green and yellow dress. And above our heads the vine arbor was suddenly covered with large bunches of black grapes. Zorba's eyes were rolling. He flung open his arms as if he wanted to embrace the whole world. "What's happening, boss?" he cried in astonishment. "We drink one little glass of wine and the world goes haywire. Ah, boss, life's a rum thing. On your honor, are those grapes hanging there above our heads, or are they angels? I don't know. Or else they're nothing at all, and nothing exists, neither chicken nor siren nor Crete. Speak, boss, speak so I don't go right off my head." Zorba was beginning to get lively. He had finished with the chicken and was beginning to look at Dame Hortense gluttonously. His eyes were ravishing her. They looked her up and down, slipped into her swelling bosom as if they touched her. Our lady's little eyes were shining too. She liked the wine and had emptied several glasses of it. The mischievous demon in the wine had carried her back to the good old days. She became once more tender, merry, and expansive. She rose and bolted the outside door so that the villagers couldn't see her. The barbarians, as she called them. She lit a cigarette, and from her little French retroussé nose began to issue wreaths of smoke. At such times, all the doors of a woman's being are opened. The sentinels relax, and a kind word is as powerful as gold or love. So I lit my pipe and pronounced the kind word. "Dame Hortense, you remind me of Sarah Bernhardt, when she was young. I didn't expect to find such elegance, such grace and courtesy, such beauty in this wild place. What Shakespeare was it sent you here amongst the barbarians?" "Shakespeare?" she queried, opening wide her pale little eyes. "What Shakespeare?" Her mind flew back rapidly to the theatres she had been to. In the twinkling of an eye, she made a tour of the café-concert, cabarets and taverns from Paris to Beirut, and from there along the coast of Anatolia. Suddenly she remembered. It was in Alexandria, a great theatre with chandeliers, plush seats, men and women, bare backs, perfumes, flowers. All at once the curtain rose, and a fearful black man appeared. "What Shakespeare?" she asked again, proudly, having remembered. "The one they also call Othello?" "The same. What Shakespeare, my white lily, cast you on these savage rocks?" She looked around her. The doors were closed. The parrot was asleep. The rabbits were mating. We were alone. She was touched, and began to open her heart to us. It was like opening an old chest full of spices, yellowed love letters, and ancient dresses. She spoke Greek after a fashion, murdering the words and mixing up the syllables. However, we understood her perfectly. Sometimes we had great difficulty in suppressing our laughter. Sometimes, we had drunk a good deal, we burst into tears. "Well," this is roughly what the old siren told us in her perfumed yard, "well, the person you're looking at now was never a tavern singer. Oh, no. I was a famous artist and wore silk underclothes with real lace. But love—" She sighed deeply and lit another cigarette from Zorba's. "I loved an admiral. Crete was once more in a state of revolution, and the fleets of the great powers had anchored in the port of Suda. A few days later I also anchored there. Ah, what splendor! You should have seen the 4 admirals, the English, the French, the Italian, and the Russian. All gold braid, patent leather shoes, and plumed hats, like cocks. Great cocks, weighing from 12 to 15 stone each. And what beards! They were curly, silky, dark, fair, grey, red, and how nice they smelt! Each one had his own particular perfume. That's how I could distinguish between them in the dark. England smelled of eau de cologne, France of violets, Russia of musk, and Italy, Italy doted on patchouli. My God, what beards, what beards! Many times when we were gathered on board the flagship, we talked about the revolution. Their uniforms were unclasped, and my silk chemise was sticking to my skin because they poured champagne over it. It was summer, you know. We were speaking about the revolution, having a serious conversation, and I caught hold of their beards and begged them not to bombard the poor dear Cretans. We could see them through the binoculars on a rock near Canea. They looked tiny, quite tiny, like ants with blue breeches and yellow boots. And they shouted and shouted, and they had a flag. There was a movement in the bamboos which surrounded the yard. The old female warriors stopped, terrified. Between the leaves, wicked little eyes were gleaming. The village children had sensed we were junketing and were spying on us. The cabaret singer tried to rise to her feet, but she couldn't. She had eaten and drunk too much. She sat back in a sweat. Zorba picked up a stone. The children scattered, screaming. "Go on, my beauty. Go on, my treasure," Zorba said, and pushed his chair still closer to her. "So I said to the Italian admiral. I was more familiar with him. I seized his beard and said to him, 'My Cannavaro,' that was his name, 'please, my little Cannavaro, no boom boom, no boom boom.' How many times the woman you see here has saved the Cretans from death. How many times the guns were ready loaded, and I seized the Admiral's beard and wouldn't let him boom. But what thanks have I ever had for that? Look what I get in the way of decorations." Dame Hortense was angry at the ingratitude of men. She struck the table with her soft and wrinkled fist. Zorba stretched out his practised hands over her parted knees and seized them, carried away by a feigned emotion, and he cried, "My Bubulina, for pity's sake, no boom." "Hands off," our good lady said, chuckling. "Who do you take me for?" And she gave him a languorous glance. "There's a God in heaven," said the crafty debauchee. "Don't upset yourself, my Bubulina. We're here, sweetheart. Don't be afraid." The old siren raised her acid blue eyes to heaven. She saw her green parrot asleep in his cage. "My Cannavaro, my little Cannavaro," she cooed amorously. The parrot, recognizing her voice, opened his eyes, clutched hold of the bars of his cage, and started to cry in the hoarse voice of a drowning man, "Cannavaro! Cannavaro!" "Present!" cried Zorba, once more applying his hands to those old knees which had seen so much service, this time as if he wanted to take possession of them. The old cabaret singer wriggled in her chair and again opened her little puckered lips. "I too have struggled valiantly, breast to breast. But the bad days came. Crete was liberated. The fleets had orders to leave. And what is to become of me?" I said, seizing the 4 beards. "Where are you going to leave me? I have got used to grandeur, to champagne and roast chicken. I have got used to handsome little sailors saluting me. I shall be 4 times a widow. What is going to become of me, my lords and admirals?" Oh, they just laughed. That's men for you. They loaded me with English and Italian pounds, roubles and Napoleons. I stuffed them in my stockings, in my bodice, and in my shoes. On the last evening I wept and sobbed so much the admirals took pity on me. They filled the bath with champagne, plunged me in it. We were very familiar by then, and they drank the champagne from the bath in my honor. They got drunk and put out the light. In the morning I could smell all their perfumes on top of each other, the violet, the eau de cologne, the musk, and the patchouli. The 4 great powers, England, France, Russia, and Italy. I held them here on my knees, and I went like this with them. Dame Hortense held out her plump little arms and moved them up and down as if she were bouncing a baby on her lap. "There, like that, like that." At daybreak they began to fire off their guns. I swear to this on my honor, they fired off their guns, and a white boat with 12 oarsmen came out to fetch me and set me on shore. She took her little handkerchief out and began to weep inconsolably. "My Bubulina," Zorba cried rapturously, "shut your eyes. Shut your eyes, my treasure. I am Cannavaro." "Hands off," I said. Our good lady simpered. "Just look at your handsome self. Where are the golden epaulets, the 3-cornered hat, the perfumed beard? Ah, well, then." She squeezed Zorba's hand gently and started to weep again. It was becoming cooler. We fell silent a while. The sea behind the bamboos was sighing. It had at last become gentle and peaceful. The wind had fallen, the sun sank to rest. 2 crows passed over our heads, and their wings whistled as if a piece of silk was being torn, the silk chemise of the songstress. The evening light fell like a spray of golden dust over the yard. Dame Hortense's fanciful lips caught alight and quivered in the evening breeze as if they wanted to take flight and carry the fire to her neighbors' heads. The golden light fell on her half-bared bosom, her parted knees, which had grown fat with age, the lines in her neck, her worn-out court shoes. Our old siren shuddered. Half closing her little eyes, which were reddened by her tears and the wine, she looked first at me, then at Zorba, whose lips were parched and who was fascinated by her bosom. She looked at each of us with a questioning air, trying to see which of us was Cannavaro. "My Bubulina," Zorba cooed passionately, whilst pressing his knee against hers. "Don't worry, there's no God and no devil. Raise your little head, rest your cheek on your hand, and give us a song, to hell with death." Zorba was on fire. With his left hand he twisted his moustache, and his right hand strayed over the intoxicated songstress. His words were breathless, his eyes languid. It was certainly not this mummified and outrageously painted old woman he was seeing before him, but the entire female species, as it was his custom to call women. The individual disappeared. The features were obliterated. Whether young or senile, beautiful or ugly, those were mere unimportant variations. Behind each woman rises the austere, sacred, and mysterious face of Aphrodite. That was the face Zorba was seeing and talking to, and desiring. Dame Hortense was only an ephemeral and transparent mask which Zorba tore away to kiss the eternal mouth. "Lift your snow-white neck, my treasure," he repeated in his gasping, pleading voice. "Lift your snow-white neck and sing us the song." The old songstress rested her cheek on her plump hand, which was all cracked with washing clothes. Her eyes became languorous. She uttered a wild and woeful cry, then began her favorite song, repeating it many times, as she gazed at Zorba with swooning, half-closed eyes. She had already made her choice. "Au fil de mes jours, pourquoi t'ai-je rencontré?" Zorba leaped up, went for his santuri, sat on the ground Turkish fashion, undraped his instrument, rested it on his lap, and stretched his great hands. "Oh, oh," he bellowed, "take a knife and cut my throat, Bubulina." When night began to fall, when the evening star revolved in the sky, and the coaxing voice of the santuri rose, abetting Zorba's aims, Dame Hortense, stuffed with chicken and rice, grilled almonds and wine, reeled heavily onto Zorba's shoulder and sighed. She rubbed herself gently against his bony sides, yawned, and sighed afresh. Zorba made a sign to me, and lowered his voice. "She's in the mood, boss," he whispered. "Be a pal, and leave us." Chapter 4. At daybreak I opened my eyes, and saw Zorba sitting opposite me at the end of his bed, with his legs tucked up. He was smoking and absorbed in deep meditation. His little round eyes were fixed on the fanlight in front of him, which the first gleam of day tinted milky white. His eyes were swollen, and his unusually long, bare, scraggy neck was stretched out like the neck of a bird of prey. The previous evening I had retired early, leaving him alone with the old siren. "I'm going," I said. "Enjoy yourself, Zorba, and good luck to you." "Good night, boss," Zorba replied. "Let us settle our little affair. Good night, boss. Sleep tight." Apparently they did settle their little affair, for in my sleep I seemed to hear muffled cooings, and for a time the neighboring room shook and trembled. Then sleep overcame me again. A long while after midnight, Zorba entered barefoot and stretched himself on his bed very gently so as not to wake me. In the first light, there he was, gazing into the distance with his lackluster eyes. You could see he was still sunk in a sort of torpor. His temples were not yet freed from sleep. Calmly, fondly, he was letting himself drift on a shady current as thick as honey. The whole universe of earth, water, thoughts, and men was slowly drifting towards a distant sea, and Zorba was drifting away with it, unresistingly, unquestioningly, and happy. The village began to be roused. There was a confused murmur of cocks, pigs, asses, and men. I wanted to leap from my bed and cry, "Hey, Zorba, we've work to do today." But I too felt a great happiness in delivering myself up silently to the rosy transformation of sunrise. In those magic minutes the whole of life seems as light as dawn. The earth constantly changes shape in the wind like a soft and billowy cloud. I stretched out my arm. I too felt like having a smoke. I took my pipe. I looked at it with emotion. It was a big and precious one, made in England. It was a present from my friend, the one who had grayish-green eyes and slender fingers. That was abroad years ago. He had finished his studies and was leaving that evening for Greece. "Give up cigarettes," he said. "You light one, you smoke half of it and throw the rest away. Your love only lasts a minute. It's disgraceful. You'd better take up a pipe. It's like a faithful spouse. When you go home, it'll be there quietly waiting for you. You'll light it, you'll watch the smoke rising in the air, and you'll think of me." It was noon. We were leaving the Berlin Museum, where he had been to have one last look at his favorite painting, Rembrandt's Warrior, with his bronze helmet, emaciated cheeks, and his dolorous and strong-willed expression. "If ever in my life I perform an action worthy of a man," he murmured, as he gazed at the implacable and desperate warrior, "it will be to him I shall owe it." We were in the museum courtyard, leaning against a pillar. In front of us was a bronze statue of a naked Amazon riding a wild horse with indescribable grace. A little grey bird, a wagtail, perched for a moment on the Amazon's head, turned towards us, jerking up its tail, uttered 2 or 3 times a mocking cry, and flew away. I shuddered, looked at my friend, and asked, "Did you hear that bird? It seemed to say something to us, then it flew away." My friend smiled. "It's a bird, let it sing. It's a bird, let it speak," he said, quoting a line from one of our popular ballads. How was it that at this moment, at daybreak, on this Cretan coast, such a memory should come into my head, together with that faithful verse, and fill my mind with bitterness? I slowly worked some tobacco into my pipe and lit it. Everything in this world has a hidden meaning, I thought. Men, animals, trees, stars, they are all hieroglyphics. Woe to anyone who begins to decipher them and guess what they mean. When you see them, you do not understand them. You think they are really men, animals, trees, stars. It is only years later, too late, that you understand. The bronze-helmeted warrior, my friend leaning against the pillar, the wagtail, and what it chirped to us, the verse from that melancholy ballad, all this, I thought today, may have a hidden meaning. But what can it be? My eyes followed the smoke which curled and uncurled in the dappled light, and my mind mingled with the smoke and slowly vanished in blue wreaths. After a long interval, without having any recourse to logic, I could see with utter certainty the origin, the growth, and the disappearance of the world. It was as if I had once more plunged into Buddha, but this time without the delusive words and insolent acrobatic tricks of the mind. This smoke is the essence of his teaching. These vanishing spirals are life coming impatiently to a happy end in blue nirvana. I sighed softly. As if this sigh had brought me back to the present minute, I looked round and saw the miserable wooden hut, and hanging on the wall a little mirror from which the first rays of the sun had just struck sparks. Opposite me, Zobra sat on his mattress, smoking, with his back to me. The previous day, with its tragicomic fortunes, suddenly flashed into my mind. The smell of stale violet perfume, violet eau de cologne, musk and patchouli. A parrot, an almost human being, transformed into a parrot, and who beat his wings against the iron bars of his cage, calling the name of a former lover. And an old Mahoney, only survivor of a whole fleet, who recounted ancient naval battles. Zobra heard my sigh, shook his head, and looked around. "We've behaved badly," he murmured. "We've behaved badly, boss. You laughed, so did I, and she saw us. And the way you left without any fine words, as if she was an old bag of 100, what a damn shame. It's not polite, boss. That's not the way for a man to behave, let me tell you. She's a woman, after all, isn't she? A weak, fretful creature. A good job I stayed behind to console her." "But what do you mean, Zobra?" I replied. "Do you seriously think all women have nothing else but that in mind?" "Yes, boss, they've nothing else in mind. Listen to me now. I've seen all sorts, and I've done all kinds of things. A woman has nothing else in view. She's a sickly creature, I tell you, and fretful. If you don't tell her you love and want her, she starts crying. Maybe she doesn't want you at all. Maybe you disgust her. Maybe she says no. That's another story. But all men who see her must desire her. That's what she wants, the poor creature. So you might try and please her. I had a grandmother. She must have been 80. What a tale that old soul's life would make. Never mind, that's another story, too. Well, she must have been 80 in the shade. And opposite our house lived a younger girl, as fresh as a flower. Cristallo, she was called. Every Saturday evening, raw young bloods of the village would meet for a drink, and the wine made us lively. We stuck a sprig of basil behind our ears. One of my cousins took his guitar, and we went serenading. What love! What passion! We bellowed like bulls. We all wanted her, and every Saturday we went in a herd for her to make her choice. Well, would you believe it, boss? It's a mystery. Women have a wound which never heals. Every wound heals but that one. Don't you take any notice of your books. That one never heals. What, just because a woman's 80? The wound's still open. So every Saturday the old girl pulled her mattress up to the window, took out her little mirror, and combed away at the little bits of thatch she had left, and carefully made a parting. She'd look round slyly for fear someone saw her. If anyone came near, she'd snuggle back and look as if butter wouldn't melt in her mouth, pretending she was dozing. But how could she sleep? She was waiting for the serenade. At 80. You see what a mystery woman is, boss. Just now it makes me want to cry. But at that time I was just harum-scarum. I didn't understand it. It made me laugh. One day I got annoyed with her. She was hauling me over the coals because I was running after the girl, so I told her straight out where to get off. Why do you rub walnut leaves over your lips every Saturday and part your hair? I suppose you think we come to serenade you. It's Cristallo we're after. You're just a stinking old corpse. Would you believe it, boss? That day was the first time I knew what a woman was. 2 tears sprang into my grandma's eyes. She curled up like a dog, and her chin trembled. "Cristallo!" I shouted, going nearer so as she'd hear better. "Cristallo! Young people are cruel beasts. They're inhuman. They don't understand.
My grandma raised her skinny arms to heaven. "Curse you from the bottom of my heart," she cried. That very day, she started to go into a decline. She wasted away, and 2 months later, her days were numbered. Then, when she was at her last gasp, she saw me. She hissed like a turtle and tried to grab me with her withered fingers. "It was you who finished me off. May you be damned, Alexis, and suffer all I have."
Zorba smiled.
The old witch's curse has hit home," he said, stroking his mustache. "I'm in my 65th year, I think. But even if I live to be 100, I'll never lay off. I'll still have a little mirror in my pocket, and I'll still be running after the female of the species."
He smiled once more, threw his cigarette through the fanlight, stretched his arms, and said,
"I've plenty of other faults, but that is the one that'll kill me."
He leaped from his bed.
"Enough of all that. Cut the cackle. Today we work."
He dressed in a twinkling, put on his shoes, and went out. With my head bowed, I ruminated on Zorba's words. And suddenly a distant snow-bound town came to my mind. I was at an exhibition of Rodin's works, and I had stopped to look at an enormous bronze hand, the hand of God. This hand was half closed, and in the palm an ecstatic man and woman were embracing and struggling. A girl came up and stopped beside me. She also looked and was moved at the disquieting, eternal embrace of man and woman. She was slim, well-dressed. She had a wealth of fair hair, a powerful chin, and thin lips. There was something determined and virile about her. I normally hate inviting a conversation, and I do not know what urged me to turn to her and ask, "What are you thinking about?" "If only we could escape," she murmured resentfully. "And go where? The hand of God is everywhere. There is no salvation. Are you sorry?" "No. Love may be the most intense joy on earth. It may be, but now I see that bronze hand I want to escape." "You prefer freedom?" "Yes. But supposing it's only when we obey that bronze hand we are free. Supposing the word God didn't have that convenient meaning the masses give it." She looked anxiously at me. Her eyes were of a metallic gray, her lips dry and bitter. "I don't understand," she said, and moved away. She disappeared. Since then I had never thought any more of her. Nevertheless, she must have continued to live deep down in my heart, and today, on this empty coast, she reappeared, pale and plaintive, from the depths of my being. Yes, I had behaved badly. Zorba was right. That bronze hand was a good pretext. The first contact had succeeded, the first gentle words had been exchanged, and we might gradually, imperceptibly have embraced and been united, undisturbed in the hand of God. But I had suddenly darted from earth to heaven, and the woman had been startled and had fled. The old cock was crowing in Dame Hortense's yard. The white light of day was now peeping in through the little window. I leaped out of bed. The workmen had begun to arrive with their pickaxes, their crowbars, and their mattocks. I heard Zobra giving his orders. He had thrown himself into the work straight away. One felt he was a man who knew how to command men, who loved responsibility. I put my head out of the fanlight and saw him standing like a great gawk in the middle of the 30-odd, lean, narrow-waisted, rough, and weather-beaten men. His arm was stretched out authoritatively. His words were brief and to the point. Once he caught hold of a youngish fellow by the scruff of the neck because he was muttering and coming forward hesitatingly. "Got something to say, have you?" Zobra cried. "Well, say it out aloud. I don't like mumblings. If you've got to be in the mood to work, if you're not, get back to the tavern." At that moment, Dame Hortense appeared with tousled hair and swollen cheeks. She was not made up, and she was dressed in a full, dirty gown and was shuffling along in a pair of long, down-at-heel slippers. She coughed the raucous cough of old singers, like a donkey's braying. She stopped and looked with pride at Zobra. Her eyes became misty. She coughed again so that he would notice her, and passed close to him, swaying and wriggling her hips. Her broad sleeve almost brushed him. But he did not even turn round to look at her. He took a piece of barley cake and a handful of olives from a workman, and shouted, "Now, men, in God's name, make the sign of the cross!" And striding away, he led the gang in a bee-line towards the mountain. I shall not describe here the work on the mine. It would need patience to do that, and I have none. Near the sea we built a hut out of bamboo, osier, and petrol cans. Zobra used to awake at dawn, seize his pick, go to the mine before the men, open a gallery, abandon it, find a gleaming lignite seam, and dance for joy. But after a few days he would lose the seam, and he would fling himself down on the ground with his legs in the air, and with his feet and hands make a mocking gesture at the sky. He had taken to the work. He no longer even consulted me. From the very first days, all the care and responsibility had passed from my hands to his. His job was to make decisions and put them into execution. Mine was to pay the piper. This arrangement, moreover, suited me fairly well, for I sensed that these months would be the happiest in my life. Also, everything considered, I felt I was buying my happiness cheaply. My maternal grandfather, who had lived in a fair-sized Cretan village, used to take his lantern every evening and go round the streets to see if by chance any stranger had arrived. He would take him to his house and give him an abundance of food and drink, after which he would sit on his divan, light his long Turkish pipe, his chibuk, and turn to his guest, for whom the time had come to repay the hospitality, and say in a peremptory tone, "Talk." "Talk about what, Father Musa Yorchi?" "What you are, who you are, where you come from, what towns and villages you have seen, everything. Tell me everything. Now, speak." And the guest would begin to talk at random, uttering truths and falsehoods, whilst my grandfather, sitting calmly on his divan, smoked his chibuk, listening intently, and following the stranger in his travels. And if he liked the guest, he would say, "You shall stay tomorrow, too. You're not going. You've still things to tell." My grandfather had never left his village. He had never been even to Candia or Cania. "Why go there?" he would say. "There are Candians and Canians, peace be with them, who pass here. Candia and Cania come to me, so why need I go to them?" On this Cretan coast today, I am perpetuating my grandfather's mania. I have also found a guest by the light of my lantern. I do not let him depart. He costs me far more than a dinner, but he is worth it. Every evening I wait for him after work. I make him sit opposite me, and we eat. The time comes when he must pay, and I say to him, "Talk." I smoke my pipe, and I listen. This guest has thoroughly explored the earth and the human soul. I never tire of listening to him. "Talk, Zobra, talk." When he speaks, the whole of Macedonia is immediately spread before my gaze, laid out in the little space between Zobra and myself, with its mountains, its forests, its torrents, its komitadjis, its hard-working women, and great heavily built men. And also Mount Athos, with its 21 monasteries, its arsenals, and its broad-bottomed idlers. Zobra would shake his head as he finished his tales of monks, and say, roaring with laughter, "God preserve you, boss, from the stern of mules and the stem of monks." Every evening Zobra takes me through Greece, Bulgaria, and Constantinople. I shut my eyes and I see. He has been all over the racked and chaotic Balkans, and observed everything with his little falcon-like eyes, which he constantly opens wide in amazement. Things we are accustomed to, and which we pass by indifferently, suddenly rise up in front of Zobra like fearful enigmas. Seeing a woman pass by, he stops in consternation.
"What is that mystery?" he asks. "What is a woman, and why does she turn our heads? Just tell me, I ask you, what's the meaning of that?"
He interrogates himself with the same amazement when he sees a man, a tree in blossom, a glass of cold water. Zobra sees everything, every day, as if for the first time. We were sitting yesterday in front of the hut. When he had drunk a glass of wine, he turned to me in alarm.
"Now, whatever is this red water, boss? Just tell me. An old stalk grows branches, and at first there's nothing but a sour bunch of beads hanging down. Time passes, the sun ripens them, they become as sweet as honey, and then they're called grapes. We trample on them, we extract the juice and put it into casks. It ferments on its own, we open it on the feast day of St. John the Drinker. It's become wine. It's a miracle. You drink the red juice, and lo and behold, your soul grows big, too big for the old carcass. It challenges God to a fight. Now tell me, boss, how does it happen?"
I did not answer. I felt, as I listened to Zobra, that the world was recovering its pristine freshness. All the dulled daily things regained the brightness they had in the beginning, when we came out of the hands of God. Water, women, the stars, bread, returned to their mysterious primitive origin, and the divine whirlwind burst once more upon the air. That is why every evening, lying on the pebbles, I impatiently waited for Zobra. I would see him suddenly emerge out of the bowels of the earth and approach with his loose-knit body and long, striding step. From afar I could see how the work had fared that day by his bearing, by the way he held his head high or low, by the swing of his arms. At first I also went with him. I watched the men. I endeavored to lead a different type of life, to interest myself in practical work, to know and love the human material which had fallen into my hands, to feel the long-wished-for joy of no longer having to deal with words but with living men. And I made romantic plans, if the extraction of lignite was successful, to organize a sort of community in which everything should be shared, where we should eat the same food together and wear the same clothes, like brothers. I created in my mind a new religious order, the leaven of a new life. But I had not yet made up my mind to acquaint Zobra with my project. He was irritated by my comings and goings amongst the workmen, questioning, interfering, and always taking the workmen's part. Zobra would purse his lips and say, "Boss, aren't you going for a stroll outside? The sun and the sea, you know." At first I insisted and would not go. I asked questions, gossiped, and got to know every man's history, how many children they had to feed, sisters to be married, helpless old relations, their cares, illnesses, and worries.
"Don't delve like that into their histories, boss,"
Zobra would say, scowling.
"You'll be taken in with your soft heart, and you'll like them more than is good for them or for our work. Whatever they do, you'll find excuses for them. Then, heaven help us, they'll scamp their work, do it any old how. Heaven help them, too, you'd better realize that. When the boss is hard, the men respect him, they work. When the boss is soft, they leave it all to him and have an easy time. Get me?"
Another evening, after work, he threw his pick down in the shed and shouted, out of all patience, "Look here, boss, do stop meddling. As fast as I build, you destroy.
Now what are all those things you were telling them today? Socialism and rubbish. Are you a preacher or a capitalist? You must make up your mind.
But how could I choose? I was consumed by the ingenuous desire of uniting these two things, of finding a synthesis in which the irreducible opposites would fraternize, and of winning both the earthly life and the kingdom of the skies. This had been going on for years, ever since my early childhood. When I was still at school, I had organized with my closest friends a secret friendly society. That was the name we gave it. And locked in my bedroom, we swore that all our life we would devote ourselves to the fighting of injustice. Great tears ran down our faces when, with hand on heart, we took the oath. Puerile ideas. But woe betide whoever laughs when he hears them. When I see what the members of the Friendly Society have become, quack doctors, small-time lawyers, grocers, double-dealing politicians, hack journalists, it rends my heart. The climate of this world seems to be harsh and raw. The most precious seeds do not germinate or are choked by undergrowth and nettles. I can see quite clearly today, as regards myself, that I am not stifled by reason, God be praised. I still feel ready to set out on quixotic expeditions. On Sundays we both performed our toilet with care, as if we were marriageable young people. We shaved, we put on clean white shirts, and went, towards the end of the afternoon, to see Dame Hortense. Every Sunday she killed a fowl for us. We once more sat down, all three together. We ate and we drank. Zorba's long hands would reach out to the hospitable bosom of the kind woman and take possession of it. When at nightfall we returned to our part of the shore, life appeared simple and full of good intentions, old, but very agreeable and hospitable, like Dame Hortense. On one of these Sundays, as we were returning from the copious feast, I decided to speak and tell Zorba of my plans. He listened, gaping and forcing himself to be patient, but from time to time he shook his great head with anger. My very first words had sobered him. The fumes left his brain. When I had finished, he nervously plucked 2 or 3 hairs from his moustache.
I hope you don't mind my saying so, boss, but I don't think your brain is quite formed yet. How old are you?
35.
Then it never will be.
Thereupon he burst out laughing. I was stung to the quick. You don't believe in man, do you? I retorted.
Now, don't get angry, boss. No, I don't believe in anything. If I believed in man, I'd believe in God. And I'd believe in the devil, too, and that's a whole business. Things get all muddled then, boss, and cause me a lot of complications.
He became silent, took off his beret, scratched his head frantically, and tugged again at his moustache, as if he meant to tear it off. He wanted to say something, but he restrained himself. He looked at me out of the corner of his eye, looked at me again, and decided to speak.
Man is a brute,
he said, striking the pebbles with his stick.
A great brute. Your lordship doesn't realize this. It seems everything's been too easy for you, but you ask me. A brute, I tell you. If you're cruel to him, he respects and fears you. If you're kind to him, he plucks your eyes out. Keep your distance, boss. Don't make men too bold. Don't go telling them we're all equal. We've got the same rights, or they'll go straight and trample on your rights. They'll steal your bread and leave you to die of hunger. Keep your distance, boss. By all the good things I wish you.
But don't you believe in anything? I exclaimed in exasperation.
No, I don't believe in anything. How many times must I tell you that? I don't believe in anything or anyone, only in Zorba. Not because Zorba is better than the others, not at all, not a little bit. He's a brute like the rest. But I believe in Zorba because he's the only being I have in my power, the only one I know. All the rest are ghosts, I see with these eyes, I hear with these ears, I digest with these guts. All the rest are ghosts, I tell you. When I die, everything will die. The whole Zorbatic world will go to the bottom."
"What egoism," I said sarcastically.
"I can't help it, boss. That's how it is. I eat beans, I talk beans. I am Zorba, I talk like Zorba."
I said nothing. Zorba's words stung me like whiplashes. I admired him for being so strong, for despising men to that extent, and at the same time wanting to live and work with them. I should either have become an ascetic or else have adorned men with false feathers so that I could put up with him. Zorba looked round at me. By the light of the stars I could see he was grinning from ear to ear.
"Have I offended you, boss?"
he said, stopping abruptly. We had arrived at the hut. Zorba looked at me tenderly and uneasily. I did not reply. I felt my mind was in agreement with Zorba, but my heart resisted, wanted to leap out and escape from the brute, to go its own road. "I'm not sleepy this evening, Zorba," I said. "You go to bed." The stars were shining. The sea was sighing and licking the shells. A glowworm lit under its belly its little erotic lantern. Night's hair was streaming with dew. I lay face downward, plunged in silence, thinking of nothing. I was now one with night and the sea. My mind was like a glowworm that had lit its little lantern and settled on the damp, dark earth, and was waiting. The stars were travelling round, the hours were passing, and when I arose I had, without knowing how, engraved on my mind the double task I had to accomplish on this shore. Escape from Buddha, rid myself by words of all my metaphysical cares, and free my mind from vain anxiety. Make direct and firm contact with men, starting from this very moment. I said to myself, perhaps it's not yet too late. Chapter 5.
"Uncle Anagnosti, the grandfather, greets you and asks if you would care to come to his house for a meal. The Gelder will be coming to the village today to castrate the pigs. It's an occasion, and the parts are a real delicacy. Kiria Marulia, the gaffer's wife, will cook them specially for you. It's also their grandson Minas' birthday today, and you'll be able to wish him many happy returns."
It is a great pleasure to enter a Cretan peasant's home. Everything about you is patriarchal. The hearth, the oil lamp, the earthenware jars lining the wall, a few chairs, a table, and, on the left as you enter, in a hole in the wall, a pitcher of fresh water. From the beams hang strings of quinces, pomegranates, and aromatic plants, sage, mint, red peppers, rosemary, and savory. At the far end of the room, a ladder or a few wooden steps lead up to the raised platform where there is a trestle bed, and above it the holy icons with their lamps. The house appears empty, but it contains everything needful. So few, in reality, are the true necessities of man. It was a magnificent day, rendered very mild by the autumn sun. We sat in front of the house in the little peasant garden under an olive tree laden with fruit. Between the silvery leaves the sea could be seen, gleaming in the distance, perfectly calm and still. Vaporous clouds were continually passing in front of the sun and making the earth appear now sad, now gay, as if it were breathing. At the end of the tiny garden, in an enclosure, the castrated pig was squealing with pain and deafening us. The smell of Kiria Marulia's cooking on the embers in the hearth reached our nostrils. Our conversation was confined to the everlasting topics, the corn crops, the vines, the rain. We were obliged to shout because the old gaffer was hard of hearing. He said he had a proud ear. This old Cretan's life had been straightforward and peaceful, like that of a tree in a sheltered ravine. He had been born, had grown up, and had married. He had had children, and had had time to see his grandchildren. Several had died, but others were living. The continuation of the family was assured. This old Cretan could recall the old days, Turkish rule, the sayings of his father, the miracles which happened in those days because the womenfolk feared God and had faith.
"Why, look at me here, old Uncle Anagnosti, who's speaking to you. My own birth was a miracle, aye, upon my soul, a miracle. And when I tell you how it happened, you'll be amazed. The Lord have mercy on us, you'll say, and go to the monastery of the Virgin Mary and burn a candle to her."
He crossed himself, and in a soft voice and gentle manner began to tell his tale.
"In those days, then, a rich Turkish woman lived in our village, damn her soul. One fine day, the wretch became big with child, and the time came for her to give birth. They laid her on the trestle bed, and she stayed there bellowing like a heifer for 3 days and nights. But the child wouldn't come, so a friend of hers, damn her soul too, gave her some advice. "Zafer Hanum, you should call Mother Mary for help." That's how the Turks call the Virgin. Great be her power. "What for?" that Zafer bitch bellowed. "Call her? I'd sooner die." But her pains became more acute. Another day and night went by. She was still bellowing, and still she couldn't deliver the child. What could be done? She couldn't bear the pains any longer, so she started to shout for all she was worth, "Mother Mary, Mother Mary." But it was no use. The pains wouldn't stop, and the child wouldn't come. And her friend said, "Perhaps she can't understand Turkish." So that bitch yelled, "Virgin of the Rumis! Virgin of the Rumis! Rumis be damned!" The pains increased. "You're not calling her the proper way," said the friend. "You're not calling her the proper way, and that's why she won't come." So that heathen bitch, seeing her peril, cries out fit to burst her lungs, "Holy Virgin!" And straightway the child slipped out of her womb like an eel out of the mud. That happened one Sunday. And the next Sunday my mother had her pains. She went through it too, the poor wretch. She was really going through it, my poor mother was. And she screamed, "Holy Virgin, Holy Virgin," but she wasn't delivered. My father was sitting on the ground in the middle of the yard. He couldn't eat or drink because of her sufferings. He wasn't at all pleased with the Holy Virgin. You see, the last time when that Zafer bitch had called her, the Virgin had broken her neck to come and deliver her. But now, when the 4th day came, my father couldn't contain himself any longer. Without a moment's hesitation, he takes his pitchfork and goes to the monastery of the martyred Virgin. May she succor us. He gets there, goes in the church without even crossing himself. So great was his rage. He shuts and bolts the door behind him, and marches straight up to the icon. "Look here, Holy Virgin," he shouts. "Here's my wife Crinio. You know her, don't you? You ought to. She brings you oil every Saturday, and she lights your lamps. Here's my wife been having her pains for 3 days and nights, and she's been calling you. Can't you hear her? You must be deaf if you can't. Of course, if she were some Zafer bitch, one of those Turkish sluts, you'd go and break your neck for her. But my wife, Crinio, she's only a Christian. So you've become deaf and can't hear her. You know, if you weren't the Holy Virgin, I'd teach you a lesson with the handle of this pitchfork here." And without more ado, without so much as bowing his head to her, he turned his back on her and was about to leave. But, great is the Lord, just then the icon made a loud, grating noise as if it was splitting. Let me tell you, if you don't know it already, icons make a noise like that when they're doing miracles. My father understood at once. He wheeled round again, knelt down and crossed himself. "I've sinned against you, Holy Virgin," he cried. "I've said a lot of things I shouldn't, but let's forget it." He had hardly got back to the village when he heard the good news. "Long life to him, Costandi. Your wife has given birth to a son." It was me, old Anagnosti here. But I was born with a weak ear. You see, my father had blasphemed. He'd called the Virgin deaf. "Oh, that's how it is it?" The Virgin must have said, "Well, just you wait, I'll make your son deaf. That'll teach you to blaspheme." And Uncle Anagnosti crossed himself. "But that's nothing," he said. "God be praised, she might have made me blind, or an idiot, or hunchbacked, or even, God Almighty preserve us, she might have made me a girl. This is just nothing at all. I bow to Her Holiness."
He filled the glasses.
"Long may she help us,"
he said, raising his glass. "To your health, Uncle Anagnosti. I hope you live to 100 and see your great-great-grandchildren." The old man tossed off his wine in one go and wiped his moustache.
"No, my son," he said, "that's too much to ask. I've seen my grandchildren, that's enough. Mustn't ask too much. My hour has come. I am old, my friends. My loins are empty. I can't, much as I'd like to, I can't sow the seed for any more children. So what'd I be doing with life?"
He filled the glasses again, pulled out from his waistband some walnuts and dried figs wrapped in laurel leaves, and shared them with us.
"I have given everything I had to my children," he said. "We've become poverty-stricken. Yes, poverty-stricken. But I don't complain. God has all that is needful."
"God may have all that's needful, Uncle Anagnosti," Zorba shouted in the old man's ear.
"God may have, but not us. The old skinflint gives us nothing."
But the old villager frowned.
"Don't say that," he chided severely. "Don't upbraid him. The poor fellow counts on us too, you know."
At this moment, Grandmother Anagnosti entered silently and submissively, carrying the celebrated delicacy on an earthenware dish, and also a large jug full of wine. She set them on the table, and remained standing with hands clasped and lowered eyes. I felt some repugnance at having to taste this hors d'oeuvre, but, on the other hand, I did not have the courage to refuse. Zorba was watching me out of the corner of his eye and enjoying my discomfiture.
"It's the most tasty dish you could wish for, boss," he affirmed. "Don't be squeamish."
Old Anagnosti gave a little laugh.
"That's the truth, indeed it is. You try them and see. They melt in the mouth. When Prince George, may the hour be blessed for him, visited our monastery up there in the mountains, the monks prepared a royal feast in his honor, and they served meat to everyone save to the prince, who was given a plateful of soup. The prince took his spoon and began to stir his soup. 'What are these? Beans?' he asked in surprise. 'White haricot beans, are they?' 'Try them, your highness,' said the old abbot. 'Try them, and we'll talk about them afterwards.' The prince took a spoonful, 2, 3. He emptied his plate and licked his lips. 'What is this wonderful dish?' he said. 'What tasty beans! They're as nice as brains.' 'They're no beans, your highness,' replied the abbot, laughing. 'They're no beans. We've had all the cocks of the neighborhood castrated.'
Roaring with laughter, the old man stuck his fork into another morsel.
'A dish fit for princes,' he said. 'Open your mouth.'
I opened my mouth, and he popped in the morsel. He filled the glasses again, and we drank to the health of his grandson. Old Anagnosti's eyes shone. 'What would you like your grandson to be, Uncle Anagnosti?' I asked. 'Tell us, so that we can wish.' 'What could I wish, my son? Well, that he takes the right road, that he becomes a good man, head of a family, that he too gets married and has children and grandchildren. And may one of his children be like me, so that old folk exclaim, I say, doesn't he look like old Anagnosti? God sanctify his soul, he was a good man. Aurelia, he called, without looking at his wife. Aurelia, more wine, fill up the jug again. Just then the wicket gate to the enclosure yielded to a powerful thrust from the pig, and the pig rushed, grunting, into the garden. It hurts him, poor beast, Zorba said pityingly. Of course it hurts him, the old cretin said, laughing. Supposing they did that to you, wouldn't it hurt you? Zorba fidgeted on his chair. May your tongue be cut out, you old deaf post, Zorba muttered in horror. The pig ran about in front of us and looked at us furiously. I do believe he knows we're eating them, said Uncle Anagnosti, who had been put in high spirits by the drop of wine he had drunk. But we like cannibals, went on quietly and contentedly eating the delicacy and drinking the red wine, as we gazed between the silvery branches of the olive tree towards the sea, which the sunset had turned pink. At dusk we left the old man's house. Zorba, who was now also in high spirits, wanted to talk.
"What were we saying the day before yesterday, boss? You were saying you wanted to open the people's eyes. All right. You just go and open old Uncle Anagnosti's eyes for him. You saw how his wife had to behave before him, waiting for his orders like a dog begging. Just go now and teach them that women have equal rights with men, and that it's cruel to eat a piece of the pig while the pig's still raw and groaning in front of you, and that it's simple lunacy to give thanks to God because he's got everything while you're starving to death. What good will that poor devil Anagnosti get out of all your explanatory humbug? You'd only cause him a lot of bother, and what'll old Mother Anagnosti get out of it? The fat would be in the fire, family rows would start, the hen would want to be cock, the couple would just have a good set-to and make their feathers fly. Let people be, boss. Don't open their eyes. And supposing you did, what did they see? Their misery. Leave their eyes closed, boss, and let them go on dreaming."
He was silent a moment, and scratched his head. He was thinking.
"Unless," he said at last, "unless—"
"Unless what? Let's have it."
"Unless, when they open their eyes, you can show them a better world than the darkness in which they're gallivanting at present. Can you?"
I did not know. I was fully aware of what would be destroyed. I did not know what would be built out of the ruins. No one can know that with any degree of certainty, I thought. The old world is tangible, solid. We live in it and are struggling with it every moment. It exists. The world of the future is not yet born. It is elusive, fluid, made of the light from which dreams are woven. It is a cloud buffeted by violent winds. Love, hate, imagination, luck, God. The greatest prophet on earth can give men no more than a watchword, and the vaguer the watchword, the greater the prophet. Zorba looked at me with a mocking smile which vexed me. "I can show them a better world," I replied.
"Can you? Well, let's hear about it."
"I can't explain it. You wouldn't understand."
"That means you haven't got one to show," Zorba rejoined, shaking his head. "Don't take me for a simpleton, boss. If anyone's told you I'm a mooncalf, they're wrong. I may have no more education than old Uncle Anagnosti, but I'm nowhere near so stupid. Well, if I can't understand, what do you expect of that poor fellow and his blockheaded mate? And what about all the other Anagnostides in the world? Have you only got more darkness to show them? They've managed pretty well up to now. They have children and even grandchildren. God makes them deaf or blind, and they say, 'God be praised.' They feel at home in their misery. So let them be, and say nothing."
I was silent. We were passing the widow's garden. Zorba stopped a moment and sighed, but said nothing. A shower must have fallen. There was a fresh, earthy smell in the air. The first stars appeared. The new moon was shining. It was a tender shade of greenish-yellow. The sky was overflowing with sweetness. That man has not been to school, I thought, and his brains have not been perverted. He has had all manner of experiences. His mind is open and his heart has grown bigger without his losing 1 ounce of his primitive boldness. All the problems which we find so complicated or insoluble, he cuts through as if with a sword, like Alexander the Great cutting the Gordian knot. It is difficult for him to miss his aim because his 2 feet are held firmly planted on the ground by the weight of his whole body. African savages worship the serpent because its whole body touches the ground, and it must therefore know all the earth's secrets. It knows them with its belly, with its tail, with its head. It is always in contact or mingled with the mother. The same is true of Zobra. We educated people are just empty-headed birds of the air. The stars were multiplying in the heavens, and they were all hard, fierce, scornful, and pitiless towards men. We no longer spoke. We were both gazing with terror at the sky. Every second new stars lit up in the east and spread the conflagration. We arrived at our hut. I had not the slightest desire to eat, and sat on a rock by the sea. Zobra lit the fire, ate, was about to come to sit beside me, but changed his mind, and lay on his mattress, and fell asleep. The sea was dead calm. Beneath the volley of shooting stars, the earth also lay motionless and silent. No dog barked, no night bird shrieked. It was a stealthy, dangerous, total silence, composed of thousands of cries so distant or from such depths within us that we could not hear them. I could only discern the pulsing of my blood in my temples and in the veins of my neck. The song of the tiger, I thought, and shuddered. In India, when night falls, a sad, monotonous song is sung in a low voice, a slow, wild song like the distant yawn of a beast of prey, the song of the tiger. Man's heart flutters and seeks an outlet as he waits intense expectation. As I thought of this fearful song, the void in my breast was gradually filled. My ears came to life, the silence became a shout. It was as if the soul itself were composed out of this song and were escaping from the body to listen. I stooped, filled my palm with sea-water, moistened my brow and temples. I felt refreshed. In the depths of my being, cries were echoing, threateningly, confused, impatient. The tiger was within me, and he was roaring. All at once, I heard the voice clearly. It was the voice of Buddha. I started walking rapidly along the water's edge, as if I wished to escape. For some time now, when alone at night and silence reigned, I had been hearing his voice, at first sorrowful and plaintive, like a dirge, then becoming angry, scolding, and imperative. It kicked within my breast like a child when the time has come for it to leave the womb. It must have been midnight. Black clouds had gathered in the sky. Large drops of rain fell onto my hands, but I paid no heed. I was plunged into a burning atmosphere. I could feel a flame flickering from both my temples. The time has come, I thought, with a shudder. The Buddhist wheel is bearing me away. The time has come for me to free myself from this miraculous burden. I returned swiftly to the hut and lit the lamp. When the light fell on Zobra, his eyelids twitched. He opened his eyes and watched me bending over the paper and writing. He growled something which I did not catch, turned brusquely towards the wall, and fell fast asleep once more. I wrote quickly. I was in a hurry. Buddha was completely ready within me, and I could see it issuing from my brain like a blue ribbon covered with symbols. It was coming forth rapidly, and I tried desperately to keep up with it. I wrote. Everything had become simple, very simple. I was not writing, I was copying. A whole world was appearing before me, composed of compassion, renunciation, and air. Buddha's mansions, the women in the harem, the golden coach, the 3 fateful encounters with the old man, with the sick man, with death. The flight, the ascetic life, the deliverance, the proclaiming of salvation. The earth was covered with yellow flowers. Beggars and kings donned saffron robes. The stones, the trees, and the flesh became lighter. Souls became vapor. The vapor became spirit, and the spirit became nothing. My fingers were beginning to ache, but I could not stop. The vision was passing swiftly and vanishing. I had to keep up with it. In the morning, Zobra found me asleep, with my head on the manuscript. Chapter 6. The sun was already well up in the sky when I awoke. The joints of my right hand were stiff from holding the pen so long. I could not close my fingers. The Buddhist storm had broken over me and left me tired and empty. I stooped to pick up the pages scattered on the floor. I had neither the strength nor the desire to look at them, as if all that sudden rush of inspiration had been merely a dream which I no longer wished to see imprisoned in words and debased by them. It was raining softly, silently. Zobra, before leaving, had lit the brazier, and I spent the whole morning coiled up in front of the fire, with my hands over it, eating nothing, motionless, just listening to the first rain of the season softly falling. I was thinking of nothing. Rolled up in a ball, like a mole in damp soil, my brain was resting. I could hear the slight movements, murmurings and nibblings of the earth, and the rain falling, and the seeds swelling. I could feel the sky and the earth copulating as in primitive times, when they mated like a man and woman and had children. I could hear the sea before me, all along the shore, roaring like a wild beast and lapping with its tongue to slake its thirst. I was happy. I knew that. While experiencing happiness, we have difficulty in being conscious of it. Only when the happiness is past, and we look back on it, do we suddenly realize, sometimes with astonishment, how happy we had been. But on this Cretan coast I was experiencing happiness, and knew I was happy. That immense, thirsting, dark blue sea extended right to the shores of Africa. A very hot south wind often blew, the livas which comes from the distant burning sands. In the morning the sea gave off a scent like that of a watermelon. At noon it was covered with haze and still, its slight undulations being like immature breasts. In the evening it sighed, and was the colour of the rose, of the aubergine, of wine, a deep blue. In the afternoon I amused myself by filling my hand with fine light-coloured sand and letting it run, hot and soft, through my fingers. The hand, an hourglass through which our life runs away and is lost. It was losing itself. I looked at the sea, heard Zobra, and felt my temples bursting with happiness. I remembered how, one day, my niece, Alka, a little girl of 4, while we were looking into a toy shop, it was New Year's Eve, she turned to me and made this extraordinary remark. "Uncle Ogre, I'm so glad I am growing horns." I was startled. What a miracle life is, and how alike are all souls when they send their roots down deep and meet, and are one. For I at once recalled a Buddha carved in ebony which I had seen in a distant museum. Buddha had freed himself and was bathed in supreme joy after 7 years of agony. The veins on either side of his forehead had so swollen that they had burst out of the skin and become 2 vigorous curling horns like steel springs. The fine rain stopped falling towards the end of the afternoon. The sky became clear. I was hungry, and was delighted to be hungry, for now Zobra would come and light the fire, and begin the daily ritual of cooking. "Another of these things that never leave you alone," Zobra often said as he set the pot on the fire. "It's not only woman, curse her, that's an endless affair. There's eating, too." On this coast I felt for the first time what a pleasant thing it could be to have a meal. In the evening Zobra lit the fire between 2 stones and did the cooking. We started eating and drinking. The conversation became animated. I at last realized that eating was a spiritual function, and that meat, bread, and wine were the raw materials from which the mind is made. After his day's hard work, before eating and drinking, Zobra was dull, his remarks peevish, and I had to drag words out of him. His movements were listless and awkward. But as soon as he had stoked up the engine, as he put it, the whole grinding, weary machine of his body came to life once more, got up speed, and started to work again. His eyes lit up, he was brimful of memories, wings grew on his feet, and he danced. "Tell me what you do with the food you eat, and I'll tell you who you are. Some turn their food into fat and manure, some into work and good humor, and others, I'm told, into God. So there must be 3 sorts of men. I'm not one of the worst, boss, nor yet one of the best. I'm somewhere between the two. What I eat I turn into work and good humor. That's not too bad, after all." He looked at me wickedly and started laughing. "As for you, boss," he said, "I think you do your level best to turn what you eat into God. But you can't quite manage it, and that torments you. The same thing's happening to you as happened to the crow." "What happened to the crow, Zobra?" "Well, you see, he used to walk respectably, properly, well, like a crow. But one day he got it into his head to try and strut about like a pigeon. And from that time on the poor fellow couldn't for the life of him recall his own way of walking. He was all mixed up, don't you see? He just hobbled about." I raised my head. I had heard Zobra's footsteps as he came up out of the gallery. Soon after I saw him approaching with a long, scowling face, his arms dangling helplessly at his sides. "Evening, boss," he said lifelessly. "Hello, Zobra. How did the work go today?" He did not reply. "I'll light the fire," he said, "and prepare the meal." He took an armful of wood from the corner, went outside, arranged the faggots artistically in a pile between the 2 stones, and lit them. He set the earthenware pot on top, poured in some water, threw in onions, tomatoes, and rice, and began cooking. Meanwhile, I put a cloth on a low, round table, cut thick slices of wheat bread, and from the demijohn I filled with wine the calabash decorated with designs which Uncle Anagnosti had given us soon after our arrival. Zobra kneeled in front of the pot, stared into the fire, and remained silent. "Have you any children, Zobra?" I said all of a sudden. He looked round. "Why do you ask me that?" "I have a girl." "Married?" Zobra started laughing. "Why are you laughing, Zobra?" "What a question to ask," he said. "Of course she's married. She isn't an imbecile." "I was working in a copper mine near Pravishta in Chalcidisi. One day I received a letter from my brother, Yanni. Oh, yes, I'd forgotten to tell you I have a brother. A sensible, stay-at-home moneylender. A hypocritical churchgoer, a real pillar of society. He's a grocer in Salonika. 'Dear brother Alexis,' he wrote me, 'your daughter Froso has gone astray. She has dishonored our name. She has a lover. She has had a child by him. Our reputation is ruined. I am going to the village to cut her throat.'" "And what did you do, Zobra?" Zobra shrugged his shoulders. "Women," I said, and I tore up the letter." He stirred the rice, put in some salt, and grinned. "But just wait. You'll see the funny side of this. 2 or 3 months later I had a second letter from my silly brother. 'Health and happiness to you, my dear brother,' the fool wrote me. 'Our honor is safe. You can now hold your head high again. The man in question has married Froso.'" Zobra looked round at me. By the glow of his cigarette I could see his eyes sparkling. He shrugged his shoulders again. "Ah, men," he said with unutterable scorn. A little later he continued. "What can you expect from women?" he said. "That they'll go and get children by the first man who comes along. What can you expect of men? That they fall into the trap. Mark my words, boss." He took the pot off the fire, and we began our evening meal. Zobra was sunk in deep thought again. Something was worrying him. He looked at me, opened his mouth, and shut it again.
By the light of the oil lamp I could see the worried and anxious look in his eyes. I could not bear to see him like this. "Zorba," I said, "there's something you want to tell me. Well, tell me. Come on now, cough it up. You'll feel better afterwards." Zorba remained silent. He picked up a small pebble and threw it with some force through the window. "Leave the stones alone. Speak." Zorba stretched out his wrinkled neck. "Have you got confidence in me, boss?" he asked, anxiously looking me in the eyes. "Yes, Zorba," I replied. "Whatever you do, you can't go wrong. Even if you wanted to, you couldn't. You're like a lion, shall we say, or a wolf. That kind of beast never behaves as if it were a sheep or a donkey. It is never untrue to its nature, and you're Zorba to the tips of your fingers." Zorba nodded his head.
"But I've no longer the foggiest idea where we're going," he said.
"I have. Don't you worry about that. Just go straight ahead."
"Say that again, boss, to give me courage," he cried.
"Go ahead." Zorba's eyes shone.
"Now I can tell you," he said. "I've been working out a big plan in my mind these last few days. A crazy idea. Is it on?"
"Need you ask me? That's what we came here for, to carry ideas into effect." Zorba craned his neck, looked at me with joy and fear.
"Speak plainly, boss," he cried. "Didn't we come here for the coal?"
The coal was a pretext, just to stop the locals being too inquisitive, so that they took us for sober contractors and didn't greet us by slinging tomatoes at us. Do you understand, Zorba? Zorba was dumbfounded. He tried hard to understand. He could not believe in such happiness. All at once he was convinced. He rushed towards me and took me by the shoulders.
"Do you dance?"
he asked me intensely.
"Do you dance?"
"No."
"No?"
He was flabbergasted, and let his arms dangle at his sides.
"Oh, well," he said after a moment, "then I'll dance, boss. Sit further away so that I don't barge into you."
He made a leap, rushed out of the hut, cast off his shoes, his coat, his vest, rolled his trousers up to his knees, and started dancing. His face was still black with coal. The whites of his eyes gleamed. He threw himself into the dance, clapping his hands, leaping and pirouetting in the air, falling onto his knees, leaping again with his legs tucked up. It was as if he were made of rubber. He suddenly made tremendous bounds into the air, as if he wished to conquer the laws of nature and fly away. One felt that in this old body of his there was a soul struggling to carry away this flesh and cast itself like a meteor into the darkness. It shook the body, which fell back to earth, since it could not stay very long in the air. It shook it again, pitilessly, this time a little higher, but the poor body fell again, breathless. Zorba puckered his brow. His face had assumed an alarming severity. He no longer uttered cries. With clenched teeth he was endeavouring to attain the impossible. "Zorba! Zorba!" I shouted. "That's enough!" I was afraid that his old body would not stand up to such violence and might be shattered into 1,000 pieces and scattered to the four winds of heaven. But what was the use of my shouting? How could Zorba hear my cries from the earth? His organs had become like those of a bird. I anxiously followed the savage and desperate dance. When I was a child, I used to let my imagination go and told my friends outrageous fibs, which I came to believe myself. "How did your grandfather die?" my little school friend asked me one day. And straightway I invented a myth, and the more I invented, the more I believed. My grandfather had a white beard and used to wear rubber shoes. One day he leaped from the roof of our house, but when his feet touched the ground, he bounced like a ball, and bounced up higher than the house, and went higher and higher still, till he disappeared in the clouds. That is how my grandfather died. After inventing that myth, every time I went into the little church of St. Minas,
and saw at the bottom of the iconostasis the Ascension of Christ, I would point to it and say to my comrades, "Look, there's grandfather with his rubber shoes." Now, this evening, after so many years, seeing Zobra leaping into the air, I lived through my childish tale again with terror, fearing that Zobra might disappear in the clouds. "Zobra! Zobra!" I shouted. "That's enough!" At last Zobra crouched on the ground out of breath. His face was shining and happy. His grey hairs were sticking to his forehead, and the sweat mixed with coal dust was running down his cheeks and chin. I bent over him anxiously. "I feel better for that," he said after a minute, "as if I had been bled. Now I can talk." He went back to the hut, sat in front of the brazier, and looked at me with a radiant expression. "What came over you to make you dance like that?" "What could I do, boss? My joy was choking me. I had to find some outlet. And what sort of outlet? Words? Pfft!" "What joy?" His face clouded over. His lip began to tremble.
"What joy? Well, what you said to me a moment ago. You said, just like that, in the air. You didn't understand it yourself? We didn't come here for the coal, you told me. That's what you said, didn't you? We came here to while away the time and lead them up the wrong track so that they shouldn't take us for lunatics and sling tomatoes at us. But when we're alone together and nobody can see us, we can laugh and enjoy ourselves. Isn't that right? I swear that's what I wanted too, but I didn't realize it properly. Sometimes I thought of the coal, sometimes of old Bubulina, sometimes of you, a regular muddle. When I was picking out a gallery, I said, 'It's coal I want.' And from head to heel I became coal. But afterwards, when the work was finished, when I was skylarking with that old sow, good luck to her, I said, 'Let all the sacks of lignite and all the bosses go hang, by the little ribbon round her neck, and Zobra with them.' Then, when I was alone, and had nothing to do, I thought of you, boss, and my heart melted. It weighed on my conscience. 'It's disgraceful, Zobra,' I'd cry. 'Disgraceful for you to go and fool that good man and eat up all his money. When will you stop being a rotter, you, Zobra, you? I've had enough of you.' I tell you, boss, I didn't know where I was. The devil was dragging me one way, God the other, and between the two of them, they split me down the middle. Now, bless you, boss, you've said a great thing, and I can see it all clearly now. I've seen, I've understood. We're agreed. Let's get cracking. How much money have you got left? Hand it over. Let's eat it up."
Zobra mopped his brow and looked round. The remains of our dinner were still lying on the little table. He reached for them with his long arm.
"With your permission, boss," he said, "I'm hungry again."
He took a slice of bread, an onion, and a handful of olives. He ate voraciously, tipped up the calabash, and the red wine gurgled down his throat without the calabash touching his lips. Zobra clicked his tongue. He was satisfied.
"That's better," he said.
He winked at me and asked,
"Why don't you laugh? Why do you look at me like that? That's how I am. There's a devil in me who shouts, and I do what he says. Whenever I feel I'm choking with some emotion, he says, 'Dance,' and I dance, and I feel better. Once, when my little Dimitraki died, in Chalcidice, I got up as I did a moment ago, and I danced. The relations and friends who saw me dancing in front of the body rushed up to stop me. 'Zobra has gone mad,' they cried. 'Zobra has gone mad.' But if at that moment I had not danced, I should really have gone mad from grief, because it was my first son, and he was 3 years old, and I could not bear to lose him. You understand what I'm saying, boss, don't you? Or am I talking to myself?"
"I understand, Zobra. I understand. You're not talking to yourself."
"Another time I was in Russia then. Yes, I've been there too, for the mines again, copper this time, near Novorossiysk. I had learnt 5 or 6 words of Russian, just enough for my work. No, yes, bread, water, I love you, come, how much? But I got friendly with a Russian, a thoroughgoing Bolshevik. We went every evening to a tavern in the port. We knocked back a good number of bottles of vodka, and that put us into high spirits. Once we began to feel good, we wanted to talk. He wanted to tell me everything that had happened to him during the Russian Revolution, and I wanted to let him know what I had been up to. We had got drunk together, you see, and had become brothers. We had come to an arrangement as well as we could by gestures. He was to speak first. As soon as I couldn't follow him, I was to shout, "Stop!" Then he'd get up and dance. Do you get me, boss? He danced what he wanted to tell me. And I did the same. Anything we couldn't say with our mouths, we said with our feet, our hands, our belly, or with wild cries. Hi, hi, hopla, ho, hey. The Russian began. How he had taken a rifle, how war had spread, how they arrived in Novorossiysk. When I couldn't follow any more, I cried, "Stop!" The Russian straightway bounded up, and away he went dancing. He danced like a madman. And I watched his hands, his feet, his chest, his eyes, and I understood everything. How they had entered Novorossiysk, how they had looted shops, how they had gone into houses and carried off the women. At first the hussies cried and scratched their own faces with their nails and scratched the men too, but gradually they became tamed. They shut their eyes and yelped with pleasure. They were women, in fact. And then after that it was my turn. I only managed to get out a few words. Perhaps he was a bit dense and his brain didn't work properly. The Russian shouted, "Stop!" That's all I was waiting for. I leaped up, pushed the chairs and tables away and began dancing. Ah, my poor friend, men have sunk very low. The devil take them. They've let their bodies become mute, and they only speak with their mouths. But what do you expect a mouth to say? What can it tell you? If only you could have seen how the Russian listened to me from head to foot, and how he followed everything. I danced my misfortunes, my travels, how many times I'd been married, the trades I'd learned, quarrier, miner, peddler, potter, komitadji, santuri player, passatempo hawker, blacksmith, smuggler, how I'd been shoved into prison, how I escaped, how I arrived in Russia. Even he, dense as he was, could understand everything, everything. My feet and my hands spoke, so did my hair and my clothes. And a clasp knife hanging from my waistband spoke too. When I had finished, the great blockhead hugged me in his arms. We filled up our glasses with vodka once more, we wept, and we laughed in each other's arms. At daybreak we were pulled apart and went staggering to our beds. And in the evening we met again. Are you laughing? Don't you believe me, boss? You're saying to yourself, whatever are these yarns this Sinbad the sailor is spinning? Is it possible to talk by dancing? And yet I dare swear that's how the gods and devils must talk to each other. But I can see you're sleepy. You're too delicate. You've no stamina. Go on, go to sleep. And tomorrow we'll speak about this again. I've a plan. A magnificent plan. I'll tell you about it tomorrow. I'm going to smoke one more cigarette. I may even take a dip in the sea. I'm on fire. I must put it out. Good night. I was a long time getting to sleep. My life is wasted, I thought. If only I could take a cloth and wipe out all I have learnt, all I have seen and heard, and go to Zobra's school and start the real alphabet. What a different road I would choose. I should keep my 5 senses perfectly trained, and my whole body too, so that it would enjoy and understand. I should learn to run, to wrestle, to swim, to ride horses, to row, to drive a car, to fire a rifle. I should fill my soul with flesh. I should fill my flesh with soul. In fact, I should reconcile at last within me the two eternal antagonists. Sitting on my mattress, I thought of my life which was being completely wasted. Through the open door I could just discern Zobra by the light of the stars. He was crouching on a rock, like a night bird. I envied him. It is he who has discovered the truth, I thought. His is the right path. In other, more primitive and creative ages, Zobra would have been the chief of a tribe,
He would have gone before, opening up the path with a hatchet. Or else he would have been a renowned troubadour visiting castles, and everybody would have hung on his words, lords and ladies and servants. In our ungrateful age, Zorba wanders hungrily round the enclosures like a wolf, or else sinks into becoming some pen-pusher's buffoon. I saw Zorba suddenly rise. He undressed, threw his clothes onto the pebbles, and plunged into the sea. For a few moments, by the pale light of the moon, I could see his great head appearing and disappearing. From time to time he uttered a cry, barked, whinnied, crowed like a cock. His soul, in this empty night, found an affinity with animals. Gently, without my realizing it, I fell asleep. The next day, at first light, I saw Zorba, smiling and rested, coming to pull me by the feet. "Get up, boss," he said, "and let me confess my plan to you. Are you listening?" "I'm listening." He sat on the ground like a Turk, and started explaining how he would set up an overhead cable from the top of the mountain to the coast. In this way we could bring down the wood which we needed for the pit props, and the rest we could sell as timber for building. We had decided to rent a pine forest belonging to the monastery, but transport was expensive, and we could not find enough mules. So Zorba had imagined laying out a line with a heavy cable, pylons, and pulleys. "Agreed?" he asked me when he had finished explaining. "Will you sign?" "I'll sign, Zorba. Agreed." He lit the brazier, put the kettle on the fire, prepared my coffee, threw a rug over my feet so that I should not catch cold, and went out, content. "We're going to open a new gallery today," he said. "I've found a beautiful seam, real black diamonds." I opened the Buddha manuscript, and I too worked my way into my own galleries. I wrote all day, and the more I progressed, the freer I felt. My feelings were mixed: relief, pride, disgust. But I let myself be absorbed by the work, for I knew that as soon as I had finished this manuscript, and had bound and sealed it, I should be free. I was hungry. I ate a few raisins, some almonds, and a piece of bread. I was waiting for Zorba to return, and with him all the things which rejoice the heart of man: clear laughter, the kind word, tasty dishes. He appeared in the evening and prepared the meal. We ate, but his mind was elsewhere. He knelt down, stuck little bits of wood in the ground, hung a piece of string on them, hung a match from some minute pulleys, endeavouring to find the right slope so that the whole contraption did not fall to pieces. "If the slope is too steep," he explained to me, "we're dished. We must find the exact slope, and for that, boss, we need some brains and wine." "We've plenty of wine," I said, laughing, "but as for the brains—" Zorba burst out laughing.
"There are some things you get the hang of, boss," he said, looking at me affectionately.
He sat down to have a rest, and lit a cigarette. He was in a good humour again, and he became talkative.
"If this line worked," he said, "we could bring down the whole forest. We could open a factory, make planks, posts, scaffolding. Why, we'd be rolling in money. We could lay down a three-master and then pack up, throw a stone behind us, and sail round the world."
Women in distant ports, towns, illuminations, gigantic buildings, machinery, ships came before Zorba's eyes.
"I'm white on top already, boss, and my teeth are getting loose. I've no time to lose. You're young, you can still afford to be patient. I can't. But I do declare, the older I get, the wilder I become. Don't let anyone tell me old age steadies a man, nor that when he sees death coming, he stretches out his neck and says, 'Cut off my head, please, so that I can go to heaven.' The longer I live, the more I rebel. I'm not going to give in. I want to conquer the world."
He rose and unhooked the Santuri.
"Come over here, you fiend," he said. "What the hell are you doing hanging on the wall without saying a word? Let's hear you sing."
I never tired of seeing with what elaborate precautions, with what gentleness, Zobra removed the cloth in which he wrapped his santuri. He looked as if he was removing the skin from a purple fig, or undressing a woman. He placed the santuri on his lap, bent over it, lightly touched the strings as if he were consulting it to see what tune they should sing, as if he were begging it to wake, as if he were trying to coax it into keeping company with his wandering spirit which was tired of solitude. He tried a song. It somehow would not come out right. He abandoned it and began another. The strings grated as if in pain, as if they did not want to sing. Zobra leaned against the wall, mopped his brow, which had suddenly started to perspire.
"It doesn't want to,"
he muttered, looking with awe at the santuri.
"It doesn't want to."
He wrapped it up again with care, as if it were a wild animal and he was afraid it might bite. He rose slowly and hung it on the wall.
"It doesn't want to,"
he muttered again.
"It doesn't want to. We mustn't force it."
He sat down once more on the ground, poked some chestnuts amongst the embers, and filled the glasses with wine. He drank again, shelled a chestnut and gave it to me.
"Can you make it out, boss?"
he asked me.
"It's beyond me. Everything seems to have a soul. Wood, stones, the wine we drink, and the earth we tread on. Everything, boss. Absolutely everything."
He raised his glass. "Your health." He emptied it and filled it afresh.
"What a jade life this is," he murmured. "A jade. It's just like old Bubulina."
I started laughing.
"Listen to me, boss. Don't laugh. Life is just like old Bubulina. It's old, isn't it? All right, but it doesn't lack spice. She knows a trick or two to make you go off your rocker. If you close your eyes, you'd think you had a girl of 20 in your arms. She is 20, I swear, when you're in the act and have put out the light. It's no use your telling me she's a bit overripe. She's led a pretty fast life and been on the spree with admirals, sailors, soldiers, peasants, travelling showmen, priests, clergymen, policemen, schoolmasters, and justices of the peace. So what? What of it? She soon forgets, does that old trollop. She can't remember any of her old lovers. Each time she becomes, I'm not joking, she becomes a sweet little pigeon, a pure white swan, a sucking dove, and she blushes. Yes, she does. She blushes and trembles all over as if it were the first time. Oh, what a mystery woman is, boss. Even if she falls 1,000 times, she rises 1,000 times a virgin. But how's that, you'll say? Because she doesn't remember.
Well, the parrot remembers, Zobra, I said, to tease him. He always squawks a name which isn't yours. Doesn't it annoy you to hear that parrot screaming every time you reach the 7th heaven, Cannavaro, Cannavaro? Don't you ever feel like taking him by the neck and wringing it? It's high time you taught him to shout, Zobra, Zobra.
Oh, all that stuff and nonsense,
Zobra cried, stopping his ears with his great hands.
Wring his neck, you say, but I love to hear him shout the name. At night the old sinner hangs him up over the bed, and the little devil's got an eye he can see with in the dark, and scarcely have you got started having it out together than he begins shouting, Cannavaro, Cannavaro. And immediately, I swear, boss. But how could you understand that when you've been contaminated by those blasted books of yours? I swear that I immediately feel patent leather boots on my feet, plumes on my head, and a silky beard smelling of patchouli on my chin. Buongiorno, buonasera, mangiate macaroni. I really become Cannavaro. I clamber onto my flagship riddled with 1,000 shots, and away, fire the boilers. The cannonade begins.
Zobra laughed heartily. He shut his left eye and looked at me with the other.
You must forgive me, boss, he said. But I'm like my grandfather Alexis. God sanctify his remains. He used to sit in the evening in front of his door when he was 100 and ogle the young girls going to the well. His sight wasn't too good. He couldn't see very clearly, so he'd call the girls over to him. I say, which one are you? Xenio, Mastrandoni's daughter. Come closer then and let me touch you. Come along, don't be afraid. She'd try and keep a solemn face and go up to him. Then my granddad would raise his hand to her face and feel it, slowly, sensually. And his tears would flow. Why do you cry, Granddad? I once asked him. Don't you think I've something to cry about, my boy? When I'm slowly dying and leaving behind so many fine wenches. Zobra sighed. Poor old Granddad, he said. How I feel for you. I often say myself, misery, if only all the pretty-looking women would die at the same time as myself. But the jades will go on living. They'll be having a high old time. Men will be taking them in their arms and kissing them when I'm just dust for them to walk on. He pulled a few chestnuts out of the fire, shelled them, and we clinked glasses. We stayed a long time drinking and slowly munching like two great rabbits, and we could hear the roaring of the sea. Chapter 7. We stayed silent by the brazier until far into the night. I felt once more how simple and frugal a thing is happiness. A glass of wine, a roast chestnut, a wretched little brazier, the sound of the sea, nothing else. And all that is required to feel that here and now is happiness is a simple, frugal heart. "How many times have you been married, Zobra?" I asked. We were both in a good humour, not so much for having drunk a lot as on account of the indescribable happiness within us. We were deeply aware, each of us in our own way, that we were two ephemeral little insects, clinging tightly to the terrestrial bark, that we had found a convenient corner near the sea behind some bamboos, planks, and empty petrol cans, where we hung together, and, lastly, that we had before us some pleasant things and food, and within us serenity, affection, and security. Zobra did not hear my question. Who knows on what oceans beyond the reach of my voice his mind was sailing? I stretched out my arm and touched him with the tip of my fingers. "How many times have you been married, Zobra?" I asked again. He started. He had heard this time. Waving his great hand, he answered, "What are you delving into now? Do you think I'm not a man? Like everyone else, I've committed the great folly. That's what I call marriage. May married folk forgive me. Yes, I've committed the great folly. I've married." "Yes, but how many times?" Zobra scratched his head vigorously. "How many times?" he said at last. "Honestly once and for all. Half honestly twice. Dishonestly 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 times. How do you expect me to reckon it?" "Tell me a little about your marriages, Zobra. Tomorrow's Sunday. We'll shave and put on our best clothes and go to old Bubolina's for a good time and a bad girl. Now, tell me." "Tell you what? Are those really things you talk about, boss? Honest marriages are tasteless. They're a dish without any pepper. Tell you what, when the saints ogle you from their icons and give you their blessing, do you call that a kiss? In our village we say only stolen meat is tasty. Your wife is no stolen meat. Now, as for the dishonest unions, how are you going to recall them? Does the cock keep a register? You bet. And why should he, anyhow? There was a time when I was young I kept a lock of hair of every woman I got familiar with. I always kept a pair of scissors on me. Even when I went to church, yes, there were my scissors in my pocket. We're men, after all.
You never know what'll come along, do you? So, like that, I made a collection of locks of hair. There were dark ones, fair ones, ginger ones, even a few white ones. I collected such a lot I stuffed a pillow with him. I stuffed the pillow I slept on. Only in winter, though. In summer it made me too hot. Then a bit later I got fed up with that too. You see, it began to stink, so I burned it.
Zobra started laughing.
"That was my register, boss," he said, "and it's burnt. But I was fed up to the teeth with it. I thought there wouldn't be so many, and then I saw there was no end to it, so I threw my scissors away."
"What about the half-honest marriages, Zobra?"
"Oh, those have a certain charm," he sighed. "Oh, wonderful Slav, may you live 1,000 years. What freedom! None of those, 'Where have you been? Why are you late? Where did you sleep?' She asks you no questions, and you ask her none. Freedom!"
He reached for his glass, emptied it, and shelled a chestnut. He munched as he spoke.
"One was called Sofinka, the other Nusa. I met Sofinka in a tidy-sized village near Novorossiysk. It was winter and snowing. I was going to look for work in a mine and stopped in this village. It was market day, and from all the villages round about, men and women had come to buy and sell. A terrible famine and bitter cold. To buy bread, people were selling all they had, even their icons. Well, I was going round the market when I saw a young peasant woman jumping down from her cart, a 6-foot hussy with eyes as blue as the sea, and such thighs and buttocks. I tell you, a real brood mare. I stopped dead in my tracks. "Poor Zobra, oh, my poor bloody Zobra," I said. I started to follow her, and look, I couldn't keep my eyes off her. You should have seen her buttocks swinging like church bells at Easter. "Why go looking for mines, you poor mutt?" I said to myself. "Why waste precious time there, you damned weathercock? Here's the mine for you. Get in it and open up the galleries." The girl stopped, started to bargain, bought a load of wood, lifted it up, Jesus, what arms, and threw it into her cart. She bought some bread and 5 or 6 smoked fish. "How much is that?" she asked. "So much." She took off her golden earrings to pay. As she'd no money, she was going to give her earrings. My heart leaped into my mouth. Me let a woman give away her earrings, her trinkets, her scented cakes of soap, her little bottles of lavender water. If she gives away all that, it's all up with the world. It's as if you plucked a peacock's feathers. Would you have the heart to pluck a peacock? Never. No, as long as Zobra lives, I said to myself, that won't happen. I opened my purse and I paid. It was the time when rubles had become bits of paper. With 100 drachmas you could buy a mule. With 10, a woman. So I paid. The wench turned round and took a look at me out of the corner of her eyes. She took my hand to kiss it, but I pulled my hand away. What did she take me for, an old man? "Spasiba, spasiba," she cried. That means thanks, thanks. And away she leaped into her cart. She took the reins and raised her whip. "Zobra," I said to myself, "look out, my friend, she's going to slip through your fingers." In one bound I was at her side in the cart. She said nothing. She didn't even look round. A crack of the whip, and off we went. On the way she came to realize I wanted her to be mine. I could muster 3 words of Russian, but in these affairs there's no need to say much. We spoke to each other with our eyes, our hands, our knees. No need to beat about the bush. We arrived in the village and stopped in front of her izba. We got down. The girl thrust open the yard gate with her shoulder, and we went in. We unloaded the wood in the yard, took the fish and bread, and entered the room. A little old woman was sitting by the empty hearth. She was shivering. She was wrapped in sacks, rags, and sheepskins, but she was shivering. It was so cold, I tell you, your fingernails fairly fell out. I bent down, put an armful of wood in the fireplace, and lit the fire. The little old woman looked at me and smiled. Her daughter had said something to her, but I hadn't understood. I made the fire go. The old woman warmed herself by it and recovered a little. Meanwhile the girl was laying the table. She brought out some vodka, we drank it. She lit the samovar and made some tea. We ate and gave her share to the old woman. Then she quickly made the bed with clean sheets, lit the Holy Virgin's icon lamp, and crossed herself 3 times. Then she signed to me. We knelt together in front of the old woman and kissed her hand. The old woman put her bony hands on our heads and muttered something, probably her blessing on us. "Spasiba, spasiba," I cried, and in one bound there I was in bed with the wench. Zobra became silent. He raised his head and gazed into the distance over the sea. "Her name was Sofinka," he said after a while, and became silent again. "Well?" I asked impatiently. "Well? There's no well. What a mania you've got, boss, with your wells and wherefores. Now, does one talk about those things? Woman is a fresh spring. You lean over her, you see your reflection, and you drink. You drink until your bones crack. Then there's another who comes, and he's thirsty too. He bends over her, he sees his reflection, and he drinks. Then a third. A fresh spring, that's what she is. And she's a woman too."
"Did you leave her after that?"
"What do you expect? She's a spring, I told you. And I'm a passer-by." I went back on the road. I'd stayed 3 months with her. God protect her. I've nothing to say against her, but after 3 months I remembered I was looking for a mine. "Sofinka," I said to her one morning, "I've got some work to do. I must go." "Well," Sofinka said, "go along. I'll wait 1 month. If you're not back in 1 month's time, I'll be free. So will you. God bless you." I went.
"And you came back after a month?"
"But you're stupid, boss, if you don't mind my saying so," Zobra exclaimed. "Came back? Do the jades ever leave you alone? 10 days later, in the Kuban, I met Nusa."
"Tell me about her. Tell me."
"Another time, boss. We mustn't get them mixed up, the poor things. Your health, Sofinka."
He quaffed the glass of wine. Then he leaned against the wall and said,
"All right, I'll tell you now about Nusa. I've got Russia on the brain tonight. Strike the flag. We'll empty the holds."
He wiped his moustache and poked the embers.
"Well, as I said, I met this one in a Kuban village. It was summer. Mountains of melons and watermelons. I'd pick up one now and then, and nobody'd say a thing. I'd cut it in 2 and stick my face into it. Everything's to be had in abundance in Russia, boss. Everything in a heap. Roll up and take your choice. And not only melons and watermelons, I tell you, but fish and butter and women. You're passing by, you see a watermelon, you take it. Not like here in Greece, where if you ever pinch the tiniest bit of skin off a melon, you're hauled up before the courts. And as soon as you touch a woman, her brother rushes up and draws a knife to make sausage meat of you. Ugh! To hell with that measly crowd of beggars. You just go to Russia if you want to see how you can live like a lord. So, I was going through Kuban, and I saw a woman in a kitchen garden. I liked the look of her. Let me tell you, boss, the Slav woman is not like those skinny, greedy little Greeks who sell you love a drop at a time and do everything they can to palm you off with less than your due and swindle you over the weight. No, boss. The Slav gives you good measure. In sleep, in love, and in food. She's so nearly related to the beasts of the fields and the earth itself. She gives and gives bountifully. She's not niggardly about it, like those haggling Greeks. I asked her, "What's your name?" You see, through women I'd picked up a bit of the language. "Nusa, and yours?" "Alexis. I like you very much, Nusa." She looked me over carefully, like you look at a horse before buying it. "You're no weed yourself," she said. "You've got sound teeth, a big moustache, a broad back, strong arms. I like you." We didn't say much else. It wasn't necessary. We came to an understanding in a jiffy. I was to go to her place that evening in my glad rags. "Have you got a fur-lined cloak?" Nusa asked me. "Yes, but in this heat—" "Never mind, bring it. It'll look smart." That evening, then, I rigged myself out like a bridegroom. I put my cloak over my arm. I also took a silver-knobbed cane I had, and off I went. It was a big country house with outbuildings, cows, presses, 2 fires in the yard, and cauldrons on the fires. "What's boiling here?" I asked. "Watermelon must. And here, melon must." What a country, I said to myself. Do you hear that? Must of melons and watermelons. This is the promised land. Goodbye, poverty. Here's to you, Zorba, you've fallen on your feet like a mouse in a pound of cheese. I went up the staircase, an enormous wooden staircase which creaked. On the landing were Nusa's father and mother. They were wearing a sort of green breeches and red waistbands with big tassels. They were pretty well off, in fact. These monkey faces opened their arms and enveloped you in huggings and kissings. I was soaked in slobber. They spoke to me at top speed. I didn't understand much, but what did that matter? It was obvious by their expressions they wished me no ill. I went into the room, and what did I see? Tables groaning under food and drink like great sailing ships. Everybody was standing, relations, women, men, and in front was Nusa, made up in evening dress with her bosom showing like a ship's figurehead. She had dazzling youth and beauty. She was wearing a red kerchief over her hair, and over her heart was an embroidered hammer and sickle. "Zorba, you double-dyed sinner, you," I muttered to myself. "Is that your meat? Is that the body you're going to hold in your arms tonight? God forgive your father and mother, who brought you into this world." We all threw ourselves on the food with a will, the women as well as the men. We guzzled and swilled. We ate like pigs and drank like fish. "What about the priest?" I asked Nusa's father, who was sitting beside me and whose body was steaming through eating so much. "Where's the priest to bless us?" "There's no priest," he spluttered. "There's no priest. Religion is opium for the masses." On that he rose, puffed out his breast, loosened his red sash, and raised his arm for silence. He was holding a glass filled to the brim and looking me straight in the eye. Then he began to talk, and talk. He was making a speech to me. What was he saying? God knows. I was tired of standing. Besides, by this time I was a bit pissed. I sat down and pressed my knee against Nusa's. She was on my right. The old boy just wouldn't stop talking. The sweat was pouring off him. So they all rushed round him and hugged him to make him stop talking. He stopped. Nusa signed to me, "Now you must speak." So I got up in my turn and made a speech, half in Russian, half in Greek. What did I say? I'm damned if I know. I only remember that at the end I launched on some cleft brigand songs. Without rhyme or reason I began to bellow, "From the hills the clefts came down, each a rustler, of horses found they none, but they found Nusa." You see, boss, I changed the song to fit the circumstances. "Away they go, away they go, away they go, mother. Ah, my Nusa, vieux." And as I bellowed vieux, I threw myself on Nusa and kissed her. That was just what was wanted. As if I had given the signal they were waiting for, and they were in fact only waiting for that, several great fellows with red beards rushed and put out the lights. The women, the jades, started yelping, screaming they were afraid, but almost at once in the darkness they giggled. They liked being tickled, and laughed. What happened, boss, God alone knows, but I don't think he knew either, because if he had known, he would have sent a thunderbolt to burn them up. There they were, all mixed up, men and women, rolling on the ground. I started to search for Nusa, but where could I find her? I found another and did the job with her. At daybreak I rose to leave with my woman. It was still dark, I couldn't see clearly. I caught hold of a foot, I pulled it. No, it wasn't Nusa's. I caught hold of another foot. No. I pulled a third. No. I catch hold of a fourth, a fifth, and in the end, after no end of trouble, I found Nusa's foot, pulled it, and extricated her from 2 or 3 great devils who were sprawling over the poor girl, and I woke her up. "Nusa," I said, "let's go." "Don't forget your fur cape," she replied. "Let's go," and we left.
"Well?" I asked again, seeing that Zobra remained silent.
"There you go again with your wells,"
said Zobra, impatient at these questions. He sighed.
"I lived 6 months with her. Since that day, God be my witness, I need fear nothing. Nothing, I say. Nothing except one thing. That the devil, or God, wipe out those 6 months from my memory. Do you understand? I understand, you ought to say."
Zobra closed his eyes. He appeared very moved. It was the first time I had seen him so strongly gripped by a memory of long ago. "Did you love that Nusa so much then?" I asked a few moments later. Zobra opened his eyes.
"You're young, boss," he said. "You're still young. You can't understand. When you've gone white on top like me, we'll talk again about this everlasting business."
"What everlasting business?"
"Why, women, of course. How many times must I tell you, woman is an everlasting business? Just now you're like a young cock who covers the hens in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail, and then puffs out his breast, gets on top of the dunghill, and starts to crow and brag. He doesn't look at the hens, he looks at their combs. Well, what can he know of love? The devil take him." He spat on the ground in scorn. Then he turned his head away. He did not wish to look at me. "Well, Zobra?" I asked again. "What about Nusa?" Zobra replied, gazing into the distance over the sea. "When I came home one evening, I couldn't find her anywhere. She'd gone. A handsome soldier had just arrived in the village, and she'd run off with him. It was all over. I tell you, my heart split in 2. But the knave soon stuck itself together again. You must have seen those sails with red, yellow, and black patches, sewn with thick twine, which never tear even in the roughest storms. Well, that's what my heart's like. Umpteen holes and umpteen patches. It need fear nothing more."
"And didn't you bear Nusa any grudge, Zobra?"
"Why? You can say what you like. Woman is something different, boss. Something different. She's not human. Why bear her any grudge? Woman's something incomprehensible, and all the laws of state and religion have got her all wrong. They shouldn't act like that towards a woman. They're too harsh, boss, too unjust. If I ever had to make laws, I shouldn't make the same laws for men and for women. 10, 100, 1,000 commandments for man. Man is a man, after all. He can stand up to it. But not a single law for woman, because, how many times do I have to tell you this, boss? Woman is a creature with no strength. Let's drink to Nusa, boss, and to woman, and may God give us men more sense."
He drank, raised his arm, and brought it down with force as if he were using an axe.
"He must either give us men more sense," he said, "or else perform an operation on us. Otherwise, believe me, we're finished."
Chapter 8. It was raining again the next day. The sky mingled with the earth in infinite tenderness. I recalled a Hindu bas-relief in dark grey stone. The man had thrown his arms around the woman and was united to her with such gentleness and resignation that one had the impression, the elements having worked over and almost eaten into the bodies, of seeing two copulating insects over which fine rain had started to fall and dampen their wings. Thus closely entwined, they were being slowly sucked back into the voracious maw of the earth. I was sitting in front of the hut, and watching the ground darken and the sea grow a phosphorescent green. Not a soul was to be seen from one end of the beach to the other, not a sail, not a bird. Only the smell of the earth entered through the window. I rose and held out my hand to the rain like a beggar. I suddenly felt like weeping. Some sorrow, not my own, but deeper and more obscure, was rising from the damp earth. The panic which a peaceful grazing animal feels when, all at once, without seeing anything, it rears its head and scents in the air about it that it is trapped and cannot escape. I wanted to utter a cry, knowing that it would relieve my feelings, but I was ashamed to. The clouds were coming lower and lower. I looked through the window. My heart was gently palpitating. What a voluptuous enjoyment of sorrow those hours of soft rain can produce in you! All the bitter memories hidden in the depths of your mind come to the surface. Separations from friends, women's smiles which have faded, hopes which have lost their wings like moths, and of which only a grub remains, and that grub had crawled on to the leaf of my heart, and was eating it away. The image of my friend exiled in the Caucasus slowly appeared through the rain and sodden earth. I took my pen, bent over the paper, and began to speak to him in order to cut through the fine mesh of the rain and be able to breathe. My dear friend, I am writing to you from a lonely shore in Crete, where destiny and I have agreed I should stay several months to play at being a capitalist. If my game succeeds, I shall say it was not a game, but that I had made a great resolution and changed my mode of life. You remember how, when you left, you called me a bookworm. That so vexed me I decided to abandon my scribbling on paper for a time, or forever, and to throw myself into a life of action. I rented a hillside containing lignite. I engaged workmen and took picks and shovels, acetylene lamps, baskets, trucks. I opened up galleries and went into them, just like that, to annoy you. And by dint of digging and making passages in the earth, the bookworm has become a mole. I hope you approve of the metamorphosis. My joys here are great because they are very simple and spring from the everlasting elements, the pure air, the sun, the sea, and the wheaten loaf. In the evening, an extraordinary Sinbad the sailor squats before me, Turkish fashion, and speaks. He speaks, and the world grows bigger. Occasionally, when words no longer suffice, he leaps up and dances. And when dancing no longer suffices, he places his santuri on his knees and plays. Sometimes he plays a savage air, and you feel you're choking because you realize all at once that your life is colorless, miserable, and unworthy of man. Sometimes he plays a dolorous air, and you feel your life passing, running away like sand between your fingers, and that there is no salvation. My heart is going to and fro in my breast like a weaver's shuttle. It is weaving these few months which I am spending in Crete, and, God forgive me, I believe I am happy. Confucius says, "Many seek happiness higher than man, others beneath him. But happiness is the same height as man." That is true. So there must be happiness to suit every man's stature. Such is, my dear pupil and master, my happiness of the day. I anxiously measure it and measure it again to see what my stature of the moment is. For, you know this very well, man's stature is not always the same. How the soul of man is transformed according to the climate, the silence, the solitude, or the company in which it lives. Seen from my solitary state, men appear to me not like ants, but, on the contrary, like enormous monsters, dinosaurs, pterodactyls living in an atmosphere saturated with carbonic acid and thick decaying vegetation from which creation is formed. An incomprehensible, absurd jungle. The notions of nation and race of which you are fond, the notions of a supernation and humanity which seduced me, here acquire the same value under the all-powerful breath of destruction. We feel that we have risen to the surface to utter a few syllables, and sometimes not even syllables, mere inarticulate sounds, an ah, a yes, after which we are destroyed. And even the most elevated ideas, if they are dissected, are seen to be no more than puppets stuffed with bran, and hidden in the bran an iron spring is found. You know me well enough to realize that these cruel meditations, far from making me flee, are, on the contrary, indispensable tinder for my inner flame. Because, as my master Buddha says, I have seen. And as I have seen, and in the twinkling of an eye have got on good terms with the jovial and whimsical invisible producer, I can henceforward play my own part on earth to the end. That is to say, coherently and without discouragement. For, having seen, I have also collaborated in the work in which I am acting on God's stage. This is how it is that, scanning the universal stage, I can see you over there in those legendary fastnesses of the Caucasus, also playing out your role. I can see you fighting to save thousands of souls of our race who are in danger of death. A pseudo-Prometheus who must, however, suffer very real tortures while he combats the dark forces of hunger, cold, sickness, and death. But being proud, you must sometimes rejoice that the dark forces of destruction are so numerous and invincible. For thus your aim to live almost without hope becomes more heroic, and your soul acquires a more tragic greatness. You certainly must consider the life you lead a happy one. And since you consider it such it is. You have also cut your happiness according to your stature, and your stature now, God be praised, is greater than mine. The good master desires no greater recompense than this, to form a pupil who surpasses him. As for me, I often forget, I disparage myself, I lose my way. My faith is a mosaic of unbelief. Sometimes I feel I should like to make a bargain, to live one brief minute and give the rest of my life in exchange. But you keep a firm hold on the helm, and you never forget, even in the sweetest moments of this life, towards which destination you have set your course. Do you remember the day we both crossed Italy on our way to Greece? We had decided to make for the Pontus region, which was then in danger. We hastily alighted from the train in a little town. We had just 1 hour to catch the other train. We went into a large wooded garden near the station. There were broad-leaved trees, bananas growing, bamboos of dark metallic colors. Bees were swarming over a flowering branch which trembled to see them suck. We strolled on in mute ecstasy as if in a dream. Suddenly, at a turn of the flower walk, 2 girls appeared, reading a book as they went along. I no longer remember whether they were pretty or plain. I remember only that one was fair, the other dark, and both were wearing spring blouses. And with the boldness one has in dreams, we approached them, and you said, "Whatever the book may be you are reading, we'll discuss it with you." They were reading Gorky. Then, going post-haste, for we had little time, we talked of life, of poverty, of the revolt of the mind, of love. I shall never forget our delight and our sorrow. We and these 2 unknown girls were already old friends, old lovers. We had become responsible for their souls and bodies, and we made haste, for a few minutes later we were going to leave them forever. In the vibrant air we could smell ravishment and death. The train arrived and whistled.
We started as if awaking from a dream. We shook hands. How can I ever forget the tight and desperate grip of our hands, the 10 fingers which did not wish to separate? One of the girls was very pale, the other was laughing and trembling. And I said to you then, I remember, "What do Greece, our country, duty mean? The truth is here." And you replied, "Greece, our country, duty mean nothing. And yet for that nothing we willingly court destruction." But why am I writing this to you? To let you see that I have forgotten none of the moments we have lived together, and also to have an opportunity of expressing what, because of our good or bad habit of curbing our feelings, I can never reveal to you when we are together. Now that you are no longer before me and cannot see my face, and now that I run no risk of appearing soft or ridiculous, I can tell you I love you very deeply. I had finished my letter, I had conversed with my friend, and I felt relieved. I called Zobra. Crouching beneath a rock, so as not to get wet, he was trying out his model line. "Come along, Zobra," I cried. "Get up and let's go for a stroll to the village."
"You're in a good humor, boss. It's raining. Can't you go alone?"
"I don't want to lose my good humor. If we go together, there'll be no danger of that. Come along."
He laughed. "I'm glad you need me," he said. "Come on, then."
He put on the little woolly Cretan coat with a pointed hood which I had given him, and splashing through the mud we made for the road. It was raining. The mountain peaks were hidden. There was not a breath of wind. The pebbles gleamed. The lignite hill was smothered by the mist. It was as if the woman's face of the hill were shrouded in sorrow, as if she had fainted beneath the rain.
"A man's heart suffers when it rains," Zobra said. "You mustn't bear it any ill will, boss. The poor wretch has a soul, too."
He stooped by a hedge and picked the first little wild narcissi. He looked at them a long while, as if he could not see enough of them, as if he were seeing narcissi for the first time. He closed his eyes and smelled them, sighed, then gave them to me.
"If only we knew, boss, what the stones and rain and flowers say. Maybe they call us, and we don't hear them. When will people's ears open, boss? When shall we have our eyes open to see? When shall we open our arms to embrace everything? Stones, rain, flowers, and men. What do you think about that, boss? And what do your books have to say about it?"
"The devil take them," I said, using Zobra's favorite expression. "The devil take them. That's what they say and nothing else." Zobra took me by the arm.
"I'm going to tell you of an idea of mine, boss, but you mustn't be angry. Make a heap of all your books and set light to them. After that, who knows? You're no fool. You're the right sort. We might make something of you."
"He is right," I exclaimed to myself. "He is right, but I can't." Zobra hesitated and reflected. Then he said,
"There's one thing I can see."
"What? Out with it."
"I don't know, but I think just like that I can see it. But if I try to tell you, I'll make a hash of it. One day when I'm in good form, I'll dance it for you."
It started to rain harder. We came to the village. Little girls were bringing the sheep back from grazing. The ploughmen had unyoked the oxen and were abandoning the half-ploughed field. The women were running after their children in the narrow streets. A cheerful panic had broken out in the village when the shower started. Women uttered shrill cries, and their eyes were laughing. From the men's stiff beards and curled-up moustaches hung large drops of rain. A pungent smell rose from the earth, the stones, and the grass. We dived into the Modesty Cafe and butcher's shop like drowned rats. It was crowded. Some men were playing a game of belote, others arguing at the top of their voices as if they were calling to each other across the mountains. Round a little table at the far end, the village elders were laying down the law. Uncle Anagnosti, with his broad-sleeved white shirt, Mavrandoni, severe and silent, smoking his hookah, with his eyes riveted on the floor. The gaunt, middle-aged and rather imposing schoolmaster, leaning on his thick stick and listening with a condescending smile to a hairy giant who had just returned from Candia and was describing the marvels of that great town. The cafe proprietor, standing behind the counter, was listening and laughing as he kept an eye on the coffee pots which stood in a row on the stove. As soon as he saw us, Uncle Anagnosti got up. "Do come and join us, countrymen," he said. "Sfakiano Nicoli is telling us about all he saw and heard in Candia. He's very funny. Do come." He turned to the cafe proprietor. "Two rakis, Manolaki," he said. We sat down. The wild shepherd, seeing strangers present, withdrew into his shell and was silent. "Well, Chief Nicoli, didn't you go to the theatre too?" the schoolmaster said to make him talk. "What did you think of it?" Sfakiano Nicoli stretched out his great hand, seized his glass of wine, gulped it down, and plucked up courage. "Not go to the theatre!" he shouted. "Of course I did. They all kept talking about Kotopuli this and Kotopuli that. So one evening I crossed myself and said, 'All right, why don't I go and see for myself? What the devil is she for them to make all this fuss about Kotopuli?'"
"So what did you see, young fellow?"
Uncle Anagnosti asked.
"What was it? Tell us, for God's sake."
"Well, upon my soul, not much of anything. You hear 'em all talking about this theatre, and you think to yourself, 'Now I'm going to see something,' but I tell you, you're wasting your money. There's a great tavern of a place, but round like a threshing-floor, all full of chairs and lights and people. I didn't know where I was, and the lights dazzled me, and I couldn't see. 'The devil,' I said to myself, 'they'll be casting a spell on me next. I'll be off.' But just then a girl as frisky as a wagtail gets hold of me by the hand. 'Hi, where are you taking me?' I called out, but she just pulls me along, and at last she turns round and tells me to sit down. So I sat down. Just think of it, nothing but people in front of me and behind and both sides and right up to the ceiling. 'I'm going to stifle,' I told myself. 'I'll bust. There's no air at all.' Then I turned to my neighbour and asked him, 'Can you tell me, friend, where do these permadonnas come out from?' 'Why, from inside there,' he tells me, pointing to the curtain, and he was right, too. For the next thing a bell rings, and the curtain opens, and there's this Kotopuli, as they say, up in front of you on the stage. But don't ask me why they call her a chicken. She's a woman, all right, with all the bits and pieces. So she just turns around and wags her tail up and down, and when they've had enough of that, they start clapping their hands, and she scuttles off." The villagers rocked with laughter. Sfakiano Nicoli was annoyed and looked shamefaced. He turned to the door. "Look at that rain coming down," he said, to change the subject. Everyone's eyes followed his. At that very moment, a woman ran by with a mass of hair hanging over her shoulders and holding her black skirts up to her knees. She had a good round figure. Her clothes clung to her, revealing a firm, alluring body. I started. What beast of prey is that? I thought. She appeared to me lithe and dangerous, a devourer of men. The woman turned her head for an instant and gave a rapid, dazzling look into the cafe. "Holy Virgin!" muttered a callow youth with a soft, downy beard who was sitting near the window. "A curse on that vamp!" roared Manolachas, the village constable. "A curse on you! You set a man on fire and then let him burn!" The youth by the window began to hum, at first softly and hesitatingly. Gradually his voice became hoarse. "The widow's pillow has a fragrant smell of quince. I too have known that scent and never have slept since." "Shut up!" Mavrandoni shouted, brandishing his hookah tube. The young man kept quiet. An old man leaned over Manolachas, the constable. "Now your uncle's getting angry," he whispered. "If she ever falls into his hands, he'd hack the poor wretch to pieces. May God have mercy on her." "Ah, old Andrulio," said Manolakas. "I do believe you are trailing after the widow's skirts too, and you, a verger. Aren't you ashamed?" "Listen to me, God have mercy on her. Maybe you haven't noticed the kind of children who are born in the village of late."
"Blessed be the widow," I say. "She's, as you might say, the mistress of the whole village. You put out the light, and you imagine it's not the wife you take in your arms, but the widow. And mark you, that's why our village brings into the world such fine children nowadays."
After a moment's silence, old Andrulio murmured, "Good luck to the thighs that embrace her. Ah, my friend, if only I were 20, like young Pavli, Mavrandoni's boy."
"Now we'll see her double back home," someone said, laughing. They all turned towards the door. The rain was pelting down, the water was gurgling over the stones, now and then lightning flashed across the sky. Zorba was breathless since the passing of the widow. He could not contain himself any longer, and he sighed to me.
"The rain's stopping, boss," he said. "Let's go." A young boy, barefoot, dishevelled and with great wild-looking eyes, appeared at the door. That was just how the icon painters portray St. John the Baptist, with eyes enormously enlarged by hunger and prayer. "Hello, Mamiko!" several shouted, laughing. Every village has its simpleton, and if one does not exist, they invent one to pass the time. Mamiko was the simpleton of this village. "Friends," Mamiko stuttered in his effeminate voice, "friends, the widow Sumelina has lost her ewe. A reward of 1 gallon of wine for whoever finds it." "Get out!" shouted old Mavrandoni. "Get out!" Terrified, Mamiko curled up in a corner near the door. "Sit down, Mamiko. Have a drink of raki so you don't catch cold," Uncle Anagnosti said, feeling sorry for him. "What had become of our village if we had no idiot?" A weedy-looking young man with watery blue eyes appeared on the threshold. He was out of breath, and his hair, which was flattened on his forehead, was dripping with water. "Hello, Pavli!" Manolakas shouted. "Hello, cousin, take a seat." Mavrandoni looked round at his son and frowned. "Is that my son?" he muttered to himself. "That little pipsqueak! Who the devil does he take after? I'd like to pick him up by the scruff of his neck and thump him on the ground like a young octopus." Zorba was like a cat on hot bricks. The widow had inflamed his senses. He could no longer stand being within these 4 walls. "Let's go, boss, let's go," he whispered every second. "We'll burst in here." It looked to him as if the clouds had dispersed and the sun come out. He turned to the cafe proprietor.
"Who is that widow?"
he asked, feigning indifference.
"A brood mare,"
Condomanolio replied. He put his fingers to his lips and gave a meaning glance at Mavrandoni, who had once more riveted his eyes on the floor.
"A mare,"
he repeated.
"Don't let's speak of her, lest we be damned."
Mavrandoni rose and wound the smoking tube round the neck of his narghileh.
"Excuse me," he said. "I'm going home. Pavli, follow me."
He led his son away. They passed in front of us and immediately disappeared in the rain. Manolakas also rose and followed them. Condomanolio settled in Mavrandoni's chair.
"Poor old Mavrandoni,"
he said, in a voice so low it could not be heard from the neighbouring tables.
"He'll die of rage. It's a great misfortune which has struck his house. Only yesterday I heard Pavli myself with my own ears, saying to his father, 'If she won't be my wife, I'll kill myself.' But that jade doesn't want to have anything to do with him. She tells him to run along and wipe his nose." "Let's go,"
Zorba repeated. At every word said about the widow he became more excited. The cocks began to crow. The rain was not quite so heavy. "Come on, then," I said, rising. Mamiko leaped from his corner and slipped out after us. The pebbles were gleaming. The doors running with water looked black. The little old women were coming out with baskets to look for snails. Mamiko came up to me and touched my arm. "A cigarette, master?" he said. "It'll bring you good luck and love." I gave him the cigarette. He held out a skinny, sunburnt hand. "Give me a light, too." I gave him a light. He drew the smoke into his lungs and, with eyes half closed, blew it out through his nostrils. "As happy as a pasha,"
he murmured. "Where are you going?" "To the widow's garden. She said she'd give me some food if I spread the news about her ewe." We walked quickly. There were rifts in the clouds. The whole village was freshly washed and smiling.
"Do you like the widow, Mamiko?"
Zorba asked with a sigh. Mamiko chuckled.
"Friend, why shouldn't I like her? And haven't I come out of a sewer like everyone else?"
"Of a sewer?" I said, astounded. "What do you mean, Mamiko?"
"Well, from a mother's innards."
I was amazed. Only a Shakespeare in his most creative moments, I thought, could have found an expression of such crude realism to portray the dark and repugnant mystery of birth. I looked at Mamiko. His eyes were large and ecstatic, and they had a slight squint. "How do you spend your days, Mamiko?"
"How do you think? I live like a lord. I wake in the morning, I eat a crust. Then I do odd jobs for people, anywhere, anything. I run errands, cart manure, collect horse dung, and I've got a fishing rod. I live with my aunt, Mother Lignot, the professional mourner. You're bound to know her, everybody does. She's even been photographed. In the evening I go back home, drink a bowl of soup and a drop of wine, if there is any. If there isn't, I drink enough of God's water to make my belly swell like a drum. Then, good night." "And won't you get married, Mamiko?" "What, me? I'm not a loony."
"Whatever are you asking now, friend? That I should saddle myself with trouble? A woman needs shoes. Where'd I find any? Look, I go barefoot." "Haven't you any boots?"
"What do you take me for? Of course I have. A man died last year and my Aunt Lignot pulled them off his feet. I wear them at Easter and when I go to church and stare at the priest. Then I pull them off, hang them round my neck, and come home."
"What do you like best of all, Mamiko?"
"First, bread. Ah, how I like that. All crisp and hot, especially if it's wheat bread. Then wine. Then sleep."
"What about women?"
"Eat, drink, and go to bed, I say. All the rest's just trouble."
"And the widow?"
"Oh, leave her to the devil, I tell you, if you know what's good for you. Get thee behind me, Satan."
He spat 3 times and crossed himself. "Can you read?"
"Now, look here, I'm not such a fool. When I was little, I was dragged to school, but I was lucky. I caught typhus and became an idiot. That's how I managed to get out of that."
Zorba had had enough of my questionings. He could not think of anything save the widow. "Boss," he said, taking me by the arm. Then he turned to Mamiko and ordered him to walk on ahead. "We've got something to talk about." "Boss," he said, "this is where I count on you. Now, don't dishonor the male species. The god-devil sends you this choice morsel. You've got teeth. All right, get 'em into it. Stretch out your arm and take her. What did the Creator give us hands for? To take things, so take 'em. I've seen loads of women in my time, but that damned widow makes the steeples rock." "I don't want any trouble," I replied angrily. I was irritated because in my heart of hearts I also had desired that all-powerful body which had passed by me like a wild animal in heat, distilling musk. "You don't want any trouble," Zorba exclaimed in stupefaction. "And pray what do you want, then?" I did not answer. "Life is trouble," Zorba continued. "Death, no. To live, do you know what that means? To undo your belt and look for trouble." I still said nothing. I knew Zorba was right. I knew it, but I did not dare. My life had got on the wrong track, and my contact with men had become now a mere soliloquy. I had fallen so low that, if I had had to choose between falling in love with a woman and reading a book about love, I should have chosen the book. "Don't calculate, boss," Zorba continued. "Leave your figures alone. Smash the blasted scales. Shut up your grocer's shop. I tell you, now's the time you're going to save or to lose your soul. Listen, boss, take a handkerchief. Tie 2 or 3 pounds in it. Make them gold ones. because the paper ones don't dazzle. And send them to the widow by Mamiko. Teach him what he is to say. The master of the mine sends you his best wishes and this little handkerchief. It's only a small thing, he said, but his love is big. He said, too, you weren't to worry about the you. If it's lost, don't bother. I'm here. Don't be afraid. He says he saw you going by the cafe, and he's fallen sick, and only you can cure him. There now. Then, the same evening, you knock on the door. Must beat the iron while it's hot. You've lost your way, you tell her. It's dark. Will she lend you a lantern? Or else you've suddenly come over dizzy and would like a glass of water. Or better still, you buy another ewe and take it to her. Look, my lady, you say, here's the ewe you lost. It was I who found it for you. And the widow, listen to this, boss, the widow gives you the reward, and you enter into... God Almighty, if only I could ride your mare behind you. I tell you, boss, you'll enter into paradise on horseback. If you're looking for any other paradise than that, my poor fellow, there is none. Don't listen to what the priests tell you. There's no other. We must have been approaching the widow's garden, for Mamiko sighed, and began in his stammering voice to sing his sorrow. Wine for the chestnut, honey for the walnut, a lass for the lad, and a lad for the lass. Zorba stepped out on his long shanks, his nostrils quivering. He stopped abruptly, drew in a long breath. He stared me straight in the eyes. "Well?" he said. And he waited anxiously. "That'll do," I replied harshly, and I quickened my pace. Zorba shook his head and growled something I did not catch. When we reached the hut, he sat on crossed legs, placed the santuri on his knees, and lowered his head, lost in deep meditation. It was as if he were listening, with his head on his chest, to innumerable songs and trying to choose one, the most beautiful and most despairing of all. He at last made his choice and started a heart-rending air. From time to time he eyed me slantwise. I felt that what he could not or dare not tell me in words, he was saying with his santuri. That I was wasting my life, that the widow and I were two insects who live but a second beneath the sun, then die for all eternity. Never more. Never more. Zorba leaped up. He had suddenly realized that he was tiring himself in vain. He leaned against the wall, lit a cigarette, and after a moment spoke. "I'm going to let you into a secret, boss. Something a Hodja once told me in Salonika. I'm going to tell it to you even if it doesn't do any good. At that time I was a peddler in Macedonia. I went into the villages to sell reels of thread, needles, the lives of the saints, Benjamin and Pepper. I had a rare voice then, a real nightingale I was. You must know women also succumb to a voice. And what won't they succumb to, the jades? God only knows what goes on inside them. You may be as ugly as sin, lame, or a hunchback, but if you've a soft voice and can sing, the women completely lose their heads. I was also peddling in Salonika, and even went into the Turkish districts. And it appears my voice had so charmed a rich Muslim woman, the daughter of a pasha, that she could not sleep. She called an old Hodja and filled his hands with mejidyes. "Aman," she said to him, "go and tell the peddling Jaur to come. Aman, I must see him. I can't hold out any longer." The Hodja came to find me. "Listen, young Rumi," he said to me, "come with me." "No," I said. "Where do you want to take me to?" "There's a pasha's daughter who's like spring water. She's waiting for you in her room. Come, little Rumi." But I knew that at night they murdered Christian infidels in the Turkish districts. "No, I'm not coming," I said. "Don't you fear God, Jaur?" "Why should I? Because, little Rumi, he who can sleep with a woman and does not commits a great sin. My boy, if a woman calls you to share her bed and you don't go, your soul will be destroyed. That woman will sigh before God on Judgment Day, and that woman's sigh, whoever you may be and whatever your fine deeds, will cast you into hell." Zorba sighed. "If hell exists," he said, "I shall go to hell. And that'll be the reason. Not because I've robbed, killed, or committed adultery, no. All that's nothing. But I shall go to hell because one night in Salonika, a woman waited for me on her bed, and I did not go to her." He rose, lit the fire, and started cooking our meal. He looked at me out of the corner of his eye and smiled scornfully.
"You can knock forever on a deaf man's door," he muttered.
And, bending down, he began to blow the damp wood, angrily. Chapter 9. The days were growing shorter. The light was quickly failing, and towards the end of each afternoon the heart became uneasy. A primitive terror seized us, that of our ancestors who during the winter months watched the sun go out a little earlier each day. Tomorrow it will go out forever, they must have thought in despair, and spent the entire night on the heights in fear and trembling. Zorba felt this uneasiness more deeply, more primitively than I. To escape from it, he would not leave the galleries of the mine until the stars were shining in the sky. He had come across a seam of very good lignite, which did not produce much ash, was not very damp, and was rich in calories. He was pleased. For in his mind our prophets underwent marvelous transformations. They became travels, women, and new adventures. He was waiting impatiently for the day when he would earn a fortune, when his wings would be sufficiently big — wings was the name he gave to money — for him to fly away. He therefore spent whole nights trying out his miniature cable railway, always seeking the right slope for the tree trunks to move down slowly. Gently, gently, he said, as if borne by angels. One day he took a large sheet of paper and some colored pencils and drew the mountain, the forest, the line, the trunks suspended from the cable and descending, each endowed with 2 sky-blue wings. In the little rounded bay he drew black boats and green sailors like little parrots, and majones loaded with yellow tree trunks. A monk was drawn in each of the 4 corners, and from their mouths came pink ribbons on which was printed in black capital letters, "Great is the Lord, and wonderful are his works." For some days now, Zorba had hastily lit the fire and prepared the evening meal. When we had eaten, he would run off to the village. A little later he would return, scowling. "Where have you been again, Zorba?" I would ask him.
"Never you mind, boss,"
he would say, and change the subject. When he returned one evening, he asked me anxiously, "Is there a God? Yes or no? What do you think, boss? And if there is one, anything's possible. What do you think he looks like?" I shrugged my shoulders.
"I'm not joking, boss. I think of God as being exactly like me, only bigger, stronger, crazier, and immortal into the bargain. He's sitting on a pile of soft sheepskins, and his hut's the sky. It isn't made out of old petrol cans like ours is, but clouds. In his right hand he's holding not a knife or a pair of scales — those damned instruments are meant for butchers and grocers. No, he's holding a large sponge full of water like a rain cloud. On his right is paradise, on his left hell. Here comes a soul. The poor little thing's quite naked because it's lost its cloak, its body, I mean, and it's shivering. God looks at it, laughing up his sleeve, but he plays the boogeyman. 'Come here,' he roars, 'come here, you miserable wretch.' And he begins his questioning. The naked soul throws itself at God's feet. 'Mercy,' it cries, 'I have sinned.' And away it goes, reciting its sins. It recites a whole rigmarole, and there's no end to it. God thinks this is too much of a good thing. He yawns. 'For heaven's sake, stop,' he shouts. 'I've heard enough of all that.' Flap, slap, a wipe of the sponge,
and he washes out all the sins. Away with you, clear out, run off to paradise, he says to the soul. Peterkin, let this poor little creature in too. Because God, you know, is a great Lord. And that's what being a Lord means, to forgive. I remember I had to laugh that evening, while Zorba was pouring out his profound balderdash. But this lordliness of God was taking shape and maturing within me, compassionate, generous, and all-powerful. Another evening, when it was raining, and we were crouched over the brazier in the hut roasting chestnuts, Zorba turned round to me and looked at me a long while as if he were trying to unravel some great mystery. Finally, unable to contain himself any longer, he said, "Boss, I'd like to know what the devil you can see in me. Why you don't take me by the ear and pitch me out? I told you they called me Mildew because everywhere I go I never leave one stone on another. Your affairs will go to rack and ruin. Throw me out, I tell you." "I like you," I replied. "Leave it at that." "But don't you realize, boss, that my brain's not the correct weight? Maybe it's a little overweight, maybe a little under, but the correct weight it certainly isn't. Look, now, here's something you'll understand. I haven't been able to rest for days and nights because of that widow. No, I don't mean on my account. No, I swear that's not the case. The devil take her, that's what I say. I'll never touch her, that's one sure thing. I'm not her cup of tea, but I don't want her to be lost for everybody. I don't want her to sleep alone. It wouldn't be right, boss. I can't bear that thought. So I wander at night round her garden. That's why you see me disappear and you ask me where I'm going. But do you know why? To see if someone is going to sleep with her. Then I can be easy in my mind." I started laughing. "Don't laugh, boss. If a woman sleeps all alone, it's the fault of us men. We'll all have to render our accounts on the day of the last judgment. God will forgive all sins, as we've said before. He'll have his sponge ready. But that sin he will not forgive. Woe betide the man who could sleep with a woman and who did not do so. Woe betide the woman who could sleep with a man and who did not do so. Remember the words of the Hujjah." He was silent for an instant. "When a man dies, can he come to life again?" he asked abruptly. "I don't think so, Zorba." "Neither do I. But if he could, then those men I was referring to, those who've refused to serve, the deserters, will come back on earth, guess as what? As mules." He fell silent again and reflected. Suddenly his eyes sparkled. "Who knows?" he said, excited at his discovery. "Maybe all the mules we see in the world today are those same people, the maimed, the deserters who during their lifetime were men and women, and at the same time were not. And that's why they're always kicking. What do you say, boss?" "That your brain's underweight, Zorba," I replied, laughing. "Get your Santuri." "No offense, boss, but there'll be no Santuri tonight. If I go on talking nonsense, do you know why? Because I've got a load of worries on my mind. The new gallery, the devil take it, is going to play me up. And there you go talking to me about the Santuri." Thereupon he pulled the chestnuts out of the ashes, gave me a handful, and filled our glasses with raki. "May God weight the scales on the right side," I said, clinking glasses. "On the left," Zorba corrected. "On the left. Up to now the right's produced nothing good." He swallowed the liquid fire in one gulp and lay on his bed. "Tomorrow," he said, "I'm going to need all my strength. I'll have to fight against 1,000 demons. Good night."
The next day, at first light, Zorba disappeared down into the mine. The men had made progress in cutting out the gallery along the good seam. The water was seeping through the roof, and the men were splashing about in black mud. 2 days ago Zobra had called for tree trunks to strengthen the gallery, but he was uneasy. The props were not so big as they should have been, and with his profound instinct, which made him feel all that was going on in that subterranean labyrinth as if it were his own body, he sensed that the props were not safe. He could hear creakings, very slight ones, imperceptible as yet to the others, as if the supports of the roof were groaning under the weight. Another thing had increased Zobra's uneasiness that day. Just as he was about to go down the shaft, the village priest, Papa Stephanos, passed by on his mule, going post-haste to the neighboring convent to give the last sacrament to a dying nun. Fortunately, Zobra had just enough time before the priest spoke to him to spit on the ground 3 times and pinch himself.
"Morning, Father,"
he replied glumly to the priest's greeting. And then he added, in a slightly lower voice,
"May your curse be upon me."
He felt, however, that these exorcisms were insufficient, and he went nervously down the new gallery. There was a heavy smell of lignite and acetylene. The men had already begun to strengthen the beams holding up the gallery roof. Zobra wished them good morning in a brusque, surly fashion. He rolled up his sleeves and set to work. A dozen men were beginning to pick into the seam and heap the coal at their feet. Others were shoveling it up and carting it out on little barrows. Suddenly, Zobra stopped, signed to the men to do likewise, and pricked up his ears. Just as the rider becomes one with his steed and the captain with his ship, so Zobra had become one with the mine. He could feel the ramifications of the galleries like veins in his flesh, and what the dark masses of coal could not feel, Zobra felt with a conscious human lucidity. After listening intently with his large, hairy ears, he peered into the gallery. It was at that moment I arrived. I had waked with a start, as if I had some presentiment, as if urged by some hand. I had dressed in haste and rushed out, without knowing why I was hurrying so, or where I was going. But my body had unhesitatingly taken the road to the mine. I had arrived at the moment when Zobra was anxiously listening and looking.
"Nothing," he said after a while. "I thought for a moment... Never mind. To work, boys."
He turned round, saw me, and puckered up his lips.
"Boss, what are you doing here so early?"
He came up to me.
"Why don't you go up and get some fresh air, boss?" he whispered. "You can come and take a little turn here another day."
"What's the matter, Zobra?"
"Nothing. I was imagining things. A priest crossed my path first thing this morning. Go away."
"If there's any danger, wouldn't it be shameful if I left?"
"Yes,"
Zobra replied. "Would you leave?"
"No." "Well, then, what Zobra has to do is one thing," he replied irritably. "What others have to do is another. But as you feel it's shameful to leave, don't. Stay here. It's your funeral."
He took a heavy hammer and stood on tiptoe to hit some nails into the roof bracings. I took an acetylene lamp from a post and went up and down in the mud, looking at the dark, shining seam. Immense forests must have been swallowed up millions of years ago. The earth digested and transformed its children. The trees turned into lignite, the lignite into coal. Zobra came. I hung the lamp up again on the nail and watched Zobra work. He was completely absorbed in his task. He thought of nothing else. He was one with the earth, the pick, and the coal. He and the hammer and nails were united in the struggle with the wood. He suffered with the bulging roof of the gallery. He sparred with the mountainside to obtain its coal by cunning and force. Zobra could feel matter with a sure and infallible instinct, and he struck his blows shrewdly where it was weakest and could be conquered. And As he appeared then, covered and plastered with dirt, with only the whites of his eyes gleaming, he seemed to me to be camouflaged as coal, to have become coal itself, in order to be able to approach his adversary unawares and penetrate its inner defences. "Bravo, Zobra, go to it!" I cried, carried away by a naive admiration. But he did not even look around. How could he possibly have talked at that moment to a bookworm who, instead of wielding a pick, held in his hand a miserable stump of pencil? He was busy. He did not wish to speak.
"Don't speak to me when I'm working," he said one evening. "I might snap."
"Snap? Zobra, why?"
"There you go again with your whys and wherefores, like a kid. How can I explain? I'm completely taken up by my work, stretched taut from head to foot, and riveted to the stone or the coal or the suntory. If you suddenly touched me or spoke to me, and I tried to turn round, I might snap. Now, do you see?"
I looked at my watch. It was 10 o'clock. "Time to break off for lunch, my friends," I said. "You've gone past the time." The workmen immediately threw their tools down in a corner, mopped the sweat off their faces, and prepared to leave the gallery. Completely absorbed in his work, Zobra had not heard. Even if he had, he would not have budged from there. Once again he listened anxiously. "One moment," I said to the men. "Have a cigarette." I was rummaging in my pockets with the men standing round me. Suddenly Zobra started up. He stuck his ear to the gallery partition. By the light of the acetylene lamps I could see his gaping, contorted mouth. "What's up, Zobra?" I shouted. But at that moment the whole gallery roof seemed to shudder above us.
"Get out!"
Zobra shouted in a hoarse voice. "Get out!" We tore back towards the exit, but we hadn't reached the first wooden frame when a second, louder cracking noise burst out over our heads. Zobra, meanwhile, was lifting up a great tree trunk to wedge it in as a buttress against the timbering which was giving way. If he managed it quickly enough, it might hold up the roof a few more seconds and give us time to escape. "Get out!" Zobra yelled again, but this time his voice was muffled, as if it were coming from the bowels of the earth. With the cowardice which often comes over men in critical moments, we all rushed out, completely forgetting Zobra. But after a few seconds I pulled myself together and ran back into the gallery. "Zobra!" I shouted. "Zobra!" At least, I thought I shouted. I realized afterwards that my cry had not left my throat. Fear had strangled my voice. I was overcome with shame. I leaped towards him with arms outstretched. Zobra had just made firm the great prop and was running, slithering in the mire towards the exit. Rushing headlong in the darkness, he ran into me, and we accidentally fell into each other's arms. "We must get out!" he yelled. "Get out!" We ran and reached the light. The terror-stricken workmen had gathered at the entrance and were peering inside. We heard a third and louder cracking noise, like a tree splitting in a storm. Then, suddenly, a fearful roar, like a clap of thunder. It shook the mountainside, and the gallery collapsed. "God Almighty!" the men murmured, crossing themselves. "You left your picks down there!" Zobra shouted angrily. The men said nothing. "Why didn't you take them with you?" he shouted again, furious. "You wet your pants, I bet. Too bad about the tools, eh?" "Oh, Zobra, this is no time to bother about the picks," I said, coming between them. "Let's be grateful that all the men are safe and sound. Thanks to you, Zobra, for we all owe our lives to you."
"I'm hungry," Zobra said. "That's made me feel empty."
He took his haversack, which he had left on a stone, opened it and pulled out some bread, olives, onions, a boiled potato, and a little gourd of wine.
"Come on, boys, let's eat,"
he said, with his mouth full. He bolted his food quickly, as if he had suddenly lost a lot of strength and wanted to stoke up again. He ate leaning forward without speaking. He took his gourd, threw his head back, and let the wine gurgle down his parched throat. The workmen also took courage, opened their haversacks, and started eating. They sat cross-legged round Zobra and ate, looking at him. They wanted to throw themselves at his feet and kiss his hands, but they knew he was brusque and strange, and none of them dared make a movement. Finally, Michaelis, the eldest, who had a big grey moustache, made up his mind and spoke. "If you hadn't been there, good Master Alexis," he said, "our children would be orphans by this time."
"Dry up,"
Zorba said, with his mouth full. And no one else ventured a word. Chapter 10. Who then created this labyrinth of hesitation, this temple of presumption, this pitcher of sin, this field sown with 1,000 deceptions, this gateway to hell, this basket overflowing with artfulness, this poison which tastes like honey, this bond which chains mortals to the earth, woman? I was slowly, silently copying this Buddhist song, sitting on the ground near the brazier. I was trying exorcism upon exorcism, bent on casting out from my mind the image of a woman's body soaked by the rain, which every night that fall passed in the humid air to and fro before my eyes with swaying hips. Ever since the collapse of the gallery, when my life had nearly been cut short, I sensed the widow in my blood. She called to me like a wild animal, pressingly and reproachfully. "Come, come," she cried. "Life passes in a flash. Come quickly. Come, come, before it is too late." I was well aware that it was Mara, the spirit of the evil one, in the shape of a woman with powerful thighs and buttocks. I fought against him. I applied myself to writing Buddha in the same way that savages in their caves engraved with a pointed stone or painted in red and white the famished and ferocious beasts who prowled around them. They, too, endeavored, by engraving and painting these beasts, to fix them fast on the rock. If they had not done so, the beasts would have leaped upon them. From the day I had just missed being crushed to death, the widow passed ceaselessly in the fiery air of my solitude, beckoning to me, and voluptuously swaying her hips. During the day I was strong, my mind was alert, and I managed to cast her out. I wrote in what guise the tempter appeared to Buddha, how he took on the shape of a woman, how he pressed his firm breasts against the knees of the ascetic, how Buddha saw the danger, mobilized all his powers, and routed the evil one. Each sentence I wrote brought me fresh relief. I took courage. I felt the evil one was withdrawing, cast out by the all-powerful exorcism of the word. I fought during the daytime with all my strength, but at night my mind laid down its arms. The inner doors opened, and the widow entered. In the morning I awoke exhausted and vanquished, and the struggle began afresh. When I raised my head from my paper, it was the end of the afternoon. The light was being chased away. Darkness suddenly fell upon me. The days were shortening. Christmas was approaching. I threw myself with all my might into the struggle. I said to myself, I am not alone. A great force, the light of day, is also fighting. It, too, is sometimes vanquished, sometimes victorious. But it does not despair. I struggle and hope together with the light. It seemed to me, and this thought gave me courage, that in fighting against the widow, I too was obeying a great universal rhythm. Guileful matter has chosen this body, I thought, slowly to dampen and extinguish the free flame which flickers within me. I said to myself, the imperishable force which transforms matter into spirit is divine. Each man has within him an element of the divine whirlwind, and that is how he can convert bread, water, and meat into thought and action. Zorba was right. Tell me what you do with what you eat, and I will tell you who you are. And so I was painfully endeavoring to transform that violent desire of the flesh into Buddha.
What are you thinking about, boss? You don't seem to be quite yourself.
Zorba said to me on Christmas Eve. He had a shrewd idea as to what demon I was fighting. I pretended not to hear, but Zorba did not give up so easily. "You're young, boss," he said. And suddenly his voice assumed a bitter and angry tone. "You're young and pretty tough, eating well, drinking well, breathing exhilarating sea air, and storing up energy. But what are you doing with it all? You sleep alone. And it's just too bad for the energy. You get along there tonight. Yes, lose no time. Boss, everything's simple in this world. How many times must I tell you? So don't go and complicate things."
The manuscript of Buddha was open in front of me, and I turned over its leaves as I listened to Zorba's words and realized that they showed me a sure, attractive, and very human path to tread. It was again the spirit of Mara, the crafty pander, who was calling. I listened without saying a word, and continued slowly to turn the pages of the manuscript. I whistled to conceal my emotion. But Zorba, seeing I did not speak, suddenly burst out,
"This is Christmas Eve, my friend. Hurry up. Get to her before she goes to church. Christ will be born tonight, boss. You go and perform your miracle, too."
I rose, irritated. "That's enough, Zorba," I said. "Everyone follows his own bent. Man is like a tree. You've never quarreled with a fig tree because it doesn't bear cherries, have you? Well, then that'll do. It's nearly midnight. Let us go to the church and see Christ born ourselves." Zorba pulled his thick winter cap over his head.
"All right, then," he said unhappily. "Let's go. But I want you to know that God would have been much more pleased if you'd gone to the widow's tonight, like Archangel Gabriel. If God had followed the same path as you, boss, he'd never have gone to Mary's, and Christ would never have been born. If you asked me what path God follows, I'd say the one leading to Mary's. Mary is the widow."
He waited in silence, and in vain, for my reply. He thrust the door open, and he went out. He angrily struck at the pebbles with the end of his stick.
"Yes," he repeated persistently, "Mary is the widow."
"Now let's get along," I said. "Don't shout." We strode along at a good pace in the winter night. The sky was perfectly clear. The stars looked big and hung low in the sky like balls of fire. The night, as we made our way along the shore, resembled a great black beast lying along the water's edge. From tonight, I said to myself, the light which winter has forced back will begin to fight victoriously, as if it were born this night together with the infant God. All the villagers had crowded into the warm and scented hive of the church. The men stood in front, and the women with clasped hands behind. The tall priest, Stephanos, was in an exasperated state after his 40 days' fast. Clad in his heavy gold chasuble, he was running hither and thither in great strides, swinging his censer, singing at the top of his voice, and in a great hurry to see Christ born and get home to a thick soup, savory sausages, and smoked meats. If the Scriptures had said, "Today light is born," man's heart would not have leapt. The idea would not have become a legend, and would not have conquered the world. They would merely have described a normal physical phenomenon, and would not have fired our imagination, I mean our soul. But the light which is born in the dead of winter has become a child, and the child has become God. And for 20 centuries our soul has suckled it. The mystic ceremony came to an end shortly after midnight. Christ had been born. The famished and happy villagers ran home to have a feast and feel in the depths of their bowels the mystery of incarnation. The belly is the firm foundation. Bread, wine, and meat are the first essentials. It is only with bread, wine, and meat that one can create God. The stars were shining as large as angels above the white dome of the church. The Milky Way was flowing like a stream from one side of the heavens to the other. A green star was twinkling above us like an emerald. I sighed, a prey to my emotions. Zobra turned to me.
"Boss, do you believe that? That God became man and was born in a stable? Do you believe it? Or are you just pulling our legs?"
"It's difficult to say, Zobra," I replied. "I can't say I believe it, nor that I don't. What about you?"
"I can't say I do either. I can't for the life of me. You see, when I was a kid and my grandma told me tales, I didn't believe a word of them, and yet I trembled with emotion. I laughed and I cried just as if I did believe them. When I grew a beard on my chin, I just dropped them, and I even used to laugh at them. But now, in my old age, I suppose I'm getting soft, boss? In a kind of way I believe in them again. Man's a mystery."
We had taken the path leading to Dame Hortense's, and we started galloping along like two hungry horses who can smell the stable.
"The Holy Fathers are pretty crafty, you know," Zobra said. "They get at you through your belly, so how can you escape them? For 40 days, they say, you shan't eat meat, you shan't drink wine, just fast. Why? So that you'll pine for meat and wine. The fat hogs. They know all the tricks of the game."
He started going even faster.
"Let's get moving, boss," he said. "The turkey must be done to a turn."
When we arrived in our good lady's room, with its great tempting bed, we found the table covered with a white cloth, and on it the steaming turkey lying on its back, with its legs apart. The brazier was giving off a gentle heat. Dame Hortense had curled her hair and was wearing a long dressing gown of faded pink colour with enormous sleeves and frayed lacework. Round her wrinkled neck was a tight canary-yellow ribbon, about the width of 2 fingers. She had sprayed herself generously with orange-blossom water. How perfectly everything is matched on this earth, I thought. How well the earth is matched to the human heart. Here is this old cabaret singer who has led a thoroughly fast life, and now, cast up on this lonely coast, she concentrates in this miserable room all the sacred solicitude and warmth of womanhood. The copious and carefully prepared repast, the burning brazier, the painted and pennanted body, the orange blossom scent. With what rapidity and what simplicity all these very human little corporeal pleasures are transformed into a great spiritual joy. My heart suddenly leaped in my breast. I felt on that solemn evening that I was not quite alone here on this deserted seashore. A creature full of feminine devotion, tenderness, and patience was coming toward me. She was the mother, the sister, the wife. And I, who thought I needed nothing, suddenly felt I needed everything. Zobra must have felt a like emotion, for scarcely had we entered the room than he rushed to the bedecked cabaret singer and hugged her.
"Christ is born," he cried. "Greetings to you, female of the species."
He turned to me, laughing.
"See, boss, what a cunning creature is woman. She can even twist God round her little finger."
We sat down at table. We hungrily devoured the dishes and drank the wine. Our bodies were satisfied and our souls thrilled with pleasure. Zobra became lively once more.
"Eat and drink," he continually shouted. "Eat and drink, boss, and get warmed up. You sing too, my boy. Sing like the shepherds. Glory to the highest, glory to the lowest. Christ is born." That's a terrific thing, you know. Pipe up with your song and let God hear you and rejoice.
He had quite recovered his spirits, and there was no stopping him.
"Christ is born, my wise Solomon, my wretched pen-pusher. Don't go picking things over with a needle. Is he born or isn't he? Of course he's born. Don't be daft. If you take a magnifying glass and look at your drinking water, an engineer told me this one day, you'll see, he said, the water's full of little worms you couldn't see with your naked eye. You'll see the worms and you won't drink. You won't drink and you'll curl up with thirst. Smash your glass, boss, and the little worms will vanish and you can drink and be refreshed."
He turned towards our gaudy companion, raised his full glass, and said,
"My very dear Bubulina, my old comrade in arms, I'm going to drink to your health. I've seen many figureheads in my life. They're nailed to the ship's prow. They hold their breasts in their hands, and the cheeks and lips are painted a fiery red. They've sailed over all the seas, they've entered every port, and when the ship falls to bits, they come on dry land, and till the end of their days stay leaning against the wall of a fisherman's tavern where the captains go to drink. My Bubulina, tonight as I see you on this shore, now my belly's full of good things and my eyes are wide open, you look to me like the figurehead of a great ship. And I am your last port. I am the tavern where the sea captains come to drink. Come, lean on me, strike your sails. I drink this glass of Cretan wine to your health, my siren."
Touched and overcome, Dame Hortense started to cry, and leaned on Zorba's shoulder.
"You just see, boss,"
Zorba whispered in my ear,
"my fine speech is going to land me into some trouble. The jade won't want to let me go tonight, but there you are. I'm sorry for the poor creatures. Yes, I pity them." "Christ is born," he shouted loudly to his siren. "To our health." He slipped his arm under that of Our Lady, and they quaffed their glasses together, arms entwined, and looking enraptured at each other. Dawn could not have been far off when I left the two of them in the warm little bedroom with its great bed and took the road home. The villagers had eaten and drunk well, and now the village was sleeping with doors and windows closed under the great winter stars. It was cold. The sea was booming. Venus was dancing roguishly in the east. I walked along the water's edge, playing a game with the waves. They ran up to try and wet me, and I ran away. I was happy, and said to myself, this is true happiness. To have no ambition, and to work like a horse as if you had every ambition. To live far from men, not to need them, and yet to love them. To take part in the Christmas festivities, and, after eating and drinking well, to escape on your own far from all the snares, to have the stars above, the land to your left, and the sea to your right, and to realize of a sudden that, in your heart, life has accomplished its final miracle. It has become a fairy tale. The days were passing by. I tried to put a brave face on it. I shouted and played the fool, but in my heart of hearts I knew I was sad. During all this week of festivities, memories had been aroused and filled my breast with distant music and loved ones. I was once more struck by the truth of the ancient saying, man's heart is a ditch full of blood. The loved ones who have died throw themselves down on the bank of this ditch to drink the blood and so come to life again. The dearer they are to you, the more of your blood they drink. New Year's Eve. A band of village children carrying a large paper boat came to our hut and started to sing Kalanda in their shrill and merry voices. St. Basil the Great arrived from Caesarea, his native city. He was standing here on this little Cretan beach by the indigo blue sea.
He leaned on his staff, and his staff was suddenly covered with leaves and flowers. The New Year's carol rang out, "A happy New Year to you, Christians! Master, may your house be filled with corn, olive oil, and wine. May your wife be a marble pillar to the roof of your house. May your daughter marry and beget 9 sons and 1 daughter. May these sons liberate Constantinople, the city of our kings." Zorba listened, entranced. He had seized the children's tambourine and was banging it frenziedly. I watched and listened without saying anything. I could feel another leaf falling from my heart, the passing of another year. I was taking another step toward the black pit.
"What's come over you, boss?"
Zorba asked, in between singing at the top of his voice, together with the children, and striking the tambourine.
"What's come over you, man? You look years older and your face is grey. This is when I turn into a little boy again. I'm reborn like Christ. Isn't he born every year? So am I."
I lay down on my bed and shut my eyes. My heart was in a wild mood that night. I did not wish to speak. I could not sleep. I felt I had to account for my acts that very night. I went over my whole life, which appeared vapid, incoherent and hesitating, dreamlike. I contemplated it despairingly. Like a fleecy cloud attacked by the winds from the heights, my life constantly changed shape. It came to pieces, reformed, was metamorphosed. It was by turns a swan, a dog, a demon, a scorpion, a monkey, and the cloud was forever being frayed and torn. It was driven by the winds of heaven and shot with the rainbow. Day broke. I did not open my eyes. I was trying to concentrate all my strength on my ardent desire to break through the crust of the mind and penetrate to the dark and dangerous channel down which each human drop is carried to mingle with the ocean. I was eager to tear the veil and see what the new year would bring me.
"Morning, boss. Happy New Year."
Zorba's voice brought me back brutally to earth. I opened my eyes just in time to see Zorba throw into the doorway of the hut a big pomegranate. Its seeds, like clear rubies, shot as far as my bed. I picked up a few and ate them, and my throat was refreshed.
"I hope we make a pile and are ravished by beautiful maidens,"
Zorba cried good-humouredly. He washed, shaved, and put on his best clothes, green cloth trousers and rough homespun jacket, over which he threw a half-lined goatskin coatee. He put on his Russian astrakhan cap and twirled his moustaches.
"Boss," he said, "I'm going to put in an appearance at church as a representative of the company. It wouldn't be in the interest of the mine for them to think we're Freemasons. It'll cost me nothing, and it'll pass the time."
He bent over and winked.
"Maybe I'll see the widow there, too," he whispered.
God, the interests of the company, and the widow blended harmoniously in Zorba's mind. I heard his light footsteps departing. I leaped up. The spell was broken. My soul was shut in the prison of the flesh anew. I dressed and went down to the water's edge. I walked quickly. I was gay, as if I had escaped from a danger or a sin. My indiscreet desire of that morning to pry into and know the future before it was born suddenly appeared to me as sacrilege. I remembered one morning when I discovered a cocoon in the bark of a tree, just as the butterfly was making a hole in its case and preparing to come out. I waited a while, but it was too long appearing, and I was impatient. I bent over it and breathed on it to warm it. I warmed it as quickly as I could, and the miracle began to happen before my eyes, faster than life. The case opened. The butterfly started slowly crawling out, and I shall never forget my horror when I saw how its wings were folded back and crumpled. The wretched butterfly tried with its whole trembling body to unfold them. Bending over it, I tried to help it with my breath. In vain. It needed to be hatched out patiently, and the unfolding of the wings should be a gradual process in the sun. Now it was too late. My breath had forced the butterfly to appear all crumpled before its time. It struggled desperately, and a few seconds later died in the palm of my hand. That little body is, I do believe, the greatest weight I have on my conscience. For I realize today that it is a mortal sin to violate the great laws of nature. We should not hurry, we should not be impatient, but we should confidently obey the eternal rhythm. I sat on a rock to absorb this New Year's thought. Ah, if only that little butterfly could always flutter before me, to show me the way. Chapter 11. I rose as happy as if I had received my New Year presents. The wind was cold, the sky clear, the sea gleaming. I took the path to the village. Mass would have ended by now. As I walked along, I wondered, with an absurd emotion, who would be the first person, lucky or unlucky, I should meet this New Year. If only, I said to myself, it could be a small child, with its arms loaded with its New Year toys, or an active old man in a white shirt with full embroidered sleeves, content and proud that he had fulfilled his duty on earth with courage. The further I went, and the closer I came to the village, the more troubled I became. Suddenly my knees gave way beneath me. Under the olive trees, walking with a springing step along the village road, appeared in red, with a black kerchief over her head, the graceful, slender-waisted figure of the widow. Her sinuous gait was really that of a black panther, and it seemed to me that an acrid scent of musk was distilled in the air. If only I could escape! I felt that when angry this beast would have no mercy, and that the only thing to do was to run away. But how? The widow was steadily approaching. The gravel seemed to be crunching as if an army were marching over it. She saw me, shook her head. Her kerchief slipped down, and her hair appeared, black as jet and shining. She cast me a languorous look and smiled. Her eyes had a wild sweetness. Hastily she adjusted her kerchief, as though she were ashamed at having let me see one of woman's deepest secrets, her hair. I wanted to speak to her, wish her a happy New Year, but my throat was too tight, as on the day when the gallery fell in and my life had been in danger. The reeds surrounding her garden stirred in the wind. The winter sun fell on the golden lemons and the oranges with their dark foliage. The entire garden was resplendent, like a paradise. The widow stopped, stretched out her arm, and thrust the gate open. I was passing her just at that moment. She looked round, and, raising her eyebrows, turned her gaze on me. She left the gate open, and I saw her disappear behind the orange trees, swaying her hips as she went. To enter that gate and bolt it, to run after her, take her by the waist, and, without a word, drag her to her large widow's bed, that was what you would call being a man. That was what my grandfather would have done, and what I hope my grandson will do. But I stood there like a post, weighing things up and reflecting. "In another life," I murmured, smiling bitterly, "in some other life I'll behave better than this." I plunged into the green defile, feeling a weight on my soul as if I had committed a mortal sin. I wandered up and down. It was cold, and I was shivering. It was no use my chasing from my thoughts the widow's swaying hips, her smile, her eyes, her breasts. They always returned. I was suffocating. The trees had no leaves as yet, but the buds were full of sap and already swelling and bursting. In every bud you could feel the concentrated presence of young shoots, flowers, fruits to be, lying in wait, and ready to burst out to the light. Day and night in the middle of winter, the great miracle of spring was silently, secretly being prepared beneath the dry bark. Suddenly I gave a cry of joy. A bold almond tree opposite me in a sheltered hollow had burst into flower in midwinter, leading the way to all the other trees and heralding the spring. The oppression I felt left me. I took a deep breath of its somewhat peppery scent. I left the road and sat down beneath its flowering branches. I stayed there a long time, thinking of nothing, carefree and happy. This was eternity, and I was sitting beneath a tree in paradise. Suddenly a loud, rough voice ejected me from this paradise.
"Now what might you be doing tucked away in there, boss? I've been looking high and low for you. It's close on 12. Come on."
"Where?"
"Where? You ask me where? To old Mother Sucking Pig, of course. Aren't you hungry? They're sucking pigs out of the oven. What a smell, makes your mouth water. Come on."
I rose, stroked the hard trunk of the almond tree, containing so many mysteries, and which had produced this miracle of blossom. Zorba went on ahead, light-footed, full of zest and hunger. The fundamental needs of man, food, drink, women, and dance, were never exhausted or dulled in his robust and eager body. He was holding in his hand a flat parcel wrapped in pink paper and tied with golden-colored string. "A New Year's gift?" I asked with a smile. Zorba laughed, trying to hide his emotion.
"Well, just so she's no room for complaint, poor woman," he said without turning round. "So she'll remember her past grandeur. She's a woman, haven't we said so often enough? And therefore a creature always mourning over her lot."
"A photograph?"
You'll see. Don't be in so great a hurry. I made it myself. Come on, we'd better get a move on."
The midday sun was such as to gladden your very bones. The sea, too, was happily warming itself in the sun. In the distance, the tiny uninhabited island, shrouded in light mist, looked as if it had raised itself out of the sea and was floating. We approached the village, and Zorba came close to me and lowered his voice.
"You know, boss," he said, "the person in question was at church. I was standing in front by the cantor when I suddenly saw the sacred icons light up. Christ, the Holy Virgin, the 12 apostles, everything shone." "Whatever's happening," I said, crossing myself. "Is it the sun?" I turned round. It was the widow.
"All right, Zorba, that'll do," I said, hurrying on. But Zorba ran after me.
"I saw her close too, boss. She's got a beauty spot on her cheek that's enough to send you crazy. Another of those mysteries, beauty spots on women's cheeks."
He opened wide his eyes with an air of stupefaction.
"Have you noticed, boss? The skin's all soft and smooth, and then, all of a sudden, a black spot. Well, that's all that's needed. It sends you crazy. Do you understand that, boss? What do your books say about it?"
"The devil take them." Zorba laughed, pleased with himself.
"That's the stuff," he exclaimed. "That's the stuff. You're beginning to realize."
We did not stop at the cafe. We pressed on. Our good lady had cooked a sucking pig for us in the oven and was waiting for us on her doorstep. She had put a canary-yellow ribbon round her neck once more, and to see her like that, heavily powdered, lips plastered with a thick layer of crimson, was enough to dismay anyone. Was she, in fact, a ship's figurehead? As soon as she caught sight of us, her whole flesh seemed to be gladdened and set in motion. Her small eyes danced naughtily in her head and came to rest, fixed on Zorba's curled-up moustache. As soon as the outer door had closed behind us, Zorba took her by the waist.
"Happy New Year, my Bubulina," he said. "Look what I've brought you." And he kissed her plump and wrinkled neck. The old siren was tickled for a moment, but did not lose her head. Her eyes were clamped on the present. She seized it, undid the golden string, looked inside, and uttered a cry of joy. I leaned forward to see what it was. On a thick piece of cardboard that rascal Zorba had drawn, in 4 colors, red, gold, grey, and black, 4 huge battleships, decked with flags, sailing on an indigo-blue sea. In front of the battleships, floating on the waves, all naked and white, with hair flowing, breasts in the air, and a spiral fishtail, was a siren, Dame Hortense, complete with yellow ribbon round her neck. She was holding 4 strings and pulling behind her the 4 battleships flying the flags of England, Russia, France, and Italy. In each corner of the picture hung a beard, 1 fair, 1 red, 1 grey, and 1 black. The old singer understood immediately. "Me," she said, pointing proudly to the siren. She sighed. "Ah, I used to be a great power, too, once upon a time." She moved a small round mirror from over her bed, near to the parrot's cage, and in its place hung Zorba's picture. Beneath her thick makeup she must have gone pale. Zorba, meanwhile, had slipped into the kitchen. He was hungry. He brought in the dish with the sucking pig, placed a bottle of wine on the table in front of him, and filled 3 glasses. "Come, eat, eat!" he cried, clapping his hands together. "Let's begin with the foundation, the belly. After that, my sweet, we'll take care of what's below." But the atmosphere was troubled by the old siren's sighs. Each new year she, too, had a little doomsday of her own. She looked back on her life, weighed it up, and found it wanting. Beneath this old woman's thinning hair, big cities, men, silk dresses, bottles of champagne, and scented beards rose from the graves of her memory on all solemn occasions. "I've no appetite," she murmured coyly. "None at all, none at all." She kneeled down before the brazier and poked the hot coals. Her flabby cheeks reflected the light of the fire. A lock of hair slipped from her brow and was singed by a flame. The nauseating smell of burnt hair permeated the room. "I won't eat, I won't eat," she muttered once more, seeing we were taking no notice of her at all. Zorba clenched his fists impatiently. He remained for a moment undecided. He could let her mutter to herself as much as she chose while we got on with the roast pig, or he could throw himself on his knees, take her in his arms, and calm her down with kind words. I watched his tanned face and saw, passing over his mobile features, waves of contradictory impulses. Suddenly his expression set. He had come to a decision. He knelt beside her and seized the siren's knees. "If you don't eat, my little charmer," he said in heart-rending tones, "it's the end of everything. Have pity on the poor pig, my lovely, and eat this sweet little trotter."
And he pushed into her mouth the crackling trotter covered with butter. He took her in his arms, raised her from the ground, and placed her gently on her chair between the 2 of us.
"Eat," he said. "Eat, my treasure, so that St. Basil will come to our village. If you don't, you know, he won't come to us. He'll go back to his own country, to Caesarea. He'll pick up the inkhorn and paper, the 12th cake, the New Year gifts, the children's toys, even this little sucking pig, and away with them all. So open your little mouth, my Bubulina, and eat."
He put out 2 fingers and tickled her under the arm. The old siren clucked with pleasure, wiped her small reddened eyes, and started busily to chew over the crackly trotter. Just at that moment, 2 amorous cats began to howl on the roof over our heads.
They howled in an indescribable tone of hatred, their voices rising and falling threateningly. Suddenly, we heard them scrambling wildly on the roof, tearing one another to pieces.
"Meow, meow,"
said Zorba, winking at the old siren. She smiled and pressed his hand under the table. Her throat relaxed, and she began to eat with appetite. The sun moved round, came in through the small window, and shone on the good lady's feet. The bottle was empty. Zorba had twisted up his moustaches like those of a wild cat, and moved closer to the
female of the species.
Dame Hortense, huddled up, her head sunk into her shoulders, shuddered as she felt his warm, vinous breath on her.
"Now, what's this other mystery, boss?"
said Zorba, looking round at me.
"Everything goes backwards with me. When I was a kid, so it seems I looked like a little old man. I was dense, didn't talk much, but had a big fellow's voice. They say I was like my granddad, but the older I grew, the more harum-scarum I became. I began doing wild things when I was 20. Oh, nothing special. Just the same as other fellows at that age. When I was 40, I began to feel really young and went off on the maddest escapades. And now I'm over 60, 65, boss. But keep that dark. Well, now I'm over 60, how can I explain? Honestly, the world's grown too small for me."
He raised his glass and turned with compunction to his lady.
"Your good health, Bubulina," he said solemnly. "May God see to it that this year you grow some teeth and some neat eyebrows, and a new skin scented like a peach, and that you do away with all these beastly little ribbons, and that there's another revolution in Crete, and the 4 great powers come back again. Bubulina, my dear, with their fleets, and that each fleet has its admiral, and each admiral his curled and scented beard, and may you rise from the waves once more, my siren, singing your lovely song, and may the fleets break to pieces on these 2 round and savage rocks." Whereupon he placed his big hands on the good lady's flabby hanging breasts. Zorba was getting lively again. His voice was hoarse with desire. I laughed. One day at the cinema, I had seen a Turkish pasha frolicking in a Paris cabaret. He was holding a fair-haired young midinette on his lap. The pasha was getting excited. The tassel on his fez began to rise slowly, stopped for a moment when it was horizontal, then suddenly stuck straight up in the air. "What are you laughing at, boss?"
Zorba asked. The good lady, however, was still thinking of what Zorba had been saying. "Oh," she said, "do you think it's possible, Zorba? But when youth goes, it never comes back." Zorba moved closer still. The 2 chairs stuck together.
"Listen to me, ducky,"
he said, trying at the same time to undo the 3rd, the decisive button of her bodice.
"Listen, let me tell you about the fine present I'm going to get you. There's a new doctor, Voronov, who performs miracles, they say. He gives you a medicine of some kind, drops or powder, I don't know which, and you become 20 again in a trice, 25 at the worst. Don't cry, my dear. I'll have some sent from Europe for you."
The old siren started. Her reddish scalp was gleaming between the thinning hair. She threw her fat, fleshy arms round Zorba's neck. "If it's drops, my sweetie," she murmured, rubbing herself against Zorba like a cat, "you'll order a demi-john for me, won't you? And if it's powder—"
"A sackful,"
said Zorba, undoing the 3rd button. The cats, who had been quiet for a time, started their howling again. One of the voices was plaintive and appealing, the other angry and threatening. Our good lady yawned, and her eyes became languorous. "Do you hear those horrid cats?" she muttered. "They've no shame." And she sat on Zorba's knee. She leaned her head back against his neck and heaved a great sigh. She had drunk a little too much, and her eyes were growing misty.
"What are you thinking about, my Bubulina?"
Zorba asked, clutching hold of her breasts. "Alexandria," murmured the old siren, who had trundled about the world quite a bit. "Alexandria, Beirut, Constantinople, the Turks, the Arabs, sherbet, golden sandals, red fezzes." She heaved another sigh. "When Ali Bey stayed the night with me, what a moustache, what eyebrows, what arms he had! He'd call to the tambourine and flute players and throw them money through the window so that they'd play in my courtyard until dawn. And the neighbors used to go green with envy. 'Ali Bey's there with her again,' they'd say, in a rage. Afterwards, in Constantinople, Suleiman Pasha would never let me go out at all on Fridays. He was afraid the Sultan might see me on the way to the mosque and be so dazzled by my beauty he'd have me kidnapped. Every morning when he left the house, he'd put 3 big Negroes at the door to keep all males away from me. Ah, my little Suleiman." She took a large checked handkerchief from her bodice and bit it, hissing like a turtle. Zorba got rid of her by placing her on the chair next to him, and stood up, annoyed. He walked up and down once or twice, and he began hissing as well. The room was suddenly too cramped for him. He picked up his stick and rushed out into the yard, and I saw him lean the ladder against the wall and clamber up 2 steps at a time in a fury. "Who are you going to thrash, Zorba?" I shouted. "Suleiman Pasha?" "Those damned cats!" he shouted. "Can't they leave us for a single moment?" And in one bound he was on the roof. Dame Hortense, quite drunk, her hair dishevelled, had now closed her inflamed eyes, and a discreet snore came from her toothless mouth. Sleep had lifted her up and transported her to the great cities of the East, into the closed gardens and dim harems of amorous pashas. Sleep let her pass through walls and sent her dreams. She could see herself fishing. She had thrown out 4 lines and caught up 4 great battleships. Snoring and breathing heavily, the old siren smiled happily in her sleep, and seemingly refreshed by her bathe in the sea. Zorba came back, swinging his stick. "Sleeping, eh?" he said as he saw her. "The jade's asleep, is she?" "Yes, Zorba Pasha," I answered. "She's been carried off by the Dr. Voronov who makes old people young again. Sleep. She's only 20, and she's strolling about Alexandria and Beirut." "Let her go to the devil, the old slut," Zorba growled and spat on the floor. "Just look at the way she's grinning. I wonder who she's grinning at, the brazen bitch. Come on, boss, let's go." He slapped on his cap and opened the door. "She's not all on her own," cried Zorba. "She's with Suleiman Pasha, can't you see? She's in her 7th heaven, the dirty cow. Come on, let's beat it." We went out into the cold air. The moon was sailing across a calm sky. "Women," said Zorba in disgust. "Ugh! Still, it's not your fault. It's the fault of hair-brained harem-scarums like Suleiman and Zorba." And after a moment's pause, "No, it's not even our fault," he went on furiously. "There's one being who's the cause of it all, and one alone. The grand hair-brained harem-scarum, the grand Suleiman Pasha. You know who?" "If he exists," I answered. "What if he doesn't?" "God almighty, then we're done for." For some time we strode along without a word. Zorba was certainly going over some wild ideas in his mind, because every second or so he would lash out at the pebbles with his stick and spit on the ground. Suddenly he turned to me. "May God sanctify my granddad's bones," he said. "He knew a thing or two about women. He liked them a lot, poor wretch. And they led him a regular dance in his lifetime. 'By all the good things I wish you, Alexis, my boy,' he'd say, 'beware of women. When God took Adam's rib out to create woman, curse that minute. The devil turned into a serpent and, poof, he snatched the rib and ran off with it. God dashed after him and caught him. But he slipped out of his fingers, and God was left with just the devil's horns in his hands. "A good housekeeper," said God, "can sew even with a spoon. Well, I'll create a woman with the devil's horns." And he did, and that's how the devil got us all, Alexis, my boy. No matter where you touch a woman, you touch the devil's horns. Beware of her, my boy. She also stole the apples in the Garden of Eden. She shoved them down her bodice, and now she goes out and about strutting all over the place. A plague on her. Eat any of those apples and you're lost. Don't eat any, and you'll still be lost. What advice can I give you then, my boy? Do as you please. That's what my old granddad said to me. But how could you expect me to grow up sensible? I went the same way as he did. I went to the devil. We hurried through the village. The moonlight was disturbing. Imagine how it would be if you had been drinking and came out for a walk and found the world suddenly transformed. The roads had turned into rivers of milk. The holes in the road and the ruts overflowed with chalk. The hills were covered with snow. Your hands, face, and neck were phosphorescent, like a glowworm's tail, and the moon hung on your chest like an exotic round medal. We were walking along briskly, in silence. Intoxicated by the moonlight as well as by the wine, we hardly felt our feet touch the ground. Behind us, in the sleeping village, the dogs had got up on the roofs and were howling at the moon. And we, for no reason at all, also felt a desire to stretch our necks towards the moon and begin to howl. We came to the widow's garden. Zorba stopped. Wine, good food, and the moon had turned his head. He craned his neck and, in his big ass's voice, began to bray a bawdy couplet which, in his excited state, he composed on the spur of the moment. "She's another of the devil's horns," he said. "Let's go, boss." Dawn was about to break when we arrived at the hut. I threw myself on my bed, worn out. Zorba washed, lit the stove, and made some coffee. He crouched on the floor by the door, lit a cigarette, and began to smoke placidly, his body straight and motionless as he looked out at the sea. His face was grave and thoughtful. He reminded me of a Japanese painting I like, an ascetic sitting on his crossed legs and wrapped in a long orange-coloured robe. His face shining like a carving in hard wood, blackened by the rain. His neck erect, smiling as he gazes, without fear, into the dark night. I looked at Zorba in the light of the moon, and admired the jauntiness and simplicity with which he adapted himself to the world around him. The way his body and soul formed one harmonious whole, and all things, women, bread, water, meat, sleep, blended happily with his flesh and became Zorba. I had never seen such a friendly accord between a man and the universe. The moon would soon be setting now. It was round and of a pale green. An indescribable peacefulness spread across the sea. Zorba threw away his cigarette and reached out for a basket. He fumbled in it and pulled out some string, pulleys, and little pieces of wood. He lit the oil lamp and once more started to experiment with his overhead railway. Stooping over his primitive toy, he began to make calculations which must have been extremely complicated and difficult, for every other second he scratched his head furiously and swore. Suddenly he had had enough of it. He aimed one kick at the model, and it crashed to the ground. Chapter 12. Sleep overcame me, and when I awoke, Zorba had gone. It was cold, and I didn't have the slightest desire to rise. I reached up to some bookshelves above my head and took down a book which I had brought with me, and of which I was fond,
the poems of Mallarmé. I read slowly and at random. I closed the book, opened it again, and finally threw it down. For the first time in my life, it all seemed bloodless, odorless, void of any human substance, pale blue, hollow words in a vacuum. Perfectly clear, distilled water without any bacteria, but also without any nutritive substances, without life. In religions which have lost their creative spark, the gods eventually become no more than poetic motifs or ornaments for decorating human solitude and walls. Something similar had happened to this poetry. The ardent aspirations of the heart, laden with earth and seed, had become a flawless intellectual game, a clever, aerial, and intricate architecture. I reopened the book and began reading again. Why had these poems gripped me for so many years? Pure poetry. Life had turned into a lucid, transparent game, unencumbered by even a single drop of blood. The human element is brutish, uncouth, impure. It is composed of love, the flesh, and a cry of distress. Let it be sublimated into an abstract idea, and in the crucible of the spirit by various processes of alchemy, let it be rarefied and evaporate. All these things which had formerly so fascinated me appeared this morning to be no more than cerebral acrobatics and refined charlatanism. That is how it always is at the decline of a civilization. That is how man's anguish ends, in masterly conjuring tricks, pure poetry, pure music, pure thought. The last man, who has freed himself from all belief, from all illusions, and has nothing more to expect or to fear, sees the clay of which he is made reduced to spirit. And this spirit has no soil left for its roots, from which to draw its sap. The last man has emptied himself. No more seed, no more excrement, no more blood. Everything having turned into words, every set of words into musical jugglery, the last man goes even further. He sits in his utter solitude and decomposes the music into mute mathematical equations. I started. Buddha is that last man, I cried. That is his secret and terrible significance. Buddha is the pure soul which has emptied itself. In him is the void. He is the void. Empty your body, empty your spirit, empty your heart, he cries. Wherever he sets his foot, water no longer flows. No grass can grow, no child be born. I must mobilize words and their necromantic power, I thought, invoke magic rhythms, lay siege to him, cast a spell over him, and drive him out of my entrails. I must throw over him the net of images, catch him and free myself. Writing Buddha was, in fact, ceasing to be a literary exercise. It was a life-and-death struggle against a tremendous force of destruction lurking within me, a duel with a great No which was consuming my heart, and on the result of this duel depended the salvation of my soul. With briskness and determination, I seized the manuscript. I had discovered my goal. I knew now where to strike. Buddha was the last man. We are only at the beginning. We have neither eaten, drunk, nor loved enough. We have not yet lived. This delicate old man, scant of breath, has come to us too soon. We must oust him as quickly as possible. So I spoke to myself, and I began to write. But no, this was not writing. It was a real war, a merciless hunt, a siege, a spell to bring the monster out of its hiding place. Art is, in fact, a magic incantation.
Obscure homicidal forces lurk in our entrails, deadly impulses to kill, destroy, hate, dishonor. Then art appears with its sweet piping and delivers us. I wrote, pursued, struggled the whole day through. In the evening I was exhausted, but I felt I had made progress, had mastered a few advance posts of the enemy. I was now anxious for Zobra to return, so that I could eat, sleep, and build up my strength to resume the fight at dawn. It was already dark when Zobra came in. He had a radiant expression on his face. He has found the answer to something too, I thought, and I waited. I had begun to grow impatient with him, and only a few days before I had said angrily, "Zobra, our funds are getting low. Whatever has to be done, do it quickly. Let's get this railway going. If we're not successful with the coal, let's go all out for the timber. Otherwise, we've had it." Zobra had scratched his head.
"Funds getting low, are they, boss? That's bad," he said.
"They're gone, Zobra. We've swallowed up the lot. Do something. How are your experiments going? No luck yet?" Zobra had hung his head and made no reply. He had felt ashamed that evening.
"That damned slope," he said furiously. "I'll get the better of it yet."
And now he had come in, his face lit up with success.
"I've done it, boss," he shouted. "I've found the right angle. It was slipping through my hands, trying to get away from me, but I held on and pinned it down, boss."
"Well, hurry up and get the thing working. Fire away, Zobra. What else do you need?"
"Early tomorrow morning I must go to town and buy the tackle. A thick steel cable, pulleys, bearings, nails, hooks. Don't worry, I'll be back almost before you've seen me go."
He lit the fire shortly afterwards, prepared our meal, and we ate and drank with excellent appetites. We had both worked well that day. The next morning I went with Zobra as far as the village. We talked like serious and practical-minded people about the working of the lignite. While going down a slope, Zobra kicked against a stone which went rolling downhill. He stopped for a moment in amazement, as if he were seeing this astounding spectacle for the first time in his life. He looked round at me, and in his look I discerned faint consternation.
"Boss, did you see that?"
he said at last.
"On slopes, stones come to life again."
I said nothing, but I felt a deep joy. This, I thought, is how great visionaries and poets see everything, as if for the first time. Each morning they see a new world before their eyes. They do not really see it, they create it. The universe for Zobra, as for the first men on earth, was a weighty, intense vision. The stars glided over him, the sea broke against his temples. He lived the earth, water, the animals, and God without the distorting intervention of reason. Dame Hortense had been informed, and she was waiting for us on her doorstep. She was painted, caulked with powder, and uneasy. She had got herself up like a fun fair on a Saturday night. The mule was in front of her gate. Zobra jumped on its back and seized the reins. The old siren came up timidly and placed her plump little hand on the animal's breast, as if she wanted to prevent her beloved from leaving. "Zobra," she cooed, raising herself on tiptoe. "Zobra." Zobra turned his head away. He hated having to listen to lovers' nonsense like this in the middle of the road. The poor woman saw his look, and was terrified. But her hand still pressed on the mule's breast, full of tender entreaty.
"What do you want?"
Zobra asked angrily.
"Zobra," she pleaded, "be good. Don't forget me, Zobra. Be good."
Zobra shook the reins without replying. The mule started off. "Good luck, Zobra," I cried. 3 days, do you hear? No more." He turned round, waving his big hand. The old siren was weeping, and her tears washed furrows in the powder on her face.
"I give you my word, boss," Zobra shouted. "Goodbye."
And he disappeared beneath the olive trees. Dame Hortense went on crying, but she kept her eyes on the splash of colour made by the gay red rug which she had placed so carefully for her beloved, so that he should be comfortably seated. It was constantly being hidden by the silver foliage of the trees. Soon, even that had disappeared. Dame Hortense looked round her. The world was empty. I did not go back to the beach. I felt sad and walked towards the mountains. As I reached the mountain track, I heard a trumpet sound. The country postman was announcing his arrival in the village. "Master," he called to me, waving his hand. He came over and gave me a packet of newspapers, some literary reviews, and 2 letters. One I immediately put away in my pocket to read in the evening, when day is done and the spirit is calm. I knew who had written it, and I wanted to defer my joy so that it should last longer. The other letter I recognized from its sharp, jerky writing and the exotic stamps. It came from one of my old fellow students, Carianus, from a wild African mountainside near Tanganyika. He was a strange, impulsive, dark man with very white teeth. One of his canines stuck out like a wild boar's. He never talked, he shouted. He never discussed, he quarrelled. He had left his own country, Crete, where he had been a young theology teacher and a monk. He had flirted with one of his students, and they had been surprised one day kissing out in the fields. They had been booed. The same day the young teacher threw off the cowl and took a boat. He went to an uncle in Africa and started to work with a will. He opened a rope factory and made a lot of money. From time to time he wrote to me and invited me to go and stay with him for 6 months. Whenever I opened one of his letters, even before I read it, I could feel, arising from the crowded pages, which were always sewn together with string, a violent breath which made my hair stand on end. I was always deciding I would go and see him in Africa, but never went. I left the track, sat on a stone, opened, and began reading this letter. "When are you going to make up your mind to come here to me, you damned limpet clamped to the rocks of Greece? You too have turned into a typical lousy Greek, a tavern loafer, a wallower in cafe life. Because you need not think only cafes are cafes, books are too, and habits, and your precious ideologies. They are all cafes. It is Sunday today, and I have nothing to do. I am on my estate, and I am thinking of you. The sun is like a furnace, and there has not been a drop of rain. Here, when the rain does fall in April, May, and June, it's an absolute deluge. I'm all alone, and I like that. There are quite a lot of lousy Greeks here. Is there anywhere this vermin doesn't get to? But I don't want to mix with them. They disgust me. Even here, you damned tavern loafers, may the devil take you. You've sent us your leprosy, your miserable backbiting. That's what is ruining Greece, politics. There's card-playing, too, of course, and ignorance, and the sins of the flesh. I detest Europeans. That's why I am wandering about here in the mountains of Usumbara. I hate Europeans, but most of all I hate the lousy Greeks, and everything Greek. I'll never set foot in Greece again. This is where I'll finish up. I've had my tomb made already, in front of my hut, here on the wild mountainside. I've even put up the stone, and myself carved these words in large capitals. Here lies a Greek who hates the Greeks. I burst out laughing, spit, swear, and weep whenever I think of Greece. So as to see no Greeks and nothing Greek, I left the country forever. I came here, brought my destiny with me. It was not my destiny which brought me. Man does what he chooses. I brought my destiny here, and I've worked and still am working like a slave. I've been sweating and will continue to sweat by the bucketful. I am fighting with the earth, the wind, the rain, and with the workmen, my red and black slaves. I have no pleasures. Yes, one, work, physical and mental, but preferably physical. I like to exhaust myself, sweat, hear my bones crack. Half my money I throw away, waste it however and wherever I feel inclined. I'm not a slave to money. Money is my slave. I am a slave to work, and I'm proud of it. I fell trees. I have a contract with the British. I make rope, and now I've started planting cotton, too. Last night, among my Negroes, 2 tribes, the Wayao and the Wangoni, began fighting over a woman, over a whore. Just hurt pride, you know. Just the same as in Greece. Insults, brawls, and then out come the clubs. They broke one another's heads over her. The women ran to fetch me in the middle of the night, and woke me with a yapping to go and arbitrate. I was angry, told them all to go to the devil, then to the British police. But they stayed there howling in front of my door the whole night. At dawn I went out and arbitrated. Tomorrow early I am going to scale the Usumbara Mountains with their dense forest, fresh waters and everlasting greenness. Well, you lousy Babylonian Greek, when will you cut adrift from Europe? That great whore that sitteth upon many waters, with whom the kings of the earth have committed fornication. When will you come so that we can climb these pure and wild mountains together? I have a child by a black woman, a girl. I've sent her mother away. She cuckolded me in public in the full glare of the midday sun under every green tree in the neighborhood. I had enough of her, and threw her out. But I kept the girl. She's 2. She can walk. And she's beginning to talk. I'm teaching her Greek. The first sentence I taught her was, "I spit on you, you lousy Greeks. I spit on you, you lousy Greeks." She looks like me, the little scamp. She's only got her mother's broad, flat nose. I love her, but just as you love a dog or a cat. Come out here and get a boy by a Usumbara woman. We'll marry the 2 of them one day just to amuse ourselves, and to amuse them, too. Goodbye. May the devil go with you, and with me, dear friend. Carianus, servus diabolicus Dei. I left the letter open on my knees. An ardent desire to go took possession of me once more, not because I wanted to leave. I was quite all right on this Cretan coast, and I felt happy and free here, and I needed nothing. But because I have always been consumed with one desire, to touch and see as much as possible of the earth and the sea before I die. I stood up, changed my mind, and instead of climbing the hill went hurriedly towards the beach. I felt the other letter in the upper pocket of my coat, and couldn't wait any more. That sweet, unbearable foretaste of joy had lasted long enough. I reached the hut, lit the fire, made some tea, ate some bread and honey and oranges. I undressed, stretched out on my bed, and opened the letter. Master and Neophyte, greetings. I have a tremendous and difficult job here. Thank God, I enclose the dangerous word in inverted commas, like a wild beast behind bars, so that you do not get excited as soon as you open my letter. Well, a very difficult job, God be praised. 500,000 Greeks are in danger in the south of Russia and the Caucasus. Many of them speak only Turkish or Russian, but their hearts speak Greek fanatically. They are of our race. Just to look at them, the way their eyes flash, rapacious, ferrety, the cunning and sensuality of their lips when they smile, the way they have managed to become bosses and have moujiks working for them in this immense territory of Russia, it's quite enough to convince you that they are descendants of your beloved Odysseus. So one comes to love them and cannot let them perish. For they are in danger of perishing. They have lost all they had, are hungry and naked. From one side they are harried by the Bolsheviks, from the other by the Kurds. Refugees have swarmed in from every direction to settle in one town or another in Georgia and Armenia. There's no food, medicine, or clothing. They gather in the ports, scan the horizon anxiously for Greek ships coming to take them back to their mother, Greece. One part of our race, that means one part of our soul, is panic-stricken. If we leave them to their fate, they will perish. We need a lot of love and understanding, enthusiasm and practical sense, those qualities which you like so much to see united, if we are going to save them and get them back to the part of our own free land where they will be of most use. That is, on the frontiers of Macedonia, and further afield on the frontiers of Thrace. That is the only way we shall save hundreds of thousands of Greeks, and save ourselves with them. For as soon as I arrived here, I drew a circle in the way you taught me, and called that circle my duty. I said, if I save this entire circle, I am saved. If I do not save it, I am lost.
Well, inside that circle, there are 500,000 Greeks. I go to towns and villages, collect all the Greeks together, write reports, send telegrams, try to make our officials in Athens send boats, food, clothes, and medicine, and transport these poor creatures to Greece. If to struggle with zeal and obstinacy is to be happy, then I am happy. I do not know whether I have cut my happiness to my stature, to use your phrase. Please heaven I have, because then I would be a great person. I would like to increase my stature to what I think would make me happy, that is, to the farthest frontiers of Greece. But that's enough theory. You are lying on your Cretan beach, listening to the sound of the sea and the Santuri. You have time. I have not. I am swallowed up by activity, and I am glad of it. Action, dear inactive master, action. There is no other salvation. The subject of my meditations is, in fact, very simple and all of a piece. I say, these inhabitants of the Pontus and the Caucasus, peasants of Kars, big and small merchants of Tiflis, Batum, Novorossiysk, Rostov, Odessa, and the Crimea, are ours. They are of our blood. For them, as for us, the capital of Greece is Constantinople. We all have the same chief. You call him Odysseus, others Konstantinos Peleologos. Not the one who was killed beneath the walls of Byzantium, but the other, the legendary one, who was changed into marble and still stands erect, waiting for the Angel of Liberty. With your permission, I call this chief of our race Acritus. I like that name better. It is more austere and warlike. As soon as you hear it, there rises within you the image of the eternal Hellene, fully armed, fighting without cease or respite on the boundaries and frontiers. On every frontier, national, intellectual, and spiritual. And if you add Diogenes, you describe even more completely that marvelous synthesis of East and West, which is our race. I am in Kars now. I came to assemble all the Greeks of the neighboring villages. On the day of my arrival, the Kurds had seized a Greek teacher and priest in the district and nailed horseshoes to their feet. The notables were horrified and took refuge in the house where I am staying. We can hear the Kurds' guns coming closer all the time. All these Greeks have their eyes fixed on me, as if I were the only one with the strength to save them. I was counting on leaving tomorrow for Tiflis, but now, in the face of this danger, I am ashamed to leave. So I am staying. I don't say I am not afraid. I am afraid. But I'm ashamed. Wouldn't Rembrandt's warrior, my warrior, have done the same thing? He would have stayed. So I am staying too. If the Kurds come into the town, it is only natural and just that I should be the first to be shooed. I am sure, master, you never thought your pupil would end like this. After one of those interminable Greek discussions, we decided that everyone should assemble this evening with mules, horses, cattle, women, and children, and at dawn we will all start out together for the north. I shall walk in front, the ram guiding the flock. A patriarchal emigration of a people over chains of mountains and plains with legendary names, and I shall be a sort of Moses, an imitation Moses, leading the chosen race to the promised land, as these naive people are calling Greece. Of course, to be really worthy of this Mosaic mission, and not disgrace you, I should have done away with my elegant leggings, which you tease me about, and wrapped my legs in sheepskin. I should also have a long, greasy, wavy beard, and, above all, a large pair of horns. But I'm sorry I can't give you that pleasure. It's easier to get me to change my soul than my costume. I wear leggings, I am as smooth-shaven as a cabbage stump, and I'm not married. Master, I hope you get this letter, for it may be the last. No one can say. I have no confidence in the secret forces which are said to protect men. I believe in the blind forces which hit out right and left, without malice, without purpose, killing whoever happens to be in their way.
If I leave this earth, I say leave so as not to frighten you or myself with the proper word. If I leave this earth, I say, I hope you keep well and happy, dear master. I am embarrassed at having to say it, but I must, so please excuse me. I, too, have loved you very dearly. Then underneath, written hurriedly in pencil, was this postscriptum. P.S. I haven't forgotten the agreement we made on the boat the day I left. If I have to leave this earth, I shall warn you, remember, wherever you are. Don't let it scare you. Chapter 13. 3 days, 4 days, 5 days went by, and still no Zobra. On the 6th day I received from Candia a letter several pages long, a whole lot of rigmarole. It was written on scented pink paper, and in the corner of the page was a heart pierced by an arrow. I kept it carefully, and am copying it faithfully, retaining the laboured expressions to be found here and there. I have merely corrected the charming spelling. Zobra held a pen like a pickaxe. He attacked the paper violently with it, and that is why the paper had a number of holes in it, and was covered with blots.
Dear boss, Mr. Capitalist, I take up the pen to ask if your health is favourable. We are quite well, too, God be praised. I have realized for some time I didn't come into this world to be a horse or an ox. Only animals live to eat. To escape the above accusation, I invent jobs for myself day and night. I risk my daily bread for an idea. I turn the proverb round and say, better be a lean moorhen on a pond than a fat sparrow in a cage. Lots of people are patriots without it costing them anything. I am not a patriot, and will not be, whatever it costs me. Lots of people believe in paradise, and they keep an ass tethered there. I have no ass. I am free. I am not afraid of hell where my ass would die. I don't long for paradise either, where he would stuff himself with clover. I am an ignorant blockhead. I don't know how to put things, but you understand me, boss. Lots of people have been afraid of the vanity of things. I've overcome it. Lots reflect hard. I have no need to reflect. I don't rejoice over the good and don't despair over the bad. If I hear that the Greeks have taken Constantinople, it's just the same to me as if the Turks were taking Athens. If you think from the balderdash I talk I'm going soft in the head, write to me. I go into the shops here in Candia trying to buy cable, and I laugh. What are you laughing at, brother? They keep asking. But how can I tell them? I laugh because just when I hold out my hand to see if the steel cable is good, I think about what mankind is and why he ever came onto this earth and what good he is. No good at all, if you ask me. It makes no difference whether I have a woman or whether I don't, whether I'm honest or not, whether I'm a pasha or a street porter. The only thing that makes any difference is whether I'm alive or dead. Whether the devil or God calls me. And you know what, boss? I think the devil and God are the same. I shall die, turn into a reeking corpse, and stink people out. They'll be obliged to shove me at least 4 feet down in the earth, so that they won't get choked. By the way, I'm going to ask you about something that rather scares me. The only thing, mind. And it leaves me no peace night or day. What scares me, boss, is old age. Heaven preserve us from that. Death is nothing, just poof, and the candle is snuffed out. But old age is a disgrace. I consider it a deep disgrace to admit I'm getting on. And I do all I can to stop people seeing I've grown old. I hop about, dance, my back aches, but I keep dancing. I drink, get dizzy, everything spins round, but I don't sit down. I just act as if everything's hunky-dory. I sweat, so I plunge into the sea, catch cold and want to cough, coo, coo, to relieve myself, but I feel ashamed, boss, and force back the cough. Have you ever heard me cough? Never. And not, as you might think, just when there are other people about, but when I'm by myself, too. I feel ashamed in front of Zorba. What do you think of that, boss? I'm ashamed in front of him. One day on Mount Athos, because I've been there, and I'd have done better to cut off my right hand, I met a monk, Father Lavrentio, a native of Chios. He, poor fellow, believed he had a devil inside him, and he'd even given him a name. He called him Hoja. Hoja wants to eat meat on Good Friday, poor Lavrentio used to roar, beating his head on the church wall. Hoja wants to sleep with a woman. Hoja wants to kill the abbot. It's Hoja. Hoja, it isn't me. And he'd bang his head on the stone. I've a kind of devil inside me too, boss. And I call him Zorba. The inner Zorba doesn't want to grow old, not at all, and he hasn't grown old. He never will grow old. He's an ogre. He's got hair as black as jet, 32 teeth, and a red carnation behind his ear. But the outer Zorba, poor devil, has got a bit of a corporation and quite a few white hairs. He's shriveled and gone wrinkled. His teeth fall out, and his big ear is full of the white hair of old age. Long ass's hair. What can he do, boss? How long will these two Zorbas fight each other? Which one will win? If I kick the bucket soon, it'll be all right, I don't care. But if I go on living for a long time yet, I'm done. Done, boss. The day will come when I'll be disgraced. I'll lose my liberty. My daughter-in-law and daughter will order me to keep watch on some infant, a fearful little monster of theirs, so that he doesn't burn himself or fall over or dirty himself. And if he does dirty himself, pooh, they'll make me clean him up. You'll have to go through the same sort of shame, boss, although you're young. You watch out. Listen to what I tell you. Follow the same road as me. There's no other salvation. Let's go up into the mountains, mine them for coal, copper, iron, and calamine. Let's make our piles so that relatives respect us and friends lick our boots and all the well-to-do raise their hats to us. If we don't succeed, boss, we might as well pack up, be killed by wolves or bears, or any wild beast we can find, and much good may it do them. That's why God sent wild beasts on earth, to finish off a few people like us, so they don't fall too low.
Here, Zorba had drawn with coloured pencils a tall, lean man fleeing under some green trees with 7 red wolves at his heels. And at the top of the picture in big letters was written, Zorba and the 7 deadly sins. Then he went on.
You must see from this letter what an unhappy man I am. It's only when I'm with you that I have any chance, through talking to you, of getting some relief from my morbid state of mind. Because you're like me too, only you don't know it. You've got a devil inside you as well, but you don't know his name yet, and since you don't know that, you can breathe. Baptize him, boss, and you'll feel better. I was saying how unhappy I am. I can see clearly that all my intelligence is stupidity, and nothing more. There are times, though, when for whole days great thoughts occur to me. And if only I could do what that inside Zorba tells me to do, the world would be amazed. Seeing as how I have no time limit clause in my contract with life, I let the brakes off when I get to the most dangerous slopes. The life of man is a road with steep rises and dips. All sensible people use their brakes, but, and this is where, boss, maybe I show what I'm made of, I did away with my brakes altogether a long time ago because I'm not at all scared of a jolt. When a machine goes off the rails, we mechanics call that a jolt. And the devil knows if I take any notice of the jolts I get. Day and night I go full steam ahead, doing just what I like. So much the worse if I fold up and get smashed to pieces. What have I got to lose? Nothing. Even if I do take it easy, won't I end up just the same? Of course I will. So let's scorch along. I'm sure I'm making you laugh now, boss. But I'm writing down my blather, or if you like, my reflections or my weaknesses. What's the difference between the three? I really couldn't say. I'm writing to you, and you have a good laugh if you're not bored.
I'm laughing at the thought of you laughing. And that's how laughing never stops on this earth. Every man has his folly, but the greatest folly of all, in my view, is not to have one. So you can see I'm sorting out my own brand of folly here in Candia. And I'm giving you the whole shoot, boss, because I want to ask your advice. You're still young, of course, but you have read the old books of wisdom, and you've become, if you don't mind my saying so, a bit old-fashioned. So I'd like your advice. Well, I think every man has his own smell. We don't notice it much because smells mingle all together and we can't tell which is yours and which is mine, really. All we know is that there's a foul smell, and that's what we call humanity. I mean the human stench. There are people who sniff at it as if it was lavender. It makes me want to spew. Anyway, let's get on. That's another story. I wanted to say, I was just going to let off the brake again, that women, the jades, have wet noses like bitches, and straightway smell out a man who desires them and one who doesn't. That's why in every town I've ever set foot in, even now when I'm old, ugly as an ape and got no smart clothes, I've always had 1 or 2 women running after me. They sniff me out, the bitches. God bless them. Anyway, the first day I arrived safely in Candia, it was dusk. I rushed straight to the shops, but they were all closed. I went to an inn, gave the mule some fodder, ate myself, and had a clean-up. I lit a cigarette and went out for a look around. I didn't know a soul in the town, and no one knew me. I was absolutely free. I could whistle in the street, laugh, talk to myself. I bought some passatempo, nibbled, spat, and wandered to my heart's content. The street lamps were lit, men were having their aperitifs, women were going home, the air was scented with powder, toilet soap, anisette, and souvlakia. I said to myself, "Listen, Zorba, how long do you expect to live with those quivering nostrils? You haven't got very long left to sniff the air. Go on, old chap, breathe it in as deep as you can." That's what I was saying as I walked up and down the big square, you know the one. Suddenly, praise be to God, I heard shouts, dancing, a tambourine playing, and some oriental songs. I pricked up my ears and ran to where the noise was coming from. It was a cafe with a cabaret. That was just what I wanted. I went in, I sat down at a little table, well to the front. Why shouldn't I be bold? As I say, nobody knew me. I was absolutely free. A big gawk of a woman was dancing on the platform, lifting her skirts up, but I didn't pay any attention. I ordered a bottle of beer, and then a sweet, dusky little creature came and sat down at my table. She'd plastered on her paint with a trowel. "Do you mind, Grandad?" she asked, laughing. The blood rushed up to my head at this. I felt a terrible urge to wring her neck, the hussy, but I held myself back. I was sorry for the female of the species, so I called a waiter. 2 bottles of champagne. Forgive me, boss. I've spent some of your money. But it was such a terrible insult. I had to save our honor. Yours as well as mine. I had to bring that little brat to her knees before us. I really had to. I know you would never have left me defenseless like that at a difficult moment. So, 2 bottles of champagne, waiter. The champagne arrived, and I ordered cakes as well, then some more champagne. A man with some jasmine came up, and I bought the basketful, and emptied it into the lap of the little bit of fluff who'd dared insult us. We drank and drank, but on my oath, boss, I didn't even pinch her. I know my stuff. When I was young, the first thing I did was to pinch and play with him. Now I'm old, the first thing I do is to spend money, be gallant, open-fisted. Women adore being treated like that. The jades go crazy about you, and you can be humpbacked, an old ruin, as ugly as a louse, and they'll forget all that. They can't see anything else, the bitches, but the hand that brings out the money and lets it flow away like a basket with a hole in it. So, as I was saying, I spent a fortune. May God bless you, boss, and return it to you 100-fold. And the above-mentioned girl stuck tight to me. She came closer and closer. She pressed her little knee up against my big bony stumps. But I was just like a block of ice, although inside I was hot and bothered.
That's what makes women lose their heads. You'd better learn that in case you find yourself in the same situation. It might stand you in good stead. Let him feel you're burning inside, and yet you don't touch them. Well, midnight came and went. The lights began going out. The cafe was closing. I took out a roll of 1,000 drachma notes, paid the bill, and left a generous tip for the waiter. The girl clung to me. "What's your name?" she asked me in a lovesick tone. "Grandad," I replied, vexed. The brazen little bitch pinched me hard and whispered, "Come with me, come with me." I took her little hand, squeezed it with a knowing air, and answered, "Come then, little one." My voice was hoarse. You can imagine the rest, boss. We did our stuff. Then we went to sleep. When I woke up, it must have been at least midday. I looked round, and what do I see? A charming little room, spick and span, easy chairs, a wash basin, soaps, scent bottles, mirrors of all sizes, gaily coloured dresses hanging on the wall, a crowd of photographs, sailors, officers, captains, policemen, dancing women, women with only one thing on, a pair of sandals. And next to me in the bed, warm, scented, and with ruffled hair, the female of the species. "Ah, Zorba," I said to myself, closing my eyes, "you've entered paradise while you're still alive. This is a good place to be. Don't budge." I told you once before, boss, that each man has his own particular paradise. For you, paradise will be stocked full of books and big demijohns of ink. For someone else, it'll be full of casks of wine, of rum and brandy. For another, piles of money. For me, paradise is this, a little perfumed room with gay-coloured dresses on the wall, scented soaps, a big bed with good springs, and at my side, the female of the species. A fault confessed is half redressed. I didn't stick my nose outside the door that day. Where would I have gone? What should I have done? No fear, I was fine where I was. I sent an order to the best inn of the town, and they brought us a tray of food, nothing but good, strength-giving food, black caviar, chops, fish, lemon juice, kadaif. We looked after our little affairs again, and had another nap. We woke up in the evening, dressed, and went off arm in arm to the cafe once more. To cut a long story short and not drown you in words, that program is still in operation. But don't you worry yourself, boss. I'm looking after your little affairs too. Now and then I go and look round the shops. I'll buy the cable and all we need, don't you worry. A day sooner or a day or a week later, even a month later, what does it matter? As we say, if the cat's in too much of a hurry, she has peculiar kittens. In your interest, I am waiting for my ears to pick up everything and my mind to clear, so I am not swindled. The cable must be first class, or we shall be dished. So be patient, boss, and trust in me. Above all, don't worry about my health. Adventures are good for me. In a matter of a few days, I've become a young man of 20 again. I am so strong, I tell you I shall be growing a new set of teeth. My back was hurting me a bit when I arrived. Now I'm as fit as a fiddle. Every morning I look at myself in the mirror, and I'm amazed my hair hasn't turned as black as boot polish overnight. But you'll be asking why I'm writing to you like this. Well, you're a sort of confessor to me, boss, and I'm not ashamed to admit all my sins to you. Do you know why? So far as I can see, whether I do right or wrong, you don't care a rap. You hold a damp sponge like God and flap, slap, you just wipe it all out. That's what prompts me to tell you everything like this. So listen. I'm all topsy-turvy and on the point of going completely off my head. Please, boss, take your pen and write to me as soon as you get this letter. Until I have your answer, I'll be on tenterhooks. I think that for years now my name's been scratched off God's register, and off the devil's too. Yours is the only register I think I'm still on, so I've got nobody but your worshipful self to turn to. So listen to what I've got to say. This is what it's about. Yesterday, there was a fete on in a village near Candia. Devil take me if I know what saint it was in aid of. Lola,
True enough, I'd forgotten to introduce her to you. Her name's Lola. She says to me, 'Grandad,' she calls me Grandad once more, but now it's a pet name, boss. 'Grandad,' she says, 'I'd like to go to the fete.' 'Go on then, Grandma,' I say to her. 'But I want to go with you.' 'I'm not going. I don't like saints. You go by yourself.' 'All right, I shan't go either.' I stare at her. 'You won't? Why not? Don't you want to?' 'If you come with me, I do. If not, I don't.' 'Why not? You're a free person, aren't you?' 'No, I'm not.' 'You don't want to be free?' 'No, I don't.' I thought I must be hearing voices. I really did. 'You don't want to be free?' I cried. 'No, I don't. Boss, I'm writing this in Lola's room on Lola's paper. For God's sake, listen carefully. I think only people who want to be free are human beings. Women don't want to be free. Well, is woman a human being? For heaven's sake, answer as soon as possible. All the best to the best of bosses. Me, Alexis Zorba. When I had finished reading Zorba's letter, I was for a while in two minds, no, three. I did not know whether to be angry, or laugh, or just admire this primitive man who simply cracked life's shell, logic, morality, honesty, and went straight to its very substance. All the little virtues which are so useful are lacking in him. All he has is an uncomfortable, dangerous virtue which is hard to satisfy, and which urges him continually and irresistibly towards the utmost limits, towards the abyss. When he writes, this ignorant workman breaks his pens in his impetuosity. Like the first men to cast off their monkey skins, or like the great philosophers, he is dominated by the basic problems of mankind. He lives them as if they were immediate and urgent necessities. Like the child, he sees everything for the first time. He is forever astonished and wonders why and wherefore. Everything seems miraculous to him. And each morning when he opens his eyes, he sees trees, sea, stones, and birds, and is amazed. What is this miracle, he cries? What are these mysteries called? Trees, sea, stones, birds. One day I remember when we were making our way to the village, we met a little old man astride a mule. Zorba opened his eyes wide as he looked at the beast, and his look was so intense that the peasant cried out in terror, "For God's sake, brother, don't give him the evil eye!" and he crossed himself. I turned to Zorba. "What did you do to the old chap to make him cry out like that?" I asked him. "Me? What do you think I did? I was looking at his mule, that's all. Didn't it strike you, boss?" "What?" "Well, that there are such things as mules in this world." Another day I was reading, stretched out on the shore, and Zorba came and sat down opposite me, placed his santuri on his knees, and began to play. I raised my eyes to look at him. Gradually his expression changed, and a wild joy took possession of him. He shook his long, creased neck and began to sing. Macedonian songs, cleft songs, savage cries. The human throat became as it was in prehistoric times, when the cry was a great synthesis which bore within it all we call today by the names of poetry, music, and thought. "Ah! Ah!" The cry came from the depth of Zorba's being, and the whole thin crust of what we call civilization cracked, and let out the immortal beast, the hairy god, the terrifying gorilla. Lignite, profits and losses, Dame Hortense, and plans for the future, all vanished. That cry carried everything before it. We had no need of anything else. Immobile, on that solitary coast of Crete, we both held in our breasts all the bitterness and sweetness of life. Bitterness and sweetness no longer existed. The sun went down, night came, the great bear danced round the immovable axis of the sky. The moon rose and gazed in horror
at two tiny beasts who were singing on the sands and fearing no one. "Ah, man is a wild beast," Zobra said suddenly, overexcited with his singing. "Leave your books alone. Aren't you ashamed? Man is a wild beast, and wild beasts don't read." He was silent a moment, then started to laugh. "Do you know," he said, "how God made man? Do you know the first words this animal, man, addressed to God?" "No, how should I know? I wasn't there." "I was," cried Zobra, his eyes sparkling. "Well, tell me." Half in ecstasy, half in mockery, he began inventing the fabulous story of the creation of man. "Well, listen, boss. One morning God woke up feeling down in the dumps. What a devil of a God I am. I haven't even any men to burn incense to me and swear by my name to help pass the time away. I've had enough of living all alone like an old screech owl. He spat on his hands, pulled up his sleeves, put on his glasses, took a piece of earth, spat on it, made mud of it, kneaded it well, and made it into a little man which he stuck in the sun. 7 days later he pulled it out of the sun. It was baked. God looked at it and began to split his sides with laughter. 'Devil take me,' he says. 'It's a pig standing up on its hind legs. That's not what I wanted at all. There's no mistake. I've made a mess of things.' So he picks him up by the scruff of his neck and kicks his backside. 'Go on, clear off. All you've got to do now is to make other little pigs. The earth's yours. Now jump to it. Left, right, quick march.' But you see, it wasn't a pig at all. It was wearing a felt hat, a jacket thrown carelessly across its shoulders, well-creased trousers, and Turkish slippers with red tassels. And in its belt, it must have been the devil who'd given it that, was a pointed dagger with the words, 'I'll get you,' engraved on it. It was man. God held out his hand for the other to kiss, but man twirled up his moustache and said, 'Come on, old one, out of the way, let me pass.'" Here Zobra stopped as he saw me bursting with laughter. He frowned. "Don't laugh," he said. "That's exactly what happened." "How do you know?" "That's how I feel it happened, and that's what I'd have done if I'd been in Adam's place. I'd wager my head being chopped off if Adam acted any different. And don't you believe all the books tell you I'm the one you should trust." He stretched out his big hand, without waiting for an answer, and started playing the santuri once more. I was still holding Zobra's scented letter with its heart pierced by an arrow, and was living through those days filled with his human presence which I had spent at his side. Time had taken on a new savour in Zobra's company. It was no longer an arithmetic succession of events without, nor an insoluble philosophical problem within. It was warm sand, finely sieved, and I felt it running gently through my fingers. "Blessed be Zobra," I murmured. "He has given a warm, beloved, living body to all the abstract ideas which were shivering inside me. When he's not there, I start shivering again." I took a sheet of paper, called a workman, and sent an urgent telegram. "Come back immediately." Chapter 14. Saturday afternoon, the 1st of March. I was leaning against a rock facing the sea, writing. That day I had seen the first swallow, and I was happy. The exorcism of Buddha was flowing without hindrance onto the paper, and my struggle with him had become calmer. I was no longer in a desperate hurry, and I was sure of my deliverance. Suddenly I heard steps on the pebbles. I raised my eyes and saw our old siren rolling along the shore, decked out like a frigate. She was hot and short of breath. She seemed to be worried about something. "Is there a letter?" she asked anxiously. "Yes," I answered with a laugh, and rose to welcome her. "He sends you lots of greetings. Says he's thinking about you day and night. He can hardly eat or drink. He finds the separation so unbearable." "Is that all he says?" the unhappy woman asked, gasping for breath. I was sorry for her. I took his letter from my pocket and pretended that I was reading it. The old siren opened her toothless mouth, her little eyes blinked, and she listened breathlessly. I made believe I was reading, but as I got rather involved, I pretended I had difficulty in making out the writing. Yesterday, boss, I went into a cheap eating house for a meal. I was hungry when I saw an absolutely beautiful young girl come in, a real goddess. My God, she looked just like my Bubolina. And straightway my eyes began spouting water like a fountain. I had a lump in my throat. I couldn't swallow. I got up, paid my bill, and left. And I, who only think of the saints once in a blue moon, I was so deeply moved, boss, I ran to St. Minas's church and lit a candle to him. St. Minas, I said in my prayer, let me have good news of the angel I love. May our wings be united very soon. Ha, 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 went Dame Hortense, her face beaming with joy. What are you laughing at, my good woman? I asked, stopping to get my breath and concoct some more lies. What are you laughing at? This makes me feel more like weeping. If only you knew, if only you knew, she chuckled and burst into laughter. What? Wings. That's what he calls feet, the rascal. That's the name he gives them when we're alone. May our wings be united, he says. Ha, ha, ha. Listen to what comes next, then. You'll be really astounded. I turned over the page and made believe I was reading again. And today, as I was passing a barber's shop, the barber emptied outside his bowl of soapy water. The whole street was filled with the scent, and I thought of Bubolina again and began to cry. I can't stay away from her any longer, boss. I shall go off my head. Look, I've even written poetry. I couldn't sleep 2 nights ago, and I began writing a little poem for her. I hope you'll read it to her so that she'll see how I'm suffering. Ah, if only on some footpath you and I could meet, and it were wide enough to hold our rue. Let me be ground to crumbs or pie meat. My shattered bones would still have strength to run to you. Dame Hortense, her eyes languid and half-closed, was listening happily, all attention. She even took the little ribbon from her neck, where it was nearly strangling her, and set her wrinkles free for a moment. She was silent and smiling. Happy and contented, her mind seemed to be drifting far away. The month of March, fresh grass, little red, yellow, and purple flowers, limpid water where groups of white and black swans were mating as they sang. The females white, the males black, and with half-open crimson beaks. Great blue moray eels rose gleaming from the water and twined themselves round big yellow serpents. Dame Hortense was 14 again, dancing on oriental carpets in Alexandria, Beirut, Smyrna, Constantinople, then off Crete on the polished decks of ships. She couldn't remember very clearly now. It was becoming confused. Her breast was heaving, the shores were splitting. And suddenly, while she was dancing, the sea was covered with vessels with golden prows. On their decks, multicolored tents and silken oriflammes. A whole procession of pashas came from the tents with golden tassels upright on their fezzes. Wealthy old beys on pilgrimages with hands full of rich offerings, and their melancholy beardless sons. Admirals came too, with their shining 3-cornered hats, and sailors with their dazzling white collars and broad flapping trousers. Young Cretans followed, in their billowing breeches of light blue cloth, yellow boots, and black kerchiefs knotted over their hair. A good last came Zorba, huge, grown lean from love-making, with a massive engagement ring on his finger, a crown of orange blossom on his greying hair. From the ships came all the men she had known in her adventurous lifetime. Not one was missing. not even the old gap-toothed and hunchbacked boatman who had taken her out on the water one evening at Constantinople. Night had fallen, and no one could see them. They all came out, all of them, and in the background, mating away, the morays, the serpents, the swans. The men came and joined her. They formed clusters like amorous snakes in the spring who rise hissing in a sheaf. And in the centre, all white and naked and glistening with sweat, lips parted to show her little pointed teeth, rigid, insatiable, her breasts erect, hissed a Dame Hortense of 14, 20, 30, 40, 60 summers. Nothing was lost. No lover had died. In her wilted breast they were all resuscitated, in full parade dress. As if Dame Hortense were a noble three-masted frigate, and all her lovers, she had seen 45 working years, were boarding her, climbing into the holds, onto the gunwale, into the rigging, while she sailed along, much battered and much caulked, towards the last great haven she had longed for so ardently, marriage. And Zobra assumed 1,000 faces, Turkish, European, Armenian, Arab, Greek. And as she hugged him, Dame Hortense hugged the entire, blessed and interminable procession. The old siren all at once realized that I had ceased reading. Her vision suddenly stopped, and she raised her heavy lids. "Doesn't he say anything else?" she asked in a tone of reproach, licking her lips greedily. "What more do you want, Madame Hortense? Don't you see? The whole letter talks about you and nothing else. Look, 4 sheets of it. And there's a heart here in the corner, too. Zobra says he drew it himself with his own hand. Look, love has pierced it through. And underneath, look, 2 doves embracing. And on their wings, in small microscopic letters in red ink, 2 names intertwined, Hortense, Zobra." There were neither doves nor names, but the old siren's small eyes had filled with tears and could see anything they wished. "Nothing else? Nothing else?" she asked again, still not satisfied. Wings, the barber's soapy water, the little doves, that was all very well. A lot of fine words, all that, nothing but air. Her practical woman's mind wanted something else, something more tangible, solid. How many times in her life had she heard this sort of nonsense, and what good had it done her? After years of hard work she had been left all alone, high and dry. "Nothing else?" she murmured again reproachfully. "Nothing else?" She looked at me with eyes like those of a hind at bay. I took pity on her. "He says something else, very, very important, Madame Hortense," I said. "That's why I kept it till the end." "What is it?" she said with a sigh. "He writes that, as soon as he gets back, he'll go on his knees to implore you, with tears in his eyes, to marry him. He can't wait any longer. He wants to make you, he says, his own little wife, Madame Hortense Zobra, so that you need never be separated again." This time the tears really began to flow. This was the supreme joy, the ardently desired haven. This was what she had hitherto regretted not having in her life. Tranquillity and lying in an honest bed, nothing more. She covered her eyes with her hands. "All right," she said, with the condescension of a great lady. "I accept. But please write to him. Say that here in the village there are no orange blossom wreaths. He'll have to bring them from Candia. He must bring 2 white candles as well, with pink ribbons and some good sugared almonds. Then he must buy me a wedding dress, a white one, and silk stockings and satin court shoes. We've got sheets, tell him, so he needn't bring any. We've also got a bed." She arranged her list of orders, already making an errand boy of her husband. She stood up. She had suddenly taken on the look of a dignified married woman. "I've something to ask you," she said, "something serious." Then she waited, moved. "Go on, Madame Hortense, I'm at your service." "Zobra and I are very fond of you. You are very kind, and you'll not disgrace us. Would you care to be our witness?" I shuddered. Formerly, At my parents' house, we had had an old serving-woman named Diamandula, who was over 60, an old maid with a moustache, half crazed by virginity, nervous, shriveled up and flat-chested. She fell in love with Mitzo, the local grocer's boy, a dirty, well-fed and beardless young peasant lad. "When is it you be going to marry me?" she used to ask him every Sunday. "Marry me now. How can you wait so long? I can't bear it." "I can't either," said the cunning grocer's boy, who was getting round her for her custom. "I can't hold out any longer, Diamandula, but all the same, we can't get married till I've a moustache as well as you." The years went past like that, and old Diamandula waited. Her nerves became calmer, she had fewer headaches. Her bitter lips that had never been kissed learned to smile. She washed the clothes more carefully now, broke fewer dishes, and never burned the food. "Will you come and be our witness, young master?" she asked me one evening on the sly. "Certainly I will, Diamandula," I answered, a lump forming in my throat out of pity for her. The very suggestion had wrung my heart. That is why I shuddered when I heard Dame Hortense ask the same thing. "Certainly I would," I replied. "It will be an honor, Madame Hortense." She rose, patted the little ringlets that hung from beneath her little hat, and licked her lips. "Good night," she said. "Good night, and may he soon come back to us." I watched her waddling away, swaying her old body with all the affected airs of a young girl. Joy gave her wings, and her twisted old court shoes made deep impressions in the sand. She had hardly rounded the headland, then shrill cries and wailing came from along the shore. I leaped up and ran in the direction from which the noise was coming. On the opposite headland, women were howling as though they were singing a funeral dirge. I climbed a rock and looked. Men and women were running up from the village. Behind them, dogs were barking. 2 or 3 were on horseback and going on ahead. A thick cloud of dust was rising from the ground. "There's been an accident," I thought, and ran round the bay. The hubbub was growing more intense. 2 or 3 spring clouds stood still in the light of the setting sun. The fig tree of our young lady was covered with fresh green leaves. Suddenly, Dame Hortense staggered up to me. She was running back again, dishevelled, out of breath, and one of her shoes had come off. She was holding it in her hand and was crying as she ran. My God, she sobbed as she saw me. She stumbled and nearly fell. I caught her. "What are you crying for? What's happened?" And I helped her put on her worn shoe. I'm frightened. Of what? Of death." She had scented with terror the smell of death in the air. I took her limp arm to lead her to the place, but her aging body resisted and trembled. I don't want to, she cried. The poor wretch was terrified of going close to a place where death had appeared. Karen must not see her and remember her. Like all old people, our poor siren tried to hide herself by taking on the green color of grass, or by taking on an earthly color, so that Karen could not distinguish her from earth or grass. She had tucked her head into her fat, rounded shoulders and was trembling. She dragged herself to an olive tree, spread out her patched coat, and sank to the ground. "Put this over me, will you? Put this over me, and you go and have a look." "Are you feeling cold?" "I am. Cover me up." I covered her up as well as I could, so that she was indistinguishable from the earth. Then I went off. I came up to the headland and now clearly heard the songs of lamentation. Mimiko came running past me. "What is it, Mimiko?" I asked. "He's drowned himself, he shouted without stopping. "Who?" "Pavli, Mavrandoni's son." "Why?" "The widow." The word hung in the evening air and conjured up the dangerous, supple body of that woman. I reached the rocks and there found the whole village assembled. The men were silent, bareheaded. The women, with their kerchiefs thrown back over their shoulders, were tearing their hair and uttering piercing cries. A swollen, livid corpse lay on the pebbled beach. Old Mavrandoni was standing motionless over it, gazing at it. With his right hand he was leaning on his staff. With his left He was holding his curly grey beard. "A curse on you, widow!" a shrill voice said suddenly. "God shall make you pay for this!" A woman leaped up and turned to the men. "Isn't there a single man in the village to throw her across his knees and cut her throat, like a sheep? Bah, you cowards!" And she spat at the men, who looked at her without a word. Condominolio, the cafe proprietor, answered her. "Don't humiliate us, crazy Caterina," he shouted. "Don't humiliate us. There are still some men, some Palicaria in our village. You'll see." I could not contain myself. "Shame on you all!" I cried. "In what way is that woman responsible? It was fated. Don't you fear God?" But no one replied. Manolachas, the drowned man's cousin, bent his huge body, lifted the corpse in his arms, and took the first path back to the village. The women were screaming, scratching their faces, and tearing their hair. When they saw the body was being carried away, they ran to clasp it, but old Mavrandoni, brandishing his staff, drove them off and took the head of the procession, followed by the women singing dirges. Lastly, in silence, came the men. They disappeared into the twilight. You could hear the peaceful breathing of the sea once more. I looked around me. I was alone. "I'll go back home," I said. "Another day, O God, which has had its measure of sorrow." Deep in thought, I followed the pathway. I admired these people, so closely and warmly involved in human sufferings. Dame Hortense, Zorba, the widow, and the pale Pavli who had so bravely thrown himself in the sea to drown his sorrow, and daily Caterina shouting for them to cut the widow's throat like a sheep, and Mavrandoni refusing to weep or even to speak in front of the others. I alone was impotent and rational. My blood did not boil, nor did I love or hate with passion. I still wanted to put things right in cowardly fashion by laying everything at destiny's door. In the twilight I could just see Uncle Anagnosti still sitting there on a stone. He had propped his chin on his long stick and was gazing at the sea. I called to him, but he did not hear. I went up to him. He saw me and shook his head.
"Poor humanity," he murmured. "The waste of a young life. The poor boy couldn't bear his sorrow, so he threw himself in the sea and was drowned. Now he's saved."
"Saved?"
"Saved, my son, yes, saved. What could he have done with his life? If he'd married the widow, there would very soon have been quarrels, perhaps even dishonor. She's just like a brood mare, that shameless woman. As soon as she sees a man, she starts to whinny. And if he hadn't married her, it would have been the torment of his life, because the idea would have been fixed in his head that he'd missed a great happiness. A yawning abyss in front, a precipice behind."
"Don't talk like that, Uncle Anagnosti. You'd bring despair to anyone who heard you."
"Come on, don't be so frightened. No one can hear me except you. And even if they could, would they believe me? Look, has there ever been a luckier man than me? I've had fields, vineyards, olive groves, and a 2-storied house. I've been rich and a village elder. I lighted on a good, docile woman who gave me only sons. I've never seen her raise her eyes to me in defiance, and all my children are good fathers. I've nothing to complain about. I've had grandchildren, too. What more could I want? My roots go deep. And yet, if I had to start my life all over again, I'd put a stone round my neck like Pavli and throw myself in the sea. Life is hard. My God, it is. Even the luckiest life is hard. A curse on it."
"But what is there you lack, Uncle Anagnosti? What are you complaining of?"
"I lack nothing, I tell you. but you go and question men's hearts."
He was silent a moment, and looked again at the darkening sea.
"Well, Pavli, you did the right thing," he cried, waving his stick. "Let the women scream. They're women and have no brains. You're saved now, Pavli. Your father knows it, and that's why he didn't make a sound."
He scanned the sky and the mountains, which were already growing indistinct.
"Here's the night," he said. "Better get back."
He stopped all of a sudden, seeming to regret the words he had let drop, as if he had betrayed a great secret and now wanted to recover it. He placed his shriveled hand on my shoulder.
"You're young," he said, smiling at me. "Don't listen to the old. If the world did heed them, it would rush headlong to its destruction. If a widow crosses your path, get hold of her. Get married. Have children. Don't hesitate. Troubles were made for young men."
I reached my beach, lit the fire, and made my evening tea. I was tired and hungry, and I ate ravenously, giving myself up entirely to animal pleasure. Suddenly, Mimiko pushed his little flattened head through the window, looked at me crouching by the fire and eating. He smiled cunningly. "What have you come for, Mimiko?"
"I've brought you something, boss, from the widow, a basket of oranges. She says they're the last from her garden."
"From the widow?" I said with a start. "Why did she send them?"
"Because of the good word you put in for her to the villagers this afternoon, so she says."
"What good word?"
"How do I know? I'm just telling you what she said, that's all."
He emptied the oranges on the bed. The whole hut became redolent with their smell. "Tell her I thank her very much for her present, and I advise her to be careful. She must watch her step and not show herself in the village on any account, do you hear? She must stay indoors for a time until this unhappy business has been forgotten. Do you understand, Mimiko?"
"Is that all, boss?"
"That's all. You can go now." Mimiko winked at me.
"Is that all?"
"Get away." He went. I peeled one of the juicy oranges. It was as sweet as honey. I lay down, fell asleep, and the whole night through I wandered in orange groves. A warm wind was blowing. I had bared my chest to the wind and had a sprig of sweet basil behind my ear. I was a young peasant of 20, and I roamed about the orange grove, whistling and waiting. For whom was I waiting? I do not know. But my heart was ready to burst for joy. I twirled up my moustache and listened the whole night through to the sea sighing like a woman behind the orange trees.